and he'd been planning to send again when his children had their children. He'd been hoping, maybe one day when he did finally give up change, to visit Wyan. He wanted that. Something more than the very occasional note that amounted to, "I am still alive, just to let you know." The dynastic Ceratarchus did know who Wyan was. Maza had made quiet probes into that years ago. But the Imorie caste dynasty, though they kept a watch on Wyan, mostly left him alone. That wouldn't be the case if Maza tried to keep in any more touch than that. He was certain every message to and from Wyan was intercepted. So, what the hell was one of Wyan's children doing here? And not under her own name either. She was in the Valoran Navy, but she was dynastic. Even with her heritage, she was still a dynastic citizen. And no matter if she was also a Valoran citizen by birth, there was no way even the desperate Navy recruiters would accept a dynastic magicka. Misha's seal was Valoran, though. Maza noted that because she had to have been resealed after entering Valoran space, which meant access to instruments only the first magicka had. To remove her dynastic seal and replace it. A dais. What part did Marriott Broden have in this? Did Marriott know who she was? He had to. From Anya's records, then. Anya's daughter had met Misha's father. Well, and Anya had been first magicka when Wyan had left Valoris too, when his now husband had manifested green magics. Anya would probably know more of the particulars around that than he did. So then, Marriott would know. Some of his dismay must be showing, because Misha drew back, her whole body tensed. He held up a hand. "Misha, no, I am surprised. That is all. It is—" And he stumbled again over how much to say. He might have spilled a lot, so much of his lifetime of secrets already, but this wasn't his secret to give to the Kidaa. Rhys came back over, though Jian was talking with Nantreyan now, and Zhang was rooting through the stack of crates. Rhys sat down beside Misha, protectively, as if they needed to protect her from him. Maja leaned back, bitter irony stinging like bile in his throat. He felt suddenly on the other side of the equation. When Wyan had met with him on the day his fathers were assassinated, there had been mistrust all around. Zhang had wanted to protect him from Wyan, and now he was the former Truthspoken himself, the lost family trying to reconnect. "I'll get you out of this," he said to Misha. Rhys made a noise. "No, I know I can't promise that," Maja said. "But he helped me once, long ago. I would do the same. Of course I would do the same, everything I can." He turned back to Misha. "I don't know that it's safe to talk about this here." "The Kidaa know," Rhys said with a certainty that didn't settle well in Maja's soul. "We talked last night, but the Kidaa already know." Rhys rubbed their hands on their dirty pants. "The Kidaa know a lot of things, and they're showing us that they know. And this is part of how they're talking, by showing us." Because the Kidaa had brought Misha onto this ship. And she was a magicka too, like her former High House Iprali father, and her father had been in talks to marry a Truthspoken when he'd manifested. The Kidaa seemed, again and again now, to be obsessed with what happened to the Truthspoken. They wanted to interfere. Maza met Rhys's gaze. Had Rhys put that together? That the Kidaa might have given Misha's magicka father his magics, too? Oh, yes. Yes. Rhys had noted that. Part of Maza was itching hard to take control, to try to control this situation somehow, any way he could. But Rhys was the expert. Rhys was the one with the bigger picture, and the most actual control over the situation. And Rhys, of the two of them here, had the most right to hold any position of authority. On multiple counts, tenuous or not, and most of all, maybe, because the Kidaa wanted them to. Rhys pushed up again, looking around them. The hairs on Maja's arms raised because he knew what Rhys would do next. and he also was fairly sure it would work. Rhys knew the Kidaa better than any of them, and if Rhys felt the Kidaa might be ready to talk, well, then maybe they were right. Rhys said, no louder than they usually spoke, "This human, one of the three, goes to the center. You have spun. We have spun." Everyone in the room quieted, held their breaths. Rhys showed little signs of stress. Maza had just taught them how to smooth over their body's responses, but they were already using those skills. Or maybe they'd just already been that skilled at Evaku and hiding what they truly felt. Maja slowly stood too. The Kidaa had brought him here. Not just to the ship, but to the border. But if he hadn't latched onto the Kidaa to follow Rhys to this ship, would they have brought him here at all? Would they have scooped him up on their own, like they had Misha? Why had they brought him? That Kidaa on the storm, when they'd come out of the lift, had seemed to stare straight into his soul. He shivered at the memory of it. But Rhys shook their head at him, frowning. So he kept his mouth shut. He could do that. And who did he need to be here? Who did Rhys need him to be? What persona would best help them all through this and get the answers they needed? But he was himself, and he'd sworn off change, and the Kidaa and everyone here knew plainly who he was. Zhang neared him, protective, but he caught her eye, and then moved again toward the guard positions around Rhys. Zhang held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. And that, being a guard, even being who he was now, visibly Maja Ryalden, he could do that. That was a set purpose, guard Rhys. Just that. Keep Rhys safe, as the best chance they had at getting off this ship alive. Rhys watched him take up position to their back left, Zhang to their front right, gripping her crutches tightly, and Maza didn't doubt she'd use them as weapons if she had to. Rhys tensed for the barest moment, then accepted their positioning. "Hell of an honor guard, Petrava," Gian said under his breath. Or, I suppose I should say, Rialden. Rhys tensed again. Maza didn't spare his glare at Gian, but it was lost on the man, because the hatch to the room slid open, and two Kidaa lumbered inside. Chapter 19. The Cut. There have been recorded instances of Truthspoken healing themselves in real time. Dion Raelden, Melisori II of the Third Dynasty, was said to have taken a stab to the shoulder, and both pulled out the knife and healed the wound fast enough to catch their would-be assassin with the same arm. Dr. Ami Tierney in her popular banned article, A Short History of Palace Ryalden by Assassinations. Rhys straightened and turned to the opening hatch, and two Kidaa stepped inside the room. Kidaa that Rhys recognized? Yes, actually, yes. The one to the left was Maja's Kidaa, shorter and a paler purple. The one to the right was theirs, taller and richer purple, with more runes carved into their thick hide. "Goes to the center," Rhys said, as the best thing they could think of to convey that they wished to speak to whoever was in charge here, though those words hadn't served them overly well the last time they'd said them. Those words had gotten them on this ship in the first place. And was it these Kidaa who were in charge? Had Rhys's request already been answered? And what about the third Kidaa, who wasn't here now, who'd been part of the 3 sitting shifts on the bridge of Occam's storm? What about the original 3 who'd met in that first overlap? As far as Rhys knew, only their own personal Kidaa had been from those 3. Rhys's stomach turned. Oh, a Deus. They'd been trying not to think about Occam's storm. Was the storm still intact? Had the Kidaa destroyed it? Had the ship survived and the crew devolved into chaos? Had they run for the capital? Anya was on the storm. So there was, at least, a magicker who could get them away quickly, with Misha being here. Hamid would have command, and she'd wanted to go for help before. The Kidaa had never attacked or kidnapped anyone before, and that was news to get to Valon at all costs. But Rhys really hoped Hamid was still out there, that their ship was still out there. Would Hamid abandon Captain Nantrean and Commander Jian? Was Rhys important enough, outside this ship, for the storm to stay for them? Was Zhang? Had Anya told Hamid about her other traveling companion? Did they know Maza was on this Kidaa ship too? If the storm had gone, or been destroyed, how would they ever get off this Kidaa ship? There'd be nothing to go to. They were in deep, deep space. No habitable planets in this system. Rhys didn't even know if they were in the same star system, but Rhys drew themselves up and faced the Kidaa. They didn't know the answers to these questions, and they wouldn't get answers by panicking. They wouldn't. They repeated what they'd said before. This human, one of the three, goes to the center. You have spun. We have spun. The Kidaa looked at each other, oval eyes wide in their wedge-shaped heads, the dim light rippling over toughened skin and carved runes. Rhys's Kidaa rumbled to Maza's. Rhys licked their lips, shifting their weight. Could the Kidaa even understand what they'd said? Rhys had heard nothing to indicate it, seen no sign of any translation equipment, no earbuds or anything like that in the small ears that sat high on the Kidaa's heads. But the Kidaa had to have some way of translating. They'd spoken with human ships before. They'd been trying to communicate. Do you have translation back into our language? Into Valoran? Rhys asked. They would even take song lyrics again at this point. Their Kidaa turned back to them, stepped closer. Rhys stiffened, and Zhang moved in front of them to shield them. Rhys found their heart pounding in their throat, and they had the giddy, panicky thought that they could now try to slow their heart rate down. Maja had shown them how, if they remembered how in this frantic moment. But could they even reach enough of a trance to try? They faced their Kidaa, whatever that distinction meant here. This was the Kidaa who'd stood in the center of the three the first time the storm had overlapped with Clan Starlight. It was this Kidaa whose hands had sunk into their arms, and they still didn't think that had been on purpose. The overlap had caused weird things to happen, or something had gone wrong. Rhys had no idea at all how the Kidaa's overlap technology worked, not even guesses. The Kidaa stopped at Zhang's visible reaction of protection, though, and stilled. Shit. That wasn't good diplomacy. Rhys had to get a hold of themselves. And now Rhys had to think about guards, too, and what that meant for diplomacy. They all had to get a hold of themselves. "Captain," Rhys said to Zhang, "please let them approach." "Not advisable," she said tightly. "No," they agreed, "but I can heal." Behind Rhys, Maja growled something that sounded like fucking high on their power. Rhys's shoulders twitched. "Not helpful," they said, and Maja sighed. "No, it's not. Forgive me." Which was weird. Which made them tense all the way up again, everything off balance. It should be Maja standing up to talk to the Kidaa. It should be Homage Rialdan. Not Rhys. Not Rhys with the problem of what to do about their guards. Not Rhys having guards at all. And try as they might, they just couldn't slot Maza back into the frame of Captain Temir again. He wasn't projecting anything but himself. Himself, right now, being a wild card. After another stretched moment, Zhang shuffled aside, just enough to let the Kidaa approach. But she turned, jaw tight. She didn't have her gun, and Rhys saw she was feeling that lack. Rhys was feeling that lack of her weapon, disaster though it would be if she had to use it. Rhys knew she'd fight if she had to, injury or not, weapons or not. She'd improvise. Zhang, as the captain, former captain of the ruler's personal guard, was deadly. They didn't want her to have to be here, though. Rhys opened their hands and held them out to the Kidaa. They had to hope humans had made that sort of, "I'm unarmed, let's talk peacefully" gesture before. There was so little commonality in any body language here. Rhys's Kidaa approached again, slowly, eyeing Jong, then Rhys. Jong, this time, held steady. The Kidaa reached for a strap slung across the runes carved over their chest and withdrew, a glint of metal. A curved and honed blade. A knife. Jong dropped one crutch and flung out her arm. She shoved Rhys back a step, another step, until they planted their feet on the deck and braced against her. "Captain, we don't know what they—" "Your safety, Rhys," Jong snapped. "I won't let them stab you." "Captain, we have to talk with them." The Kidaa rumbled, and they all froze. But again, no translation came. There was no indication at all of what the Kidaa meant. Only the knife, held close to the Kidaa's heart, glinting. Jian moved closer to Rhys, and Captain Nantrayan too, leaning on his shoulder. She gave Rhys a tight nod. Misha huddled with her arms around her stomach a few paces away, her aura faintly trembling. Unable to handle even the thought of violence, Jian wasn't looking so good either. Rhys's tall Kidaa, even more slowly this time, approached again. 4 feet shuffling. They held out the knife, and held out their empty hand, too. Rhys braced themselves, because they didn't the hell know what this was about, but the Kidaa was insistent, and nothing they could see in the Kidaa's body language spoke of violence, but then it hadn't before either. "Goes to the center," Rhys tried one more time. The Kidaa rumbled, a subsonic purr that made Rhys's ears ache, then pop. The Kidaa was near enough that Rhys could smell their musky, personal scent again. Autumn leaves, earthy loam, that smell that had preceded blinding pain the day before. The Kidaa kept both the knife and their hand outstretched, then waited. So Rhys carefully held their hands out again, too, until they were almost, but not quite, touching the Kidaa. Their whole body tensed for the pain that had seared through them the last time they'd been this close with this Kidaa. Watching Rhys, the Kidaa carefully brought their open hand up under Rhys's right hand, and didn't touch. Then the Kidaa, quick as lightning, slashed Rhys's palm with the knife. Rhys jerked back, hissing at the long cut. It stung, but didn't sear. They saw a blur and heard Jong shout, then a tangle ahead of them as Maja attacked the Kidaa. Rhys saw his positioning, saw his movements, remembered hours and hours drilling and fight practice with Dressa, who'd hated it, who'd only done it because Rhys had agreed to help pass the time. Rhys saw Maja preparing to make a savage jab at the Kidaa's long neck. A deus. He'd break his fingers. This wasn't a human opponent. That Kidaa didn't have pliable human skin. Rhys lunged and caught Maja's wrist with their uncut hand, crying out as the movement pulled at their own still healing arms. Maja overbalanced, and Jong grabbed his other arm, yanking him back, half holding him, half balancing herself. The Kidaa shuffled a step back, but otherwise looked unperturbed. The shorter Kidaa, the one that had been fixated on Maja before, didn't make any move at all. "Let me the fuck go!" Maja yelled. "They attacked Rhys!" "Stand down!" Jong barked, an absolute order. And it worked. Maja must have been settling hard into the mindset of a guard, because it worked. But Maja twisted in their grips, broke free of Rhys at least, though Jong still held his arm. "They cut you," Maja panted, looking down for Rhys's injured hand. Maja's Kidaa finally rumbled, making them all pause again. The Kidaa stepped forward, toward Maja, and now Jong shifted to pull Maja behind her, facing the Kidaa, still balancing on one crutch. Should Rhys try to get her the other? But Jong caught their eye, shook her head. The Kidaa rumbled again, a deeper, more annoyed sound than before. Rhys glanced down at their palm, bloodied now, looking a mess, but they didn't think the cut was deep. Could they heal it now, when their adrenaline was already pumping, their body on full alert? No, it could wait. They closed their fingers around the blood. It would have to wait. Do they want to cut my hand too? Maza asked, then faced the Kidaa. Is that what you want? Do you want to hurt us? You hurt my oldest child. You gave them the bruising sleep. You gave them magics. Is that what you want? To hurt all of us? You hurt the commanders of the storm. Hurt me instead. Don't hurt Rhys. Give me whatever you want, just don't. Maja, Rhys said. Maja's Kidaa had stopped, though, and there was no knife in their hand. The Kidaa made a curving gesture toward Rhys, paused, made the gesture again. I think they want you to come over to me? Rhys said, half a question, and started to get an inkling of what the Kidaa wanted. Maja froze, just a second of thought, Rhys was sure, because Maza turned to them with dawning understanding. Adeus. I'm not here for me. I'm here for you, Maja said. They brought me here for you, to train you. Human one of the three. Because I'm one of the three, Rhys said slowly, their throat tight. But I couldn't, change. Fuck. The Kidaa had known Rhys wasn't truth-spoken, and they'd been trying to fix that, hadn't they? Rhys suppressed a whole body shudder. Maja's mouth pulled tight, but Jong let him go as he headed back to Rhys, holding out his hands in a give-it-to-me gesture. Rhys held out their bloody palm, and Maza grimaced. Okay, you know how to do this, Maja said, his voice calming. You just need to breathe yourself calm enough to trance. Just a shallow trance. Here, lean against me. I know it's disorienting the first few times. I fell over more than once at this point in my training. It's hard to trance standing up, or you can sit, actually. But Rhys shook their head. They glanced up at their Kidaa, who was watching, then down again at their bloody palm. They didn't protest as Maza wrapped an arm around their back, supporting them. Rhys took a breath. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure, right? They closed their eyes, let Maza take some of their steadiness, and delved inside their sense of their body. They blocked the pain first, both the increasing sting in their palm and the pain from their overused arms. And now that they'd had enough practice with that was mostly easy. It was even easy to feel the sense of their hand, after changing it earlier. It had been this same hand. Had the Kidaa seen them do that before? Change their palm? Had they wanted Rhys to change this hand again? Rhys concentrated on instructing their body, then let the instructions go, let their mind drift. Let their body's newly activated unconscious systems take over. They thought it had only been a few moments when they blinked again, regaining their own balance. Their palm was smooth and unblemished. They'd reabsorbed the blood, too. Their mouth tasted like wool. And Jong was there, both crutches under her arms again, handing Rhys a water bottle. Had it only been a few moments? The Kidaa hadn't moved. It was quick, Maza said when they looked back to him. Good job. Rhys shivered, took a drink, caught their breath, refocused on the Kidaa. Their Kidaa made another gesture, then started for the door. Hey, Rhys said. Wait. Why did you need me to show you that? Why do you need me to change? The Kidaa didn't look back. Rhys fumbled to close the water bottle. Maza took it instead. Then, trying to keep their legs from wobbling, they followed the Kidaa. It was the stress, they thought, more than whatever they'd just done with change. Maza let go but kept close beside them, ready to offer his support again, though Rhys didn't ask for it. Everyone else followed too. Chapter 20. The Center. From evidence in their settlements left on planets they've formerly inhabited, We've posited that the Kidaa may have a creche model of raising their young, with many adults that may or may not be related raising many children together, unlike more traditional human family systems. Kidaa young, however, were very rarely seen in the few active Kidaa settlements humans observed before we decided not to disturb their active settlements. Because the young are rarely seen, I'd advise continued caution when approaching any settlement where young may be, as there may be a protective instinct at work. Admiral Brink-Kwok in her report, The State of Affairs with the Kidaa. The air in the corridor was different than in the room. Crisper, heavier. Rhys felt a breeze on their face. There must be ventilation running somewhere. It felt weird and unbounded to be out in the corridor after being shut in that one room. Like there was an illusion of freedom, if they weren't still trapped on a Kidaa ship with no way of knowing how to get off of it. Rhys clenched the hand they'd just healed, and unclenched it. Both Kidaa walked ahead in their rolling gaits, Rhys's Kidaa with a slightly longer stride than Maza's. Maza leaned in to Rhys. "Are you all right?" "Yeah." They glanced back at him. The light was dimmer in the corridor, too, and more on the red spectrum. It made Maza look sick and angry. Or maybe he was sick and angry. And had Maza been right before? Could the Kidaa have possibly summoned the former ruler of 187 worlds, all their moons, all their systems and stations and ships? Could they have summoned Homage Ryelden just to help Rhys? Just that? The Kidaa had wanted Rhys to change. The Kidaa had wanted proof that they could. Did the Kidaa not understand that Rhys had changed themself to heal the day before? Were they not monitoring that closely? Rhys blinked. What if they weren't prisoners? What if the Kidaa thought this was hospitality? Or were keeping them shut away to keep them safe from a ship and technology they knew nothing about? The Kidaa had brought them all food, human food. The Kidaa had brought them human-manufactured water. The Kidaa must have gone way out of their way to get this food. And where had they bought or traded or stolen enough food to equal that mound of crates? Had they attacked a freighter? Had they raided a human world? Had they overlapped with another ship and demanded what was in their stores? Adeus. Rhys had invited themselves to this ship. They'd told the Kidaa, on the Storm, that they would go to the center, which apparently, to the Kidaa, meant here on this ship. Were they even in any danger at all, beyond the accidental, beyond the cultural? But then, wasn't cultural danger the type that historically started wars? The rounded corridor sloped upward, then the Kidaa took a turn down a side corridor. They paused at a hatch at the end. Why? Was this an airlock? Were they waiting for it to cycle? "Shit," Nantrayan panted. Does that look like an airlock? Had the Kidaa decided that Rhys having the ability to change was very bad after all? Were they going to space them all? The hatch parted, and the two Kidaa stepped through. Rhys peered through the open hatchway after them. There was just corridor on the other side. The same slightly tubular walls, the same dim lighting. Okay. With a wary look exchanged with Zhang, who was still just ahead of them, Rhys also stepped through. Down another long corridor that curved to the right and down. The Kidaa didn't seem overly inclined to level decks, though the room where they'd been kept had been level, at least. Then, the two Kidaa paused again at another hatch, this time in the corridor's side wall. "I don't like this," Jian said. "The air here is buzzing. It feels weird." "I don't like any of it," Captain Nantrayan said. Rhys glanced at Maza, whose lips were drawn tight. Misha shrugged her shoulders, hugging her arms close to her chest. "I feel it too, Commander. It's magics. Or something we can feel with magics." "Do the Kidaa have green magics?" Jian asked. "If they can give it, do they also have it? I think I feel them, or the sense of their life, but It's very different from humans. I don't know, Rhys said, because there were a lot of things they'd have answered confidently a week before that were completely up for grabs now. Something bright flashed beside the hatch, and Rhys's attention drew there. There was a pattern of light on the wall beside the closed hatch. Not a hologram. It looked etched into the corridor wall, though they'd have sworn the wall had been smooth and grayish-brown a moment before. Was it a rune? Something to mark the purpose of the room, like how the Kidaa marked the hulls of their ships with their clan runes? Rhys squinted, taking a step closer, watching to see if the Kidaa would let them. But the Kidaa ignored them. So Rhys stepped closer again, angling to see better, and their breath caught. That symbol, whatever it was familiar. No, not a symbol. An abstract drawing, and just as unsettling now as when they'd seen it before. "Misha," they said. "Look at this." She gingerly came over, not coming as close to the Kidaa as they were, but they heard her breath hitch too. That's the invocation. That's invoking She Who Wakes. It's not totally right, but yeah, it's close. Way too close to be coincidence. Misha had a paper tacked to the wall on her side of their shared quarters that had always weirded Rhys out. An abstract drawing, hand-drawn, that made them a little dizzy whenever they looked at it. She'd said it was a magicer thing, and not for Rhys. Rhys had left it at that, though they had been curious, and curious why it had felt vaguely familiar. Adeus, they had not expected to find their answers here, and had they found answers, they'd found a million more questions. "Why do the Kidaa have a magicer symbol beside this hatch?" Rhys asked. "You said an invocation? What does that mean?" They glanced at the Kidaa, but the two were still waiting for something in front of the closed hatch. Was this the airlock they were going to get spaced through? Misha opened her mouth, but then the hatch finally parted. Whatever the Kidaa had paused for was finished, and their two Kidaa guides stepped through. Cooler air wafted from inside the hatchway, and dense, absolutely dense with the tang of Kidaa musk, earthy loam, dead leaves, rain. "We shouldn't go in there," Gian said, slowly backing up. Rhys couldn't see what was beyond the hatch. The light inside was almost night dim and blue cast. "We have to," they said. "They want us to." "Stay behind me," Zhang said, and positioned herself in front of Rhys again, Maja taking up position behind them. Then they stepped into... Rhys blinked several times before their eyes adjusted. The walls were high and rounded, with faint patches of pale blue luminescence higher toward the domed ceiling. A dais. It did look like a cavern. Beneath their boots, the deck felt like the same tough, spongy floor from the room where they'd been kept. And then Rhys stepped onto the same mossy material that they'd slept on, too. There must be patches of it here, beneath the mounds of... Zhang stopped, her breath catching. Rhys stopped. There were mounds all across the room. A dais. There were Kidaa strewn about everywhere, in heaps together on the deck, not moving. Rhys's heart skipped an unsteady beat. Dead? Please, not be dead. But then one Kidaa nearby stirred, an involuntary twitch, before stilling again, heaving out a long sigh. Were the Kidaa asleep? Beyond the movement of that one, Rhys couldn't see breathing. A dais. Gian was right. They shouldn't have come in here. They glanced back toward the open hatch, but Gian was still beyond it, still in the corridor. Nantreyan had stepped inside, though, holding on to Misha's arm. The two Kidaa who'd brought them here moved a few more steps into the room, picking their way between the sleeping Kidaa on the mossy deck, then paused, turning back. Waiting? Rhys didn't want to ask what the Kidaa wanted them to do. They did not want to wake... what? A couple hundred sleeping Kidaa? Their eyes, better adjusting to the dark, saw that the Kidaa weren't all the same size either. Some were gnarled elders with heavily rune-carved arms and upper bodies. Some were smaller. Very small. Were those Kidaa children? Why, oh why were the Kidaa bringing Rhys here, in this place of communal vulnerability? Rhys would never bring a Kidaa to their cabin. They'd never bring a Kidaa to a nursery. I have to go, Misha said. Rhys turned again. Her pale green aura was flickering. Flickering in time, they saw, to the pulsing luminescence on the walls. The hairs on Rhys's arms stood on end, and they breathed as evenly as they could through their mouth. Maza touched Rhys's shoulder, then strode back toward Misha, guiding her and Captain Nantreyan out. Gian had never come in, so whatever was happening here definitely affected the Magickers. Was it the luminescence on the walls? Even Rhys could feel something off, a pressure in their ears. But they didn't have magics to feel whatever Misha and Gian were feeling. Captain Nantreyan paused in the hatchway, looking back out over the Kidaa. She swayed. Shit. Rhys tensed to dart for her if she started to collapse, like on the bridge of the storm. Was this room affecting her too? More than Rhys? Did whatever was happening here affect those with the bruising sleep too? But Maja came back, steadying Captain Nantreyan, helping her out. Jong shifted, the rustle of fabric, the creak of her crutches loud in the eerie silence. "We should go," she said, the words barely audible, but their two Kidaa guides were still standing in the middle of the sleeping Kidaa, waiting. Rhys swallowed. "Captain, they want us, me, to follow them." Jong let out a quiet breath, but she nodded. "You don't have to come with—" "I do," she said with a solid glare. You're going into those, Kidaa. I'll find a way through." She looked around herself and drew her crutches inward toward her legs as far as she could. Well, they'd come this far. Rhys carefully picked their way around more sleeping Kidaa toward the two Kidaa who waited. The space between the sleeping Kidaa narrowed the farther they walked in. "Let me go first," Rhys said under their breath. "I don't like that," Zhang said. But she hesitated, saw the narrowing path ahead, and then carefully moved around Rhys to step behind them. They felt her tension rising, bracing to pull them back at the first hint of danger. And this bodyguard thing was all good, but Rhys had trained with Dressa. They weren't defenseless either. Maybe they were out of practice, but they did know how to defend themselves. And Rhys wanted to laugh. Zhang was afraid of danger? Here? Wasn't everything around them on this ship a potential danger? A Kidaa had just cut their hand and forced them to change. Rhys stopped just before their Kidaa, looking up at the looming figure. "Is this the center?" Rhys asked softly, afraid they would wake the sleeping Kidaa. Rhys's Kidaa boomed a shuddering rumble, and they jumped. "Adeus, shouldn't the Kidaa be quiet?" Rhys whirled around, half expecting a horde of sleep-angry Kidaa to spring up and rush the source of the noise. But no one stirred. All the Kidaa remained asleep. Rhys's stomach tightened. Were the Kidaa asleep? They were so still, so still. But, across the room, they saw another twitching sleep movement before that Kidaa settled again. Finally, their two Kidaa guides waved them back toward the open hatch. Rhys, their chest squeezed tight, their heart hammering, did their best not to run. Chapter 21. Only Now. If you're on the outside, what do you think love is like? How do you know what it's like? Or do you know more than me? Jareth Tobrin, lead singer of the Rings of Viator, in his early song, More Than Me. Rhys stepped back into the corridor with Zhang in a daze. They didn't know what they'd just seen. Sleeping Kidaa. Hundreds of sleeping Kidaa. Elders and adults in their primes and children. Why would the Kidaa bring prisoners to see this? Their place of communal sleep? Did that mean that Rhys's hunch had been right? That they weren't prisoners? Could Rhys possibly go on that assumption? No. They glanced at Maja in the corridor, supporting Misha again now, who was visibly trembling. Captain Nantrean was leaning against the wall, panting. Gian looked like he was trying very hard not to throw up. A deus. Were you affected too? Rhys asked Maja. No, my head feels stuffed, but it's not like whatever they're feeling. Misha tried to push away from Maja, and he reluctantly let her. She moved to Rhys instead, the more familiar guidepost. They wrapped their arm around her and she leaned into their shoulder. Rhys looked up as the two Kidaa came out again. No time to ask Misha what she'd felt with her magicker's senses, though they knew it was vitally, essentially important. Rhys almost wished, that they'd had magics to understand this all better, to have felt what Misha and Gian had felt too. They needed more information, every bit of information that they could get. But the two Kidaa were moving past them now, forcing everyone to step back as the Kidaa lumbered on down the corridor, back the way they'd come. Would they all be taken back to their room now? But that didn't feel right. There was a sense of building to something. A revelation the Kidaa wanted Rhys to have, desperately wanted them to have. Desperately enough that they would bring Rhys to their ship, something the Kidaa had never done before, as far as Rhys knew, and carve out a pattern of runes on worlds to a song that Rhys knew well, to a band whose lead singer Rhys had a crush on, and a line event so that the former ruler was here, so that Rhys would actually become one of the three if those three meant Truthspoken. Rhys still didn't think the Kidaa had meant to injure them in bringing them to their ship, but that had set this all off. That had set Rhys firmly on a path they could not come back from. But then, maybe that had just been the completion of the cycle, a cycle that had been inevitable the day General Petrava had taken Rhys to be raised in Palace Ryalden, and Homage Ryalden had let them stay. Could they possibly twist it that way? The completion of a cycle. 3 Truthspoken, a cycle of 3. Rhys felt sick. They felt giddy. They wanted to bang their fists against something to distract from the chaos in their head. We'd best follow, Zhang said, and Rhys realized with a start that they'd drifted a moment, and the Kidaa were already farther down the corridor, almost out of view along the curve. So they all started forward again. Rhys kept their arm around Misha, and she was still shivering. They felt some of her terror through the touch, but they wouldn't say anything about that. Not yet. Not until she was calmer, until they were past this chamber and whatever Kidaa magics it held. Maza moved to Rhys's right side, walked beside them. He'd abandoned his guard's posturing from before and now looked intent and focused. His body language was bordering on how he'd carried himself as the ruler. Should that bother Rhys? Well, and why shouldn't Maza just be who he was? What did we just see? Maza asked. Do you know? Was it ironic that the person who only days or weeks ago was supposed to know absolutely everything going on in his kingdom was asking Rhys for information? Rhys decided it was not. Maza wasn't omnipotent. He never had been. Rhys knew the illusions surrounding Truthspoken better than anyone but the Truthspoken themselves. Truthspoken were human. Humans couldn't know everything. A deus. Rhys was human. They were in the midst of becoming Truthspoken. Everything had changed, and they didn't feel any more in control of anything than they had a few days before. Maybe more in control of their body, or maybe not, with this biological necessity now to learn change, and knowing, too, that they wouldn't age normally anymore, that they'd have to deal with creating the illusion of age, starting a few years from now and for the rest of their life after. That wasn't in their control either. I don't know what that was, Rhys said. They wanted me to see those sleeping Kidaa, though, to understand something about that. They are trying to convey something important, vastly important, with the cycle of 3 business, with their saying that they have spun and we have spun, with bringing me here, with wanting me to be truth-spoken. If any of that is true, if any of it is what I think it is. They understood that I was not truth-spoken, though, and they still wanted me here. Rhys looked over at Maja. What do you make of the pattern? Because if anyone could make something of it, it was him. Maja had always been 10 steps ahead of everyone. He'd always known what was going on in the palace, known when Dressa and Imorie had been trying to sneak past the rules, had terrorized the nobility by always knowing their secrets. But then, Rhys had just learned Homage Rielden hadn't been 1 person, but 2. Iata had been watching everything as well. Even that control had been an illusion. Maza ran a hand through his hair, which messed up the already loosening braid he'd woven earlier. He hadn't had a clasp. He hadn't had a comb. He wasn't wearing makeup. His undershirt, soiled with Rhys's blood, was too big, and he kept tugging up his pants. He was the least put together Rhys had ever seen him. And why just now was that actually comforting? Why did it feel more honest than they'd ever seen him? Instead of answering, Maza asked, Gian, Misha, what did you sense there? Rhys hadn't wanted to ask that question yet, but, well, they did need to know. Cold, Gian said immediately. He was a little behind Rhys, helping Captain Nantrean. A lot of it, a vastness, pressure, a dais. It gave me a splitting headache. That's fading now. Distance matters. That's close to what I felt, Misha said, rubbing at her forehead. Her pale aura, for a moment, shuddering. Though, I don't think I'm as strong as Commander Gian. It was just overwhelming. Rhys, you know how I said I could feel their minds. The Kidaa minds. When the Kidaa were going to overlap that first time on the storm? Well, this was like that, but 1,000 times over. I felt minds. So many minds. The Kidaa were asleep, Captain Nantrean croaked. Ah, can we pause? I need to catch my breath. Ira, can you lean more on my chair? Gian asked. Or sit on the arm even. I know it's awkward. It'll auto-balance, it's fine. But she was panting and stopped, her brow crinkling in what Rhys saw was growing panic. Not of nerves, but of air. The air was thinner on this ship, Rhys had felt that. And Captain Nantrean had far less energy to deal with that than the rest of them. Kidaa! Rhys shouted, as the 2 Kidaa kept walking, oblivious ahead. Damn it, the Kidaa had given the captain this illness. And all those Kidaa had been asleep. Yes. Were the Kidaa trying to say those Kidaa had the bruising sleep too? Was that even possibly it? Was that what the Kidaa were trying to warn them of? A blooming epidemic? It didn't quite fit. No, it wasn't it. But it was something. It was growing closer. Rhys's Kidaa slowed, rumbled, and turned. They looked at the stopped group for a moment, and then at Maja as he moved to support Captain Nantrean. The Kidaa rumbled again, and not being able to understand even a rudimentary translation of their speech was getting so old. Please, Rhys said. They let go of Misha and stepped forward, spreading their hands. We need to rest for a few minutes, all of us. Because they would not leave Gian and Nantrean behind, not here on this Kidaa ship. Rhys's Kidaa took 2 steps closer, then stopped. They paused, tilting their head. Rhys waited. They all waited while the captain panted. Shit. Maza moved back to Captain Nantrean and began talking softly through a breathing exercise. Rhys spread their arms wider. Please. But would the Kidaa even understand the concept of please? There was a commotion up corridor, past the two Kidaa, who turned to look. Then they both stepped aside to let two more Kidaa come through, pushing a hover pallet between them. The newcomers stopped the pallet next to Captain Nantreyan and Maja, and then waited. Okay, Rhys said. Okay, Captain Nantreyan? Sir? Are you okay with sitting on the pallet? I am not going to say no, she sighed, and let Maja help her down. Maja sat with her, shooting a glance at Rhys. Rhys understood. Maja would stay with Captain Nantreyan in case the Kidaa wanted to separate the captain from the rest of them, because they were both fairly sure that the Kidaa wouldn't want to separate Maja and Rhys. Rhys glanced at Jong. Would she sit? She should. She wasn't showing her pain much, but Rhys could see her patterns of muscle tension to guard around it. Jong only looked back, not moving. Okay then. Rhys turned back to their Kidaa, who was watching all of this. We stay together, Rhys said. All of us. Together. The Kidaa made a gesture, a sweep of one arm. They obviously understood enough of what Rhys was saying, so there was that. And then they all started on again, with the two new Kidaa pushing the hover pallet. Are you okay to walk alone? Rhys asked Misha. Because they were overstimulated, and when they were upset, they didn't really like to be touched. She was still trembling, but the worst of it seemed to have passed. Her aura was steadier, too. She nodded, and Rhys crossed their arms, huddling in their own attempt at comfort as they walked. It wasn't cold on the ship. It was warm, actually, but Rhys shivered a little. They didn't care if holding themselves tightly, holding themselves together, wasn't something someone in authority should do. They didn't care if it showed a lack of control. The Kidaa weren't the Palace Ryaldan court to judge such things. They just weren't. And Rhys was past caring what anyone else in this group thought. They'd all seen Rhys at their worst. They'd seen Rhys almost dying, and they'd seen Rhys commit treason to save themselves. Their body ached, a small part of their concentration still trying to heal themselves, an instinctive response, and that was scattering their thoughts too. They were too new at this, at change, too new to all of this. Rhys touched their chest for the pocket where the seal chips would be, but they'd discarded their ruined jacket in the room where they'd slept and hadn't taken the seal chips out. That caused a momentary panic. But then, what would those chips mean here, to the Kidaa? Rhys broke into a cold sweat. A Deus. They could change. They were Truthspoken. They were still trying to wrap their head around that, and the reality of it hit them now with a wave of nausea. They weren't sanctioned, and what would the god think of that? Was Rhys, out here on the border to Kidaa space, on a Kidaa ship, now a part of the active will of a Deus, in the context of the Truthspoken system? Did the god have a hand in whatever was happening here? Was Rhys supposed to be acting for them? That was supposed to be the entire purpose of Truthspoken, to be the active eyes and will of a god, with direction from the truth speaker. There was no truth speaker here? Was there even a god here, out this far from the center of Valon? They felt the presence of Maja behind them like the bogeyman. Yes, they'd felt his sincerity. They didn't doubt that he was sincere now, in the adoption, in teaching Rhys to heal and change. But they'd grown up around Homage Rialdan's moods. Would that sincerity last beyond escape from this ship? Beyond rescue? Beyond Homage Rialdan, to just Maja? Beyond whatever was going on here with the Kidaa? Rhys didn't think a witnessed common law adoption could be outright denied, but they'd been wrong before. A lot of times before. They'd been wrong. So wrong to think that they knew anything about the Kidaa. Petrava, you're shivering, Gian said. Here. and he shrugged out of his jacket. Rhys shook their head as Gian came up beside them. No, I don't need... Take it, Gian said, pressing it into their hands. This isn't the time for noble sentiments. Then he smiled wryly. Rhys took it, shrugged it on. It smelled like Gian's sour brand of authority, and that also freaked them out. They felt their emotions trying to cave, to find a path out of the panic. And they couldn't find it. This was all on them. On what they knew. On what they could figure out. All of it. Diplomatic relations with a baffling race. Maybe the safety of the entire kingdom. On them. And at the end of it, they might lose everything. They might lose their life. They might be exiled, at very, very best. Rhys's hands balled into fists, and they couldn't pry them open. Rhys! Maza had got off the pallet and was coming up beside them again. Gian had drifted back, and Rhys hadn't even noticed. They had to be more aware than that here. Had to be. When I was a little younger than you, Maja said in a low voice, I had to root out a conspiracy at the highest level, and grieve my father's deaths, and rule the kingdom. And I wasn't alone. I didn't have to figure it out alone. I had Iada, and Jong, and Sior, and Jalava. I had... He glanced back at Misha, who Rhys sensed was straining to listen, and she moved to Rhys's other side again. Close, but not touching. I had my uncle. I had Anya and her daughter, too. All of them. And Chadrakor and Age. And Bazing at that time, too. All my guards. And no, this isn't the same situation. Not even a little. But you have all of us. This isn't something you have to do alone. You don't have to figure it out alone. I don't know what you know about the Kidaa, but I know a damned lot. And I'm the one, by proxy, who trained you. So don't spiral into thinking this is all on you. It's not. Rhys glanced at him sideways. Their father? Whatever that even meant. Who'd read their panic straight through. They stiffened, looking at him. This person who'd been the source of so much angst in their life, and now he thought he could just... what? Erase that all? Erase every casually cruel thing he'd ever done. To Dressa, or Imorie, or even themself. Had it even been him? Had it been Iada? Rhys didn't know the extent of their switching, but the way Maza had framed it, Iada had also been Homage Rialdan from the start of his rule. But Rhys read so much of that Homage Rialdan they'd despised in this person now. So much. His bearing, his mannerisms, his sour smile. Not put together right now, no. But all there. All him. Homage had never been directly cruel to Rhys, no. But it was who he was. It was who he was. That didn't just go away, shrugging off his public personality. A long-held persona had to have a healthy amount of truth in it to be viable. And you didn't just stop being someone you'd been for a long time because you wanted to. Imorie had been bent on being exactly like that, had taken up that casual cruelty too. This person, whether it had been him or Iada, or both using the same tyrant's persona, had wrecked a significant portion of Rhys's trust in humanity. Their stomach turned, and they looked ahead as the Kidaa turned down a wider corridor they hadn't seen yet. The overhead corridor lights got a little brighter. "That's a nice speech," they heard themselves saying, and heard the tension in their voice, tried to loosen the tightness in their jaw. Maza sighed, and Rhys shot him a venomous look. Would he dare make it seem like Rhys was the unreasonable one here? But no, that had never been his style. He didn't gaslight, and his persona, shared however they'd shared it, had been flawlessly consistent. He just wore you down with casual insult after casual insult. He just ordered and expected it to be obeyed no matter the personal costs. He just... "If it's easier to hate me," Maza said, "then hate me." But, Rhys blurted, how much of it was even you? They shouldn't have asked, but they had to know. How much anger and angst was due to this person right here? His brows went up. If you mean, how often was I homage, and how often was Iada? It was me around 3/4 of the time. A little more. And Iada tried to keep to official duties more than family, if he could. He looked askance at Rhys. Every bit of the acid is from me. Likely everything you hate is from me. That was never Iada's style. Rhys wasn't sure. Iada had always been intense and acerbic in his own dry way. But no, he had never tried to cut with those insults, to wound the way Homage did. Except, he also must have. The ruler's body language had drained out of Maja again. Deliberately, Rhys knew. They suppressed their own grimace. Because no, that wasn't good either. They shouldn't be making Maja not be who he was. Was this their life now? Secrets and shadows and slipping personalities. But then, that had been their life since they were 12. Rhys breathed out. I don't hate you. I've never hated you. Not entirely true, but on a median level of all things they'd ever felt about him, hate wasn't in the middle. I don't trust you, Rhys said. On their other side, Misha tensed. How was she taking this very private family conversation she'd just become a part of? Because she was family, too. Her mouth was pressed tight, her face scrunched up. Oh, right. The violence. Violence didn't have to be physical. Violence could be words. Violence could be emotions, when another could feel them too. Maza nodded, as if Rhys's mistrust was fair. But Rhys saw that it cut, and that twisted their stomach too. Was Misha feeling the heat of Rhys's anger, or Maja's own, directed at himself? Maza had been the one who'd suggested Rhys hated him. I think we're headed to the big open chamber, Maja said, changing the subject. He looked around at the widening corridor. This looks like the way we came when the Kidaa carried you down to our room. Rhys tried to remember that, and just remembered. Pain. Pain like they'd never felt in their life. Shuddering images, all blurred together. But mostly, pain. Rhys shivered again, despite Jian's jacket, and Maja didn't try to comfort them with touch. Maja did know them well enough to know that. And maybe that cut most of all. Because he did know Rhys. And only now on this Kidaa ship, in this dire situation, was he actually showing it. They came across a few more Kidaa in the corridor. Had they all passed some test that the ordinary Kidaa on the ship were now allowed to associate with them? To see them? Up ahead, their 2 Kidaa guides stopped at a wide and opening hatch. Rhys had the sense that this was their true destination. This was where they would get their answers. Chapter 22. Touch. Would I have walked the path with him, if I'd known that it would end, but like the galaxies we collide, and destruct again, would he ever have looked at me? With stars in his eyes, if he'd known that I'd only see void, the rings of Viator in their popular song, Cycle of 3. The cavernous room didn't have a shape so much as a volume. Rhys craned to look up at the vaulted, shadowy ceiling and couldn't see the top. There were lights lower down along the walls, but not on the ceiling. The ceiling like a vast and yawning maw. A dais. Rhys distracted their jittering thoughts with trying to figure out why the Kidaa ship was designed the way it was, with its twisting, uneven corridors and huge open spaces. Had the Kidaa originally been a cave-dwelling species? Or had they lived underground, even, in tunnel systems in the earth? When a Kidaa clan settled for a time on a world, though, sometimes they built homes and buildings in open spaces, and sometimes they built around the rock formations and caves that were already there. It wasn't enough information to form a conclusion. Never enough information. Rhys pulled away from Misha as they all moved toward the center of the room. Maja strode ahead of Rhys, and Jong, looking conflicted, let him and stayed back with Rhys. But she warned, Maja. Maza stopped at a random spot and looked around him at the deck. The deck was solid in this room, slightly giving, but not mossy. What? Rhys asked, eyeing the two Kidaa still striding across the floor ahead of them. What are you looking for? Maja gave a tight smile. They cleaned up from yesterday, so there's that. Blood. He meant they'd cleaned up Rhys's blood. Rhys hunched inside of Jian's jacket. Now what? Jian asked, staying beside the hover pallet where Captain Nantreon still sat. Do we demand to go back to the storm? So we can talk and overlap like civilized. The Kidaa pushing the pallet stopped. Rhys stopped. The Kidaa they were following stopped. There was a thunk to Rhys's right, and a large hatch on that side of the room parted, another Kidaa stepping through. Rhys squinted. It was the Elder. Not the Elder who'd been on the storm during the last overlap, but during the first. One of the original 3 from Clan Starlight. But then, this was Clan Starlight's ship. Rhys straightened, so this meeting would be official. Or at least, it had that feel. But how the hell were they supposed to talk with the Kidaa if they had no translator? Yes, the Kidaa might understand them somewhat, but conversation had to flow both ways. Maja moved back closer to Rhys, and Jong closer to Maja this time too. Commander Jian stayed by the pallet, and Misha, who'd lagged a little behind, shifted closer to the pallet too. All of them watched the elder Kidaa approach, the thick pads of the Kidaa's 4 feet making soft brushing sounds on the floor. Rhys glanced back at a noise behind them. The 2 Kidaa who'd pushed the pallet were now retreating, leaving the pallet where it was. Leaving, with the elder, the 3 Kidaa near Rhys. The Kidaa rearranged themselves. Rhys's tall Kidaa in the center. Maja's shorter Kidaa to Rhys's right, and the heavily rune-carved elder to the left. All 3 Kidaa stepped forward until they were a few paces from Rhys, the center Kidaa directly lined up with them, and Maza's Kidaa in front of Maja. But Jong was standing between Rhys and Maja, and the elder had no one to face, which felt wrong, somehow. Off balance. Shit, Jong said, taking a breath before she moved around Rhys to face the elder. So Rhys hadn't been the only one to sense that imbalance. The 3 Kidaa looked at each other, giving a low rumble between them. Then Rhys's Kidaa held something out toward Rhys, what looked like a thick, rectangular metal plate. Rhys tensed for Maza or Jong to say, careful, or stop them from getting what the Kidaa obviously wanted to give them. But no one spoke. Because this was it. This was the true showtime. Rhys took 2 long steps and reached for the metal plate, and it was a metal plate. It was faintly warm in Rhys's hands, like it had a heat source of its own. The plate was light like aluminum, dark like obsidian, and looked like it should weigh much more than it did. One side was smooth, the other textured with thousands of tiny dots. Rhys stepped quickly back to their place again and turned the plate over to look at it more closely. But the light here was still dim. Dim, at least, for human eyes. They looked up back at the Kidaa. Might as well get this conversation started. Human one is here, they said. With Clan Starlight. To speak of Starlight, as you said before on our ship. Why are we here? Why did you wish us to come to the center? To come to Clan Starlight's ship? The Kidaa made no move at first to show they'd understood. Rhys couldn't see any earbuds or any tech at all around their high, narrow ears, but Rhys knew they were getting a translation somehow, The Kidaa had shown that before. Then the center Kidaa spoke again, but this time the sound was muffled, as if there was auditory filtering going on, like the storm's systems did, to filter out the subsonics and less human-compatible sounds of Kidaa speech. Rhys stood straighter. A day us. Were they about to get voice translation at last? Had the Kidaa built a translation system for them? Their hope began to rise. Rhys's center Kidaa gestured at the metal plate Rhys held, and Rhys looked down to see. Oh. There were runes forming within the dots. A dais. They ran a hand over the shifting rods. No, not rods, but tiny dots that could move in and out, forming shapes, forming intricate shapes. It was a tactile screen. Runes formed and then dissipated, formed and then dissipated. They'd never heard of Kidaa tech like this. They'd never heard of anything like this. Were the Kidaa more tactile than the human scientists and researchers thought? Or did they think the humans were? Rhys set that question aside to focus on the runes. The runes were shifting in a repeating pattern which paused for a second between cycles. 3 runes, then a pause. 3 runes, then a pause. Rhys was good with runes. They'd definitely studied runes more than most humans ever would. But they only recognized 2 of the 3 in this cycle, and some of the lines around the runes looked weird, like they were supposed to be modifiers, maybe, but Rhys had no idea what they meant. Still, the runes for water and being were plain enough, even if their meaning was supposed to be modified. Rhys blinked. Water being? Meaning humans? Did the Kidaa have something other than water for the basis of their bodies? Or maybe a lot less water? Rhys had seen that theory because the Kidaa's skin was so hard and tough. Maybe they didn't need as much water to survive. The center Kidaa said something again and waved a hand. Rhys tracked the movement, still not sure, then glanced down at their Kidaa tablet again. The first runes were clearing, and a new set began to cycle. The rune for storm. The rune for, this one was repeated from the last set of runes, the one Rhys didn't know. Only 2 this time. Was that last one supposed to mean a location? Rhys looked up. I think you mean humans from the first set of runes, and I know you mean my ship from the second. I don't understand the context, though. And would the Kidaa understand that? Rhys's Kidaa and Maja's Kidaa looked at each other. Rhys's pointed at the tablet, rumbled again, and the first message came back up and cycled through those first 3 runes. Human. And if Rhys could guess by how their conversations had gone before, could they guess that all of this together meant human one? Human one, they said, and pointed at themself. The Kidaa rumbled. The tablet cleared again and displayed not a rune. 3 arrows, one pointing forward, one above it angled slightly to the left, and one above that angled back toward the center. Rhys blinked again, then tilted the tablet, squinting at the arrows. Oh, a dais. Was this ship's maneuvering code? Yes. That was the slight turn, then turn back to center a ship would make to indicate yes in a conversation with the Kidaa. A dais. Yes, a yes. This meant yes. They were in business. It wasn't much, but it was something. Rhys grinned up at the Kidaa. Human one, they said again. The second set of runes came up again. Rhys pointed at Maja. Storm 1? More rumbling from the center Kidaa, a sharp gesture. The Kidaa pointed past Rhys, and Rhys turned to see a wide-eyed Gian and a stone-faced Captain Nantrayan, with Misha a little off to one side. Storm 1, or ones. And maybe some of those modifiers meant it was plural? Rhys heard the faint hum of their tablet rearranging itself again, and looked down to more arrows this time, more of the ship maneuvering code. This time, the symbols meant together. It was supposed to mean 2 ships coming together, but more often, it was the code used when human ships wanted to know if a Kidaa ship was approaching and going to overlap. Did that mean the same thing to the Kidaa that it did to the humans? The center Kidaa stepped toward Rhys, and Rhys's heart leaped into their throat. They were hanging on here. They were keeping enough of their calm, partly because they were trying, and mostly succeeding with, smoothing their bodies' stress responses, as Maja had taught them earlier. But they felt the Kidaa's hands moving through their arms again on the bridge of the storm. They felt the sharp sting of the knife on their palm. And now this Kidaa was talking about overlap. And what the hell did that mean now? With 6 humans alone in the center of this cavernous Kidaa room, inside this Kidaa ship? Maza shifted closer, watching Rhys's body language, not the Kidaa's. "We can go," he said. Rhys looked at him incredulously. "No, we can't." They were here, talking with the Kidaa. Whatever the Kidaa were trying to say now, it was important enough for all of this. All of it. The Kidaa approaching paused, but then came again. They rumbled, and the same together maneuvering code refreshed itself on Rhys's tablet. Rhys glanced at the Kidaa, then at Captain Nantrean and Jian, then made the best guess they had. They skipped back, around to Jian's other side from Captain Nantrean. Rhys glanced at Misha. The Kidaa had brought her here too. But what the Kidaa wanted right now wasn't the reason why they'd brought her. "Misha," they said, "can you step back?" Misha glanced at the Kidaa approaching and didn't argue. "Petrava!" Jian growled beneath his breath. "I think they want us to bridge," Rhys said quickly. "All 3 of us, you, me, and Captain Nantrean, together, with your magics." They showed Jian the tablet, which still showed the symbol for together, for overlap. An overlap of thoughts, at least. "What is that supposed to be ship's maneuvering code?" "Why?" Jian asked, half a question, half a plea. He kept looking at the Kidaa coming behind Rhys. He wasn't wrong to be scared. The Kidaa, almost certainly Kidaa from this ship, had made him a magicker. Captain Nantrean, Commander Jian, and Rhys were, in the eyes of the Kidaa, the ranking members of Occam's Storm's crew. 3 of them. 3. A magicker. A person with the bruising sleep, and an almost Truthspoken. Why was that important? Why did that feel vitally important? Everyone here was meant to be here. Rhys knew that to their bones. There was a reason, a purpose, for everyone here. They were coming to realize that everything, with the Kidaa, was a part of the message. They inhaled sharply. And was that what they'd been missing? Truthspoken understood the power of context. That was how Truthspoken sent messages, with ordinary things referring to other things that only family would know. Layers within layers. Was that similar to the Kidaa? Speaking in multiple levels, with so many angles, not just with spoken or written words. With lyrics, with music, with waiting on the bridge, with a knife, with runes carved across worlds, and maybe which worlds and where those runes had been placed had more meaning than Rhys had seen too. Like the rune for storm being carved right in front of Maja. Rhys didn't know what all of it meant, but all of it meant something. "Okay," Captain Nantrean said beneath her breath. "What are we supposed to do? What do they want us to do?" Jian let out a shaky breath, then held out both his hands, one to Rhys and one to the captain. Rhys's Kidaa stopped in front of them and looked at all 3 of them. The 3 people that the Kidaa had made into something other than they had been. Jian's hand spasmed in Rhys's. They could feel his rising terror and his intense effort to keep himself steady anyway, and Captain Nantrean's effort of will to remain focused even as she still sat on the pallet, though she tipped her chin up, glaring at the Kidaa. The Kidaa were the reason why she was suffering. Rhys still held the tablet in their free hand. They felt its soft vibration as the display changed. The together symbol was there again, but with smaller runes beneath it this time. The set of runes Rhys was pretty sure meant human one. Then the second set they thought meant those from the storm. Then the rune for 3. The Kidaa rumbled a pulsating string of words, and this close, Rhys watched the Kidaa's throat vibrating with the sound. They looked down at the tablet. It had cleared again to show only the rune for 3. Well, or the Kidaa rune for numbers in general. They were the same, and that was something that had always nagged at Rhys, because why start officially counting at 3 when the Kidaa had 4 fingers on each hand and 4 toes on each foot? The Kidaa pointed to themself, then at the tablet. Rhys's lips parted. Had everyone gotten that rune wrong too? Over 200 years of wrong? Did that rune not also mean numbers? But it was so often used with other runes. It did also mean 3, but the 3 part and the numbers part hadn't always made sense. But what if it didn't mean numbers, but people? Plural. Kidaa. All of the Kidaa, in all of their numbers. Rhys glanced at the tablet again, and the rune for numbers was now followed by what they'd been calling 1. Human 1. Ship 1s. Kidaa 1. Come together. Rhys looked up into the Kidaa's oval eyes, at their own distorted reflection. "Commander," Rhys said, not looking down at Jian. "Can I set this on your lap?" They held the tablet down. Jian's emotions rippled with foreboding, but he said, "Yes." Rhys carefully placed it so it wouldn't fall, then equally as carefully held out their hand to the Kidaa. And they were shaking, and they couldn't help that. "Rhys," Maja said tightly, but Maja felt distant to the immediate and very real presence of this Kidaa. Rhys was straining. They were straining with all they had to understand. "I have to," Rhys said. The Kidaa wanted to talk. They were all talking now, even if the communication was limited. But a deus. There were breakthroughs happening now that hadn't happened for centuries. Context. They needed context. And if they were linked with a magicker, if the Kidaa wanted to speak through touch, and they were growing certain that's what the Kidaa wanted, then the Kidaa would be linked with them all through a magicker too. And what would that mind feel like? What would Kidaa thoughts feel like? "Rhys," Maja said again, "if you even think they're going to hurt you?" "I know," Rhys snapped, and almost broke their gaze with the Kidaa, but then steadied themselves again. They vaguely heard Zhang saying something to Maja, maybe telling him to shut the hell up. Then rough Kidaa skin brushed Rhys's palm, tracing where the Kidaa's knife had cut. Rhys waited for the pain, bracing hard for it, readying their still new sense of their ability to heal. But the Kidaa's touch was gentle, painfully careful. Their finger only a finger, their hand only a hand. Okay, a Kidaa hand. But just a hand. The hand closed around Rhys's. Rhys felt dizzy as they let out their breath. "Fuck," Jian whispered. Rhys shuddered, giving the shakiest of nods. Yes, they felt it too. The Kidaa's emotions were cold, like grinding granite, and quick as koi in a pond, and so alien. Rhys made themselves take a breath, and then another. The Kidaa stared down at them, every now and then blinking their oval eyes. This Kidaa, who'd sought them out before, who'd waited on the overlapped bridge of the storm, who held some authority, Rhys had thought, and they had the sudden disorienting thought that this Kidaa thought they were speaking with an equal. Maybe they didn't want the ruler. They weren't a ruler themselves. They wanted someone in the circles of power, but not quite at the top of them. Rhys tasted metal, like copper, as the Kidaa's thoughts began to crystallize, and they hardly saw the room around them, hardly felt Jian's hand tightening on theirs, felt Jian's own strain and terror, and more distantly, Captain Nantreyan's feeble attempt at composure, at sending Rhys some kind of strength that she couldn't afford. A deus. Rhys found themselves on their knees, and found their thoughts shaping around a pattern of threes, energies swirling in 3 spirals, an endless tunnel of 3, swirling into the abyss. Rhys clenched their jaw tightly and managed to look up, managed to meet the Kidaa's eyes again. A cycle of 3s? The Kidaa grunted, and with that sound came a strong sense of, what? Clarity? Not a yes, not a no, but clear. Rhys continued to watch the pattern form in their mind, multiplying now, spirals forming within spirals, always in 3s. Always. Like Rhys's life, too. One of 3 Truthspoken trained siblings, and there were only and ever 3 Truthspoken, like they stood now, the 3 leaders from Occam's storm. Rhys with their seal chip and the ability to change, Jian a magicer, and Captain Nantreyan with the bruising sleep. But that was hardly an asset, hardly something that was a good thing. Did that even make sense? Why would the Kidaa give Captain Nantreyan the bruising sleep? Did it have to do with the sleeping Kidaa they'd seen earlier? The pattern, jagged, became an agony of chaos. Where before there'd been spirals, now there were only sharp angles, wrong edges, a deep and screaming endless chaos. Nothing to hold on to, ever. Nothing to ever make sense of. And fear. Rhys gasped as pain stabbed at their mind. They felt hands on them. Kidaa hands? No. The Kidaa had pulled away. Or someone had pulled the Kidaa away. Rhys looked up, expecting Maza, but it was Misha and Zhang. Maza was gripping Jian's shoulder, shouting something about pulling strength from him, because Jian was convulsing. Rhys shook their head, shook it again, unable to make their thoughts turn over. Had they lost time? They'd thought. But the room was spinning too hard, spiraling into dark. Rhys went limp, pulling hard on everything they could grasp for a trance. They had to find a healing trance. Their brain was spasming from the bruising of Kidaa thought. Not compatible. But they knew their mind. They knew their body. They'd practiced this. Not enough. But they found the pattern their body preferred and started to pull it back to true. Their breathing slowed. Their vision slowly cleared. They were lying on the floor, sprawled on their side, panting. "Fucking hell," Maja was saying, beside Rhys now, gripping their arm. "Misha, help them." "I'm helping Jian." "But you should—" "Maja, let her be," Zhang's sharp voice. "What the fuck did the Kidaa do to them?" Maja growled. "Kidaa aren't supposed to be violent, but this happens again and again. They hurt us again and again. Please, Rhys." "I saw," Rhys said, and it came out slurred. That wasn't all they needed to say. They needed to say what they saw, what the Kidaa had showed them. But the words slipped away. Maja's fingers dug into their arm, and they let out a gasp. He cursed and let go. "Rhys, do you need to heal?" "Am doing," Rhys said, and closed their eyes again, reaching again into their body, trying to feel where the balance of it all was still wrong. They blacked out, or maybe slid further into a trance. When they came to again, they were still on the floor in the large Kidaa room, but the Kidaa had pulled back to the far wall. Jian was lying beside them. Maja was cradling Jian's head in his lap, gently stroking his hair. Misha sat beside Jian, holding his hand tightly. Or maybe Jian tightly gripping hers. Jian was still trembling, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. And Captain Nantrean? Rhys sat up. And that wasn't a good idea, the room spinning hard again. Their thoughts were both brittle and on fire, but they could think in straight lines again. Mostly. They couldn't have been out too long, but the healing had helped. Rhys swallowed on a dry throat, running a hand over their messy hair. "Rhys," Zhang said, carefully crouching, her leg out beside them. She looked between their eyes, then held up a finger, moving it side to side, and Rhys knew the drill. They followed it. She held up 4 fingers. 4, they said. Then as she shifted, 2. She nodded, pressed a hand to their forehead, gently touched their cheek, and that was just a reassurance. Rhys shuddered and felt like they wanted to cry. Instead, they scooted toward Maja holding Jian. And how bad was Jian that Maja had left Rhys in their trance to help? And where was Captain Nantrean? Still on the pallet. She was huddled on the other side of Jian's empty chair, bent far over her knees, rocking slowly. It hurt, physically hurt, for Rhys to see their captain that way. "Help me up," Rhys said to Zhang, then remembered she wasn't in much better shape than them. "Sorry, I'll just—" But she helped them up anyway. Steadied them. Rhys looked to Maja, then Jian, back to Maja. Maja nodded. Jian was as good as he could be. And maybe that was still bad, but Maja had it in hand. Zhang helped Rhys make their way around Jian to Captain Nantrean, mutually steadying each other as they went. "Captain?" Rhys asked. Captain Nantrean looked up, her dark eyes blazing. "What the fuck was that, Petrava?" she rasped. Rhys tensed. A dais. Yes, they were all still in the large open room, the meeting room or common room. Rhys didn't know. The 3 Kidaa had retreated back a ways, but they were still all watching. Holding silent vigil, like they had on the bridge of the storm. So the danger wasn't over, whatever this danger was. But the danger had been in their minds. Rhys could remember what they'd felt while holding hands with the Kidaa, but the actual Kidaa thoughts slid away from them. Those thoughts weren't meant for a human mind. "I think that was a cycle of 3, Rhys said, and the captain barked a laugh. They'd been serious. That was the most serious thought they'd ever had. "I have the worst migraine," the captain said, "and there's nothing to take for it here." "I'm sorry," Rhys said. She shrugged. "It's bad business, Petrava. We can't talk to them. They can't talk to us. We can overlap somewhere in the middle, but it ends up—" She waved at Jian, whose tremors were subsiding. Jian's eyes were open, focused on Maja, who was bent over him, saying something quietly. "How the hell do we understand minds that can do that to someone?" Captain Nantrean asked. Rhys's stomach clenched. They didn't like Commander Jian. But Adeus, he had been protective of them since they'd all been taken to the Kidaa ship. He'd been trying to help. He'd pushed through his own terror, letting his magics bridge them all with a Kidaa. And now this, whatever this was, had happened to Jian. And Jian didn't have Rhys's ability to heal. If the Kidaa could give anyone green magics, couldn't they have given those magics to one of their own? Couldn't they have taken the risks of this mental bridge instead, and not put that on Jian? Or was that why they'd given magics to Jian? And why had Captain Nantrean been necessary in that equation? Had Rhys been wrong about which 3 the Kidaa had indicated, or that they'd meant 3 at all? Rhys gripped Zhang's arm as a flash of the pattern of Kidaa thought stabbed at their mind again. Triple spirals. 3. Cycles of 3. Green magics. The bruising sleep. And change. 3. Like Melisori. Seritarchus, and Iolorius. Momentum, stability, and fluidity. The pattern. Oh. Adeus. The pattern. Momentum. Life. Stability. Sleep. Fluidity. Well, change. Like green magics. The bruising sleep. And change. Rhys hissed and closed their eyes against their spiraling thoughts. It felt like their thoughts were falling endlessly into those 3 spiral voids. Was that what the Kidaa had wanted? Was any of this what the Kidaa had wanted so desperately for them to know? A cycle of 3. He left me again. The wind and the earth and the sea. Wind, momentum, earth, stability, sea, fluidity. Melissarie, Seritarchus, Iolorius. A cycle of 3. All over again, the spin of the galaxy. You have spun, we have spun. Rhys bent over and vomited. It was too much. Adeus. Too much. Their thoughts spinning outward. They couldn't control them. Hey! Rhys felt warm hands on their face, a firm grip pulling them back, a firm will anchoring them to a singular purpose. Look at me. They looked up at Maja, crouching in front of them. And after a moment, they crouched down on their own heels, scooting away from their sick, their eyes focusing. Look at me, Maja said, moving with them. This is like, This is like trying to pull out of a bad persona submersion, like being someone in truth and you can't get a recall. Rhys, you know yourself. You know the way your mind works. Focus on that and make it work that way again. I'll anchor you. Zhang's behind you, holding you steady. You're safe. His lips twisted in an ironic smile, and that bit of Homage's personality, so familiar, was an anchor too. A bit of home, even if bitter home. Don't try to think it through, Maja said. Just feel it. Most of change is instinctual. Just feel it out. Rhys focused inward. And yes, they did see where they were still not aligned with what they should be. It was a small tug, and then they sagged against Maja. He caught them, held them, until their legs were steady enough to stand again. They still felt what the Kidaa had shown them hovering in their thoughts. The pattern. The taste of what Rhys had been missing. What they'd all been missing. What humans had been missing for 200 years, because nothing that was happening now was what it should be. Or else, what they'd thought it should be had been wrong all along. It was there, the shape of it, but still just out of reach. Rhys choked on a sob, bit their lip. They wanted to spit at the sour taste in their mouth, but didn't dare. Maja gripped their shoulders. If there's any time where I'm not going to tell you to pull yourself together, it's now, Maja said. Rhys, I'll do the talking from here. This is my mission now. His truth-spoken mission. But he wasn't truth-spoken anymore. And the Kidaa didn't see him in the same context that they saw Rhys. They'd brought him here to train Rhys, not take over for them, not to step in when Rhys failed. He was full body radiating Homage Rialdan just now. But a movement caught his attention, Misha trying to help the still shaking Jian back to his chair. And Jian, Adeus. Jian holding out a water bottle he'd stashed somewhere on his chair. Maja grimaced, went around the pallet and grabbed the water bottle, tossing it to Zhang. She caught it. Steady them, Maja said, and moved to help Misha and Jian. Zhang braced against Rhys's shoulder, came around them to look into their eyes again. She uncapped the water bottle and Rhys, gingerly, took a sip. Then another. You okay? She asked. Chaos. They remembered it now. The last thing they'd felt had been chaos. Rhys? Zhang prompted. They looked back to her, to the worry clear in the pinch between her brows. That chaos had also been a message. Maybe it had been the message, because it had come. They could almost feel it again. It had come with Kidaa fear. The Kidaa, who could move planets in and out of below space if they wanted to, were afraid of this. Rhys. Yes. Jong. I'm fine. They took another drink to prove it, and choked, having to breathe a few moments to keep their stomach down. She didn't dignify that with a response. You're going to sit on the pallet on the way back, she said. Maja? So are you, Rhys said. Captain Jong, you have to sit. This is my sanity, Jong said in a low voice. You have your sanity. I have mine. Let me do my duty. As if she would obey without hesitation if they pushed her on this. Rhys swallowed on the sour taste in their throat. They nodded, then looked back to the pallet. Jian was settled again, and Maja was striding toward the 3 Kidaa, who were still watching. We're done for the day, he called out to them. Take us back to our room. Take us to a God's-damned infirmary if you care. But you aren't touching Rhys again. Rhys tensed, trying to think through what the Kidaa might think of these statements, how they might respond. But the Kidaa didn't do anything. Didn't say anything. Didn't move other than blink. Jong started to herd Rhys toward the pallet, but Rhys stepped away, danced aside. They moved toward the Kidaa, too. Rhys! Jong snapped. Is it the chaos? Rhys called to the Kidaa, past the hoarseness in their voice. Is that what you want to warn us about? Is it the chaos? Is that the enemy? Is that what you're afraid of? Fuck it all, Maja said, and grabbed Rhys's arm, while Jong claimed another, and together they hauled Rhys back, only mildly protesting, toward the pallet. They were past caring about the pain from their still healing arms. They blocked it. Blocked all of it. Is it the chaos? Rhys screamed, glaring at the center Kidaa. Their Kidaa. The Kidaa looked back at them, then rumbled something, loud and turbulent, and the audio filters weren't on this time. Rhys felt that vibration through the floor, shuddering their legs. Rhys! Misha had the Kidaa tablet and waved it at them. Rhys, it says something. Rhys managed to pull away from Maja, and he let them go, Jong letting go too. Rhys stumbled over to Misha and grabbed the tablet. Yes. Yes. The tablet said yes. What does it say? Jian asked, gripping the arms of his chair. Rhys handed it to him, and Jian swore as he saw the symbol on the tactile screen. Their eyes met. Jian had seen that chaos too. Jian had felt the Kidaa's fear. Let's get the hell out of here, Maja said, and nudged Rhys to the pallet. Jong, we'll push this. Grab the handlebar here. Can you balance? Got your stride? Let me have your other crutch. That can ride. Okay? I know the way back. He glanced back at the 3 Kidaa, and Rhys followed his gaze. No one was stopping them from leaving. Rhys had the eerie impression that no one would stop them if they tried to leave the ship either, if they found a way to do so. They have to tell us how to fight that, Jian said, already moving toward the hatch where they'd come in. Maja and Jong got the pallet moving, and Rhys, still feeling weak, didn't try to get up. Not yet. I think they're trying to, Rhys said. What? Maja demanded. What did they show you? What is all of this about? I don't know, Rhys said, but it's bad. Maja opened his mouth again, and Rhys shifted around to face him. We can't leave, they said. Maja glared at them. No one else gets hurt. You could have all been killed. We don't know what they did to you. We're not going to leave this ship, Rhys said again, because whatever that was, however bad that was, what they're afraid of could kill everyone. Not if we get off this. But they saw that Maja knew what they meant, that he didn't want to face it, didn't want to echo Rhys's growing horror with his own. There were no patterns in that chaos, Nothing that could allow life. And the chaos had been endless. Hadn't had any boundaries. Left unchecked, Rhys felt like it could devour everything. Whatever it was, and they intended to find out. Maza shut his mouth. "Okay," he finally said. But it hadn't been his decision. They went the rest of the way back to their room in silence. Chapter 23, The Morning After. In space, magikers can often sense at a great distance, sensing people on ships hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. We don't know if this is because there are far less living things to interfere with and possibly dull a magiker's senses, or some other reason no one has yet defined. Is it possible, too, if magikers can sense below space while a ship is traveling through it, that they have some ability to use it for sensing, too? A Daisy MX in XRR, popular and controversial article, Green Magikers and Space, a comprehensive look. Ida kept casting glances toward Mariette, because he wasn't at all used to the idea of having a husband. They were in Mariette's apartment, in the small kitchen that was unusual for an apartment in a large complex like Green Hall, which had its own robust communal kitchens and food services to be brought up as requested. But Mariette loved to cook. Yada had known that, though he'd never had a meal made by Mariette before. They'd agreed he should spend the night. If they'd married politically, best make a good show of it. And while Yada had insisted on sleeping on the couch, Mariette had insisted on cooking them both breakfast. "Will you stop staring at me, Jan? It's making me nervous." Yada snorted, shrugged, felt his face heat a little, didn't try to smooth it away. Part of him was glad he was here, was curious how this would all work out. He'd never lived in close proximity to someone besides his brother and their guards. Well, and Haneri this last day, and that hadn't been going as well as he'd hoped. Mariette wasn't going to have to move out of his first magiker's apartment after all. Yada would be moving in tomorrow, after Haneri left. And Yada wanted to spend this day with her, this next night. He needed that. But this morning? This morning he was content to share breakfast. Yada reached for his comm, a replacement he'd been given from Green Hall stores late last night. His had the first magiker's access to the building's systems, all of Green Hall's own heavy security protocols. Magiker security was nearly as tight as that of the palace. Magikers held too many secrets, though Yada wondered if Green Hall was holding as many relevant secrets lately, with so much unrest around the magikers, and himself. "Please leave it off," Mariette said, as he tossed the contents of a skillet to flip it. It smelled spicy, and Yada's stomach rumbled. "Just leave it off for now. The news feeds can wait." Yada wasn't sure they could. They never had waited for him before, and he needed to know what the people were saying as the news of this marriage broke. News happened, people happened, nothing ever stopped when you wanted to rest. But then, he wasn't in a position to do much about anything anymore. As much as he wanted to check, yes, the feeds could wait. So, Yada took the plate Mariette brought over, heaped with fine fillets of a delicate freshwater fish, of stir-fried vegetables, of soft, syrupy, meaty pastries. It wasn't his usual breakfast. He preferred light and sweet in the morning and heavy and salty in the evening, but it looked good and smelled delicious. Yada waited for Mariette to bring his own heaping plate to the table, then picked up a fork and tucked in. And it was good. Mariette was an excellent cook, which maybe didn't bode well for a waistline he could no longer maintain through change. "How are the magikers taking this?" Yada asked. He waved between them. "Us." Mariette shrugged. "We've hardly been awake long enough to tell. It's early, Yada." "Not that early. Most of Green Hall should be awake by now, surely. I'm usually up for hours by now." There was something off in Mariette's demeanor, something tense. Were the magikers taking this marriage badly? Had they made a miscalculation there? A political error? He hadn't thought it would immediately solve everything. Of course he hadn't. But was it bad? Marriott took another bite. Fish is a little too salty, he said around it. It's fine. It's very good. Yada took his own bite, wanting fortification to pursue Marriott's hedging, and he dropped the fork, pain clenching at his stomach. Jan! What's wrong? Yada grimaced and pulled his expression, his body, back under control, though it took a moment for the pain to lessen. Nothing I can tell. Maybe my body is still getting used to not changing. A Truthspoken uses change for everything. Unconsciously, most of the time. I'm making all my efforts to turn it off. Gods, but you have to be able to digest your food. Your oath to swear off change surely can't go that far. Marriott eyed Yada. Or, you can't interpret it that far. Seor knows you're human. Surely your god knows as much too. Are you saying I should get better gods? Marriott spread his hands. I'm saying I don't like to see you in pain. Yada met his eyes, looked away, nodded. I would like to actually do some work today, he said. Even if it's busy work. Truly, Marriott, I am not used to having nothing to do. Marriott snorted, but it wasn't quite casual. He eased back, and Yada felt him watching. Can you even remember the last time you had nothing to do? There was no last time, Yada said. Truly, there never has been. Then wouldn't it be good to rest? Yada set down his fork. Eyed Marriott, reading all the ripple of emotions, both in his body language and in his thoughts. I don't need you to protect me from whatever is going on out there. In Greenhall or beyond. Marriott's eyes glittered. He wiped his mouth. Wouldn't it be okay to let someone protect you for a change? Let someone actually care for you? Haneri, yes, she does care. I do too. Yada studied him a moment more, then picked up the comm. Yan, please, that can wait. I don't think it can. Suspicions rose, that he'd been given a filtered comm, that he'd be given filtered information. But when he tapped into the summaries of the news feeds, no. He knew his information hadn't been filtered. Because if it had been, he wouldn't be seeing this. The news of their marriage had broken an hour ago, and the city was screaming. Yada looked up. Marriott had kept him occupied for the last half hour, so he had to assume that was the time in which Marriott had known what was going on. Carefully, he set the comm back down again. Maybe they had miscalculated. Maybe. Or maybe anything he did, just being who he was going to cause chaos in the city no matter what. Don't protect me, he said quietly. Not that way. It's not protection for a Truthspoken to have information withheld from them. I don't know how to plan if I don't know. Marriott opened his mouth, and Yada held up his hands, his anger churning. But it was hard to be so angry when he understood, when he could feel Marriott's concern, his fear, so clearly. Do you want to annul the marriage? Marriott asked, and it was small. It was so vulnerable. Yada reached across the table to grip his hand. No, it's done. We might as well carry forward. Marriott's hand spasmed in his. I'm sorry, Yan. I should have seen that potential for fallout. I'd thought that the politics of this would make sense. And maybe, if the world was in less of a fury about magickers, about me, it would have. Yada let go and sat back again, exhausted. A day us. Would he ever not be a pariah? He hunched around a stabbing pain in his stomach. Yan, you're flickering. He pulled himself together. He had to pull his emotions in. He had to get up and get fully dressed for the day and do his cosmetics in the new style Imorie had gifted him. He had to face this, face all of this, and not blink at the controversy. Show that it didn't touch him at all. And how was he supposed to do that with his aura out, with his magics strong enough that he was struggling to keep his emotions from spilling over to every other magicker around him? He couldn't pull his aura in anymore to hide them, couldn't legally, couldn't hold it for long physically anymore either. Marriott pushed back his chair, the legs scraping loudly on the tile floor. He came around the table, hesitated, then reached for Iada's hands to draw him up too. "I'm sorry," he said again, as Iada rose to face him. "I'm sorry. I wanted a moment of peace before we had to deal with this. I just wanted you to have a moment of normalcy. I wanted that too." Iada shuddered, settled into himself, and pulled some of Homage's personality, his casual charisma, to push loose gray-blonde hair back behind Marriott's ear, to touch his cheek, to trail a hand down to Marriott's heart. Marriott caught it. "Jan, you're upset." Iada leaned in to kiss him, and Marriott didn't deny him that. He kissed Iada back, eyes darting between Iada's, trying to sense, to understand. "I don't need protection," Iada said, and pulled their gripped hands to his own heart. "I need home." Marriott nodded again. Iada leaned for another kiss, the touch of Marriott's emotions burning. Then he let go, stepped back. "I need to get dressed. I need to go to my own room for today yet. Marriott, I will assume my duties today. Please, please show me how." Marriott's thick brows knitted, but he nodded. "Then I'll see you in your office." Iada sat back from his midday meal in the first magicker's office, watching Imorie as she pushed around vegetables in a thick sauce on her plate, her lunch balanced on her lap, like his was, her shoulder brushing his on the couch at the end of the room. Marriott had gone out a half-hour ago to calm some of the storm among the magickers. He'd said he'd calm Iada to come when he got everything more stable, and they'd both talk to all of Green Hall. Because it was necessary, because Iada was, like it or not, their leader now. And he knew he was the most powerful magicker at Green Hall, with a strength and reach of his magics no one had seen before, and that had to be addressed too. It all had to be addressed. Imorie had joined him a few minutes ago, armed with containers of food from the kitchens. She'd been unusually quiet, maybe distracted. She was leaving for Radalor tomorrow, and he knew she was busy with preparations. And Iada, after helping Marriott tackle an exhausting amount of work this morning, with an exhausting amount still to do, all of it only doubled now by needing to monitor and spin the response to their marriage, was distracted too. "I'm sorry," Imorie said. A deus. He was tired of being apologized to. Did no one understand that he had been at the height of his abilities, no matter his power? He hadn't suddenly stopped being who he was, or having his own competence, or... She was watching him. So he asked, "For pushing you to marry. It was a political mistake." Iada sighed, rubbed at his cheek. For once, he felt a light brush of stubble. He wasn't changing it to always be smooth. "I've made a lot of mistakes in the last few weeks," he said, "but not this." She turned toward him, smiled a tight smile, which turned into a grimace. She set her meal container on the coffee table and turned to fully face him. "Jan, whatever they're saying out there, the city, the palace, the magickers, I know. Fuck them. No, I mean it. This isn't you fault. I know, Imorie." She scowled at him. "I can feel your emotions, Iada. We're still touching." And he didn't have his privacy even here. He couldn't believe his own lies. Even here. Well, they were alone. He pulled his aura in, but it snapped back out again. Imorie gripped his arm, and his mouth stretched, not in a smile. "I'm taking you with me," she said. "I'm taking you the hell off this planet. It isn't enough to get out of the palace. You have to—" "Imorie." She shifted to grip his hand with both of hers, her golden brown eyes burning, molten. "I'll be okay," he said. "It's just an adjustment." But he felt the heat of her anger, and felt his own emotions jacking up. Imorie nodded. "You have to be mad, Iada. Adeus. You have every reason in all the worlds to be mad. You have been used up and thrown out, like—" He felt her shudder, her anger turning to old and bitter rage, not for him, but for herself. And Iada looked away, because he was tired of giving apologies too, even though he wished he could give them endlessly, for his part in her also being used up and thrown out. "Jan." He turned back, and she speared him with a look. His brows rose, and he knew it was Homage's gesture, and knew it was not what he should be projecting right now, but it was instinctual. It was a part of his own maelstrom. He needed that, too. So they both sat back again, meal containers awkwardly beside them, hands gripped like vices in the center. She was leaving. She couldn't stay. He couldn't go. He had to stay. And the worlds around them were coming unglued. Yada's gaze drifted as he tried to control his breathing, tried to control the gnawing in his gut, the sense of everything that had been solid and known shifting away from him. He certainly wasn't hungry anymore. Mariette's plants were still everywhere throughout the large room, and he had no intention of changing that. Some smaller shrubs or flowers in pots, some potted trees reaching to the windows high above. He needed the familiarity, the grounding that these plants gave, too, and he reached out, tentatively, for the strength they might give him just now. These living things, this steadiness. Like he used to clear his head sometimes in the terrace garden of the palace, never being obvious about his affinity for the life around him, never touching the plants more than anyone might do. Gardening, sometimes. Less in the last few years, as he thought that might be suspicious. Because magicers often gardened. Because it was a magicer thing to do. Never feeling the plants with his whole soul, because he couldn't. He could never show his aura. But slowly, gently, he reached now, and found the touch of Mariette in the plants, in the potted flowers and the trees. Mariette had lovingly tended this small garden for years, and this garden loved him back. The garden warmed to Iada like it knew him well. He bit his lip, closing his eyes against the sting before he opened them again, looking out past the plants, trying to steady in a different way. Beside him, Imorie stirred. Her grip shifted to his arm again, eased. She gently rubbed his arm, kneading with her thumb, trying to soothe as best she knew how. Yada swallowed and looked toward the far end of the room, at a series of 3 framed watercolors depicting various types of moon lilies. The plants between him and the wall swirled in his lack of focus, taking on an energy of their own. Slowly, they formed into green spirals, lazily spinning, moving endlessly, endlessly on. No start and no end. 3 of them. 3 endless spirals. It was strange, but was it soothing? He felt his shoulders start to relax, and then the spirals shifted to chaos, to nightmare, to building rage, to madness. Iada's breath caught, and he shook his head sharply, shaking the vision away. Imorie jerked her hand out of his, standing, knocking her meal onto the rug. "Jan, what the hell was that?" He blinked up at her, dazed, his heart racing. I zoned out." Had he been hallucinating? She stared back down at him, then slowly, warily, sat, not touching him this time. Yada swallowed. Was he hallucinating? Was this stress? Was it more? He couldn't be trusted. His magics couldn't be trusted. Had it been the plants? But then, what had been that chaos? A deus. Someone should lock him up in a plastic cell so thick he could never hope to get out, not with his magics, not with political power. Imorie gripped his face with a determination fierce enough to rattle him when he felt it. "Look at me." The command was clear, so he did. But when he did, she had nothing to say. Her hands fell back down to her lap. He felt the words churning beneath her surface, all of them discarded before they reached her lips. Finally, she leaned against him, pulling him roughly to her, holding tight. "There's nothing wrong with you," she said hotly. She didn't say he wasn't dangerous. "You projected that to me," she said, lowering her voice, as if the room was bugged, as was so much of the palace. Not this room, though. The first Magicker's guard swept it 3 times a day, and all were personally vetted for sincerity by the first Magicker once a day. These were the type of measures needed for the type of person who held as many people's secrets and inner truths as a first Magicker did. Yada glanced aside at Imorie. "And what did you see?" "Green. Swirling tunnels, 3 of them. Then it all got jagged. It was painful." He nodded, looked up at the ceiling. Yes, that was it. He wasn't just hallucinating. He was broadcasting his hallucinations. "I didn't mean to do that," Yada said. He felt more than saw Imorie nod. Then he closed his eyes, half afraid whatever that hallucination was would come back. His mind was trained to patterns, and he could come up with a good handful of interpretations of that weird hallucination, but none of them felt true in his soul. Was he broken? Something felt drastically wrong with him. Maja had cracked under the strain, and Maja hadn't somehow projected calm across the whole damn kingdom. Maja didn't have magics, which had been given to him by the Kidaa, for reasons he didn't understand, for reasons he was terrified of. "I'll be okay, Imorie," he said, and rose. "Go claim your princedom." He bent to plant a kiss on her cheek, then scoop her spilled food back into the overturned container. She didn't stop him. She just watched, her brows knit, idly twisting one braid between her fingers, the gems set into her long, iridescent nails glittering in the overhead sunlight. Imorie accepted the container back when he was finished, clicking the lid shut. "But will you be okay?" she asked. And that almost broke him right there. The crack in her voice. Yada breathed a long moment before he straightened, smiled, and said, "Marriott will be a bit yet, I think. I'll help you pack the rest of your bags." Chapter 24. Tea and Pride. Rate this question from 1 to 5, 1 being the least likely and 5 being the most. You feel more anxious when other people are impeding your progress than yourself impeding your own progress. A question from the controversial quiz. What style of rule would you be? Ceratarchus, Iolorius, or Melisori? Lysander had pride. She did, and she was holding every shred of it inside as one of her mother's staff led her to a sitting room and, very politely, asked her to wait. And wait, and wait. And around a half hour after she'd arrived at the residence wing apartment her mother had claimed as her own, which had originally been Lysander's anyway, the same staff member came back, politely bowed, and said that Prince Javieri would see her now, as if Lysander was not married to the most powerful woman in the kingdom. But that was the point, wasn't it? Dressa wasn't the most powerful, or she only looked to be on the surface. Eroiken held all the power, all the cards, and all the trust she was currently stealing from Dressa. Lysander smiled at the staffer and held her pride in again as she followed them to her mother's study. Her mother had a study in this palace, carved out of a spare bedroom in the suite, and Lysander still didn't have one of her own. Eroiken sat behind an antique wooden desk she'd had moved in the last day, a messy array of hollow windows spread out around her, in the same pose of rulership Lysander had seen Dressa use before, and Iada. "Just a minute," Eroiken said, glancing up. "What do you need?" Not, "Oh, I'm glad you're here, Lysander," or, "Of course you're more important than these thousands of things I'm doing right now." Well, it had never been that. Never. And she'd hardly expected it. Not after her mother's display at the meeting with the heads of high houses that morning. Lysander swallowed, and knew her body language was giving off too much of her stress and her annoyance. She was tired, so tired, of holding herself together. But she did. She pulled her outer edges back in. She tucked herself neatly into the box she'd been trained to inhabit. She smiled. "It can wait," she said, and took one of the 2 chairs in front of the desk unbidden. And then she waited again. Lysander didn't let herself fidget, and a large part of her knew it had been a mistake to come here. That her reasons for being here didn't, in the end, matter. That nothing she said to her mother, or asked of her mother, would change who her mother was, or who Lysander was. It just wouldn't fix anything. But Lysander still needed to try. "There," Eroiken finally said, 10 minutes later, and swept aside a narrow gap in her holo windows to peer at Lysander. And Lysander, on cue, sat up straight and said, "Mother?" Eroiken waited. "Yes? You didn't come here to stare at me. I want to know what you know about the Kidaa." And there, she'd asked it. Her soft challenge. Eroiken's smile showed teeth. "I told you what I know." On the surface, this might look to Eroiken like loyalty to Dressa, like trying to tease out the information Eroiken was withholding so Lysander could give it to her wife. And that was all true. Lysander leaned forward. "I truly want to know. The Kidaa weren't much a part of my formal training." "No," Eroiken said. "It's a distraction you didn't need." "It's not a distraction," Lysander said, carefully keeping her voice even. "You're afraid of the Kidaa. You trained me because of them. I'm here because of them, right? And Mama has the bruising sleep because of them. All of this that's happening is because of them." "Well?" "And a great deal of it because of her mother." Eroiken sat back and studied her. It was a look that made Lysander want to squirm, but she held herself steady, held her breath steady. The look wasn't unfamiliar. "The high houses, of course, have begun to leak that the bruising sleep and green magics are related to the Kidaa," Eroiken said. Lysander's stomach clenched. Yes, she'd seen the beginnings of that earlier. Dressa had given her more access to the palace's automated summaries and strategic analysis of the feeds earlier, along with other palace security access, and she had seen that. She'd made a few counterposts in strategic feeds under accounts, not officially from the palace. Lysander had been trained to control information too. So, what was her mother doing about it? "You're stopping the leaks?" she asked. "That's not my place," Eroiken said, folding her hands together. "I'm not the Iolorius, or the consort. What are you doing about the leaks?" Lysander felt her face go hot, and she knew it was flushing red. Knew her mother would see that, and score another point where Lysander had lost, because now it looked like Lysander was incompetent and asking for help from someone who didn't have the authority, or so Eroiken was playing this. Lysander had done nothing wrong. She knew she'd done nothing wrong, but that had never stopped her mother from getting to her. "Lysander," her mother said with a sigh. You know I have reasons for everything I do. You know that. If I haven't told you all I know about the Kidaa, it's because I know you are better off without that information. Lysander shifted in her chair, which was growing more uncomfortable the longer she sat. Okay, so the leaks will become public knowledge soon, Lysander said, carefully building her argument, carefully staying casual. Yes? I'm trying to find ways to stop them, but the rumors are spreading. It's like with Imorie and trying to hide their true identity. It didn't work well, and didn't work for long. And then we'll have panic on our hands. I am the Iolorius consort. I need to know how to answer questions, how to calm that panic. I need to know what you know so I can support my wife. You are here, Eroican said, to support the Javieri family in service to the kingdom. That is why you married. That is your entire purpose. Lysander tried not to flinch. She failed. She did manage to shove away the sting of tears, because she was genuinely here to do all of that, to help her kingdom. But not in the way her mother was implying. She would never support her mother's control of the kingdom. Eroican's brow creased, as if in sympathy, and Lysander's rage rose and stopped, where it always stopped, in the middle of her throat, to be swallowed back down. Then, my mama. So she has the bruising sleep. You didn't tell me? She didn't tell me? How long? It's under control. It's not a concern. It was enough of a concern to use it like a weapon against my wife. Today, at the meeting of the High Houses, you just used that to gain sympathy, to pull attention away from what you were doing. Frankly, you don't have enough control to know what I do about the Kidaa, Eroican said. Neither does Dressa. You married the socialite, not the one who could actually get us through this crisis. Because Imorie got sick. They got sick, with the bruising sleep, which goes back to the Kidaa. Lysander, I am busy. You are too. I suggest you assume your duties as Iolorius consort, and leave me to my high house princedom. Just because I am here doesn't mean Javieri worlds need less governance. Lysander opened her mouth, and shut it. She had nothing more to say. She would get nothing more out of her mother, and what had she expected? Circles and misdirections and insults and gaslighting. Lysander knew who her mother was. She did. A deus, yet she kept trying, again and again, to believe that there might be the smallest spark of decency in her mother. She'd seen her mother holding the holographic infant earlier. She'd hoped that had meant something more than intimidating Dressa. Eroican pulled her holo windows back around her, dismissing Lysander from her attention. So Lysander rose, still so carefully controlled, her face impassive, her posture alert but not rigid, her every movement grace. She turned toward the door. Lysander, you were born because I wished it. I will never regret that. Lysander froze. She had never, ever asked her mother why she was born. She'd been the heir to a high house princedom. She still could be, if she did what Dressa's mother was going to do. Pledge again to her family and assume the duties she'd been born to assume. Lysander had never once questioned why her mother had wanted her, because that had been obvious. Power. The answer, with her mother, was always power. Eroican looked up with a smile, a genuine smile, an attempt, by every sign of her body language, to be sincere. Was this her mother's way of saying she loved Lysander? Could it possibly be that? Bile rose, and Lysander turned again, leaving before she, or her mother, could say anything more. Lysander couldn't go back to the ruler's apartment. She didn't know if Dressa would be back, but she couldn't. So she went to Dressa's old apartment, the heir's apartment, and her hand still unlocked the door. Lysander almost sobbed in relief and slipped inside, shut the door and leaned against it, as if she could force out the world and her mother and every rotten thing in her life. The apartment was eerily quiet. Not all of Dressa's things had been moved yet. There was a disarray of boxes and some furniture in the corridor leading to the bedroom. In the prep room and bedroom themselves, a scattered mess of mostly empty clothing racks, a bed with generic sheets and blankets, but not slept in for the last few days. Priya's things were all still in the blood servant's bedroom. Bataya had moved into the room in the ruler's apartment, functioning as Dressa's blood servant for now. Faye had been busy enough sharing the burden of running the kingdom that Lysander had barely had time to get to know Faye. Not long ago, this blood servant's bedroom had been Bataya's too. The big 4-poster bed had been Imorie's, and just now, though she'd lived here too, she felt the trespasser. Lysander looked around the quiet room, as if someone would come right in and catch her here. And maybe staff might, during the day, but not this time of night. Not now. Lysander slowly drew back the bed covers on what had been her side. She thought a moment, a long moment, about sliding into bed. About sliding into sleep in a place where things had been marginally better than they were now. For a short time. A very short time. Could she claim some space of comfort again? She considered changing and just losing herself in the palace for the night, joining the staff. She had done that in Palace Javieri sometimes, late at night, when she couldn't take it all anymore. She'd spent the time around ordinary people who didn't know her, didn't trust her, didn't expect anything from her, but the simple responsibilities she could give a new persona. And it always had to be a new persona, because otherwise her mothers would know. They probably still had known. She thought of her trainer, telling her how to blend with ordinary people by not trying to be ordinary, just a different kind of different. There is no ordinary. Ordinary will catch you out faster than you can blink. No one is ever ordinary. People can conform, but they're never ordinary on the inside. Lysander wasn't sure she agreed, because ordinary was soothing. Lysander carefully put the covers back the way they'd been, patted them down, smoothed them out. Then she changed her palm to match Dressa's and used the paneled door to enter the back corridors. She found herself, in the end, in the spare room of the truth speaker's residence, a place she hardly dared to go on her own, not especially being who she was and her mother being who she was. Yet, Lysander was here. Sitting on the bed, watching the incubator and its soft indicator lights, listening to its soft hum. This embryo would grow into a child. That child would have the potential to grow up with no influence from Iroikin at all. Was that comforting? Lysander decided it was comforting. Lysander heard, for some time, sounds from outside the room. Seor was in her residence, and Lysander might normally be terrified that she'd be found here. Today, she was just numb. Today she was resigned to being places she didn't belong. But Seor had to have some surveillance here in this room, with such a precious thing to protect. There had to be some security. Of course, Seor knew Lysander was here. And finally, when Lysander's anxiety was rising past her need to be numb, the door to the bedroom opened. The truth speaker, Seor Gatry, was wearing green silk pajamas. She eyed Lysander, gave a tired, no-nonsense nod. Then she stepped inside, quietly shutting the door behind her. Lysander tensed. "I needed to get away from—" "I know," Seor said. She sat on the bed beside Lysander, but not too close, then settled in more, sighing out her own troubles of the day, eyeing the incubator. Lysander wet her lips, started to speak, stopped. Seor turned to her. Can you take this incubator away?" Lysander asked. "Can you hide it from Dressa, so she doesn't have to make that choice? The choice to not be a part of her child's life, or raise her child and have Imorie be a part of it, you mean? Lysander flinched, and Seor sighed. No, that isn't my choice, Lysander, and it can't be. But maybe Dressa put the incubator here so you could make that choice? Maybe she wants... Seor held up a hand. Lysander, come have tea with me. I'm tired, you're tired, and this bed isn't half as comfortable as it should be for a reason. I don't want guests. She hesitated. But if you need to stay the night, the bed in the other guest room is slightly better. There's a Truthspoken emergency wardrobe in both of them. You're welcome to use the clothes. Lysander's throat burned. She didn't know if this was a kindness, or Seor wanting to keep her out of trouble, or away from the incubator. I'd never harm the fetus, Lysander said. I know. Now tea? Lysander bit her lip, nodded, and followed Seor out into her sitting area, where there were already 2 mugs brewing. Lysander stopped, her eyes stinging. Seor stopped too and watched her. Lysander swiped at her eyes. I'm sorry. You don't need to be. She looked up at Seor, her eyes still burning. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here. Seor opened her hands. Go if you must, but you already have my invitation, and the tea is hot. Lysander breathed through the tightness in her throat, then carefully nodded, carefully drew her tears back within herself, carefully set aside her pride, and sat down. The same chair in which she'd sat for hours, that first horrible day after she'd attacked Kidaa. Was there anywhere she could feel safe? Where her demons wouldn't chase her? Seor sat down too, and picked up her mug, taking a sip. Oh, too hot. She grimaced and dialed down the mug's temperature controls, and when Lysander couldn't quite get up the nerve to pick up her mug or look up again, when Lysander couldn't see past the shattered mess of her control today, Seor set her mug back down again. I'll go, Lysander whispered. I'm not Kidaa, Seor said. I'm not naturally kind. It's not something I've learned. It's not something I can be. But if you need to talk, ever, come and find me. But Seor didn't trust her. She was sure Seor didn't like her, and was doing whatever she was doing now out of courtesy to Dressa. But Lysander had to talk to someone. Adeus, she couldn't keep dealing with her mother living in the same palace as her, and feel sane. Seor knew all Lysander had told Dressa and Imorie about her upbringing. Seor had seen Lysander at her absolute worst. Unless that was now. Unless now was her worst. Lysander opened her mouth and shuddered, and the shudder turned into a sob. Lysander rose, mortified, and turned toward the hall back to the spare bedroom. She had to leave. But Seor rose too. What happened? But she couldn't say it. She couldn't further give up her family's private horrors to someone who was still mostly a stranger. And very particularly, not this someone, who had a direct say in what happened in Lysander's life, and Dressa's. It's just, having my mother here has been hard, Lysander said, and met the truth speaker's eyes. Because it was true. It was true. Lysander smiled. She sat back down, she picked up her mug. Because she knew this game, she could play this game. Seor eyed her, but sat back down too, then settled in and began a dry recitation of various minor mishaps from the Audiobook lately. An office hard copy printer jamming, a noble's child who'd screamed when the hologram of Adeus at the front of the Audiobook had changed to reflect their own height and complexion. A bird that had flown into the Audiobook a few days ago and had to be coaxed down with force nets. At night, after it had dropped shit on one of the speakers earlier that day, and thank a deus it had been a speaker and not a noble. That did make Lysander smile. And Lysander didn't think about her life for half an hour, and Seor didn't ask her to. She didn't. When Seor rose and said she'd best get to bed, Lysander rose too. "Tomorrow," Seor said. "You can spare a half hour before bed for tea." Should I bring Dressa?" "No, she's busy enough. This was a pleasant chat." Seor rolled her shoulders. "I would chat with Homage sometimes, and I miss that. You remind me a bit of him." Or Maja, I should say. That is a compliment, by the way." She offered an ironic smile. Unable to stop herself, Lysander asked, "In what way?" Because Adeus, Lysander liked Iada, but the persona of Homage Rielden was hardly likable. She hadn't known Maja at all, not his private self, other than from what Dressa had said, which had never been favorable. His father's and your mother's had some things in common, and he made the best of the situations he was put in, again and again. He is an iolorious personality naturally. Yes, more like Dressa in that way. And I would say your traits lend you more toward a Melisori personality. But Lysander, you don't give up. You don't give up. You make mistakes, and you self-correct. I enjoy the company of people who refuse to give in to the hand that's dealt them. Lysander didn't know what to make of that, and could she refuse this invitation? Did she want to? She found herself saying, "I'll think about it. Coming for tea, I mean." Seor nodded, as if that was only natural. "Don't come ahead if you do come." Lysander's shoulders tightened again, and that request was because of her mother, because her mother couldn't know if she was quietly meeting with the truth speaker. No matter that she and Seor hadn't talked anything about her mother or politics, just ordinary things, like ordinary people did. "I'll come," Lysander said. "Good. Do you have a favorite tea? I'll have it waiting." Chapter 25. Allies. Now the players are gathered, and the game is set. Our siege has begun. Count Jinhart in the vid drama, Nova Hearts, Season 10, Episode 4, The Game. Dressa led Lysander through the back corridors behind Chadrakur, the palace quiet around them, the swish of their clothing too loud. Dressa had changed into a simpler tunic and trousers. Lysander had on the same dress she'd been wearing all day. She'd been holding her arms tightly to her stomach since they'd eaten a brief and very late dinner together in the too large dining room of the ruler's apartment. Dressa hadn't wanted to break Lysander's self-containment, and Lysander hadn't asked Dressa where they were going. Dressa had only said they were going to a meeting, and maybe Lysander could guess the sort of meeting that would be this late in the day, slipping out through the study door, Chadrakur terse and grim ahead of them. They ended up in Haneri's apartment, because if there was one other place in the palace that Eroican might not have access to, and one other place that was intensely swept for bugs on a regular basis, because Haneri had kept her own security as tight and well-informed as the Ceratarchus's, it would be here. With Haneri moved out, Vogrit still inhabited her own room in the back guard quarters of the apartment. Haneri had either dismissed most of her staff of many years, or quietly asked that staff to go with her to Radalor, but Vogrit remained. This apartment should, by rights, be Lysander's now. But Haneri's presence was still too strong here, even absent from the palace, to think about Lysander moving in. Soon, but not yet. Ina Vogrit opened the panel back corridor door into the bedroom, and Dressa had the distinct impression it had been locked from the inside, and that no amount of truth-spoken changing of her biometrics would have allowed her entrance. This had been Haneri's sanctuary, a place in this palace that was hers, and none of Homage Rielden's. Dressa stepped into the bedroom, glancing around. It had been years since she'd been in this room. The decor had changed drastically. The bed was low and without the canopy it had before. The chest of drawers, end tables, and overstuffed chair in one corner were all modern and sleek, expensive, but not in an obvious way. The faint scent of Hunnery's favored perfumes lingered. "Oh, Chickling, how are you doing?" Vogret asked, stepping back as they all entered. Dressa bit her lip, her eyes filling before she could stop them. Ina Vogret, pale, tall, and thin, slightly rumpled in her maroon and silver guard's uniform at the end of the day, had been closer to Rhys but still a constant in Dressa's childhood. Vogret had been the kindness to Hunnery's sharp tongue. If her mother had been caustic, Vogret would always have a smile, have candies, have a hug or a pat on the shoulder. "Oh, Chickling, come here!" And Dressa found herself wrapped in Vogret's arms, held tightly, shuddering at the vent of everything she'd been holding within today. All of it. Dressa gasped and took in a painful breath, trying and failing to smooth away her tears, the tightness in her throat. "I know," Vogret said, rubbing her back. "Oh, I know. I'm here. We'll figure this out." And that was why they were here. Dressa took a long sniff, and after a moment, with some of the most intense regret she'd ever felt in her life, let go of the security of Vogret's embrace. And then did her best to draw herself up, because she was the ruler, and that was why they were here. Chadrakur had her bug-detecting instruments out and was sweeping the bedroom. Dressa glanced at the panel door. It was shut, but the mechanical bolt, a deus, it was just a purely mechanical deadbolt, hadn't yet been thrown. And the reason why arrived a moment later, a soft tap on the panel door Dressa recognized as Bataya's. Faye slipped inside, surveyed the scene, and fair brows went up at Dressa's tear-disheveled face. Faye didn't ask what was wrong, though, because what was wrong was clear to all of them. Eroiken. Vogret slid the bolt in place, then she crossed to a comm panel near the bedroom door, not standard for the palace, and Dressa's ears popped as suppression and scrambling systems turned on. Very good ones. The bedroom was already soundproofed to the same degree that all Truthspoken or family apartments were in the residence wing, but no one was taking chances today. And this was it. These were as many people as Dressa had dared involve in this meeting, that she dared to trust. Yes, she trusted Sior and Jalava implicitly too, and Age and a few of her other guards who'd been with her father for years, who'd she'd grown up around, but they couldn't all come here together. Several guards meeting among the ruler's personal staff was only to be expected. Bataya, coming as Dressa's blood servant, was also not out of the ordinary. At least for a blood servant, if not the one she'd grown up with. Meeting here was, well, but they could all be surveying the apartment for Lysander to move in. And maybe Dressa would have to initiate that the next morning, as an extra layer of cover. Would it fool Eroiken? Dressa doubted it. Chadrakur cleared her throat, putting her instruments away. Her dark eyes glinted, her mouth set and grim. Dressa had asked her that morning how they should take Eroiken down, and Chadrakur had said she'd think on it. Did she have any more ideas now than she'd had earlier? "Captain?" Dressa prompted. Chadrakur looked around at them all, and then hesitated. It wasn't shyness. Orlin Chadrakur was quiet, but not shy. "It's not treason to oust a usurper," Dressa said. "You're serving your Iolorius." Chadrakur gave a tight nod. "And if you fall, I will fall with you. But you will not fall." Bataya crossed fair arms, letting go of the more regal body language Faye'd been settling into the last week and just being Bataya. "This is about how we're going to oust Eroiken?" Faye asked. "Dressa, I want my children to live full and healthy and happy lives. I don't trust that to happen with Eroiken in the palace. with a glance, a slight acknowledging bow to Lysander. Lysander nodded back, her mouth drawn tight. "I have given this thought," Chadrakor said. "And yes, I do believe we should escalate timelines, but this has to be done subtly, and from several angles. First, we must undermine the faith that Eroiken's supporters have in her. Second, we must—" She took a breath, looked to Dressa. "Forgive me, Sir Iolorius, but it's my opinion that we should preemptively make a statement to the public about the connection between the Kidaa and the Green Magickers and the bruising sleep. There are already rumors leaked from our meeting this morning, now seen as conspiracy theories, but we must get ahead and spin the narrative ourselves. I advise tomorrow morning." "A day us," Betaya said, sitting on the bed. "My mother won't tell me anything more about the Kidaa than she has," Lysander said. Dressa scowled. "Your mother is holding back for her own gain and everyone else's detriment." "I know. Believe me, I know." "If we do this tomorrow," Chadrakor went on, "it will set up a situation of chaos that we must then resolve. I suggest making this announcement on no notice, from your study, but a ruler's broadcast privilege holocom." Dressa nodded, her thoughts racing ahead. "Yes, and the best resolution I can see is to set everyone's sights right away to the Kidaa as the enemy, not the Magickers." "Not my father," Betaya said. "No," Dressa agreed, "because yes, we need to set me up as the solution to this problem, setting the Navy in motion, taking a stand against those who'd harm our people, all of it." Dressa grimaced. "Not that we can hope to win a fight with the Kidaa, but that's not the war we're fighting here." "No," Chadrakor said, "and that was my third point of attack. Bolster confidence in your leadership. Set yourself up so that it is harder and harder for Eroiken to control public perception of you." "To undermine Eroiken's people," Betaya said, "we'll need to start using our intelligence networks more aggressively. Change and go on missions among the court, the palace guard, and the General Assembly." Dressa and Lysander shared a look. That hadn't worked out so well the last time they'd done that. The last time, they'd ended up in Eroiken's hands. "No known personas," Dressa said, "at very least. We'll have to be so careful. And Chadrakor, I want the back corridors swept daily for bugs or surveillance." Chadrakor nodded. A daunting task, but she would put one of her guards on it, one she absolutely trusted. Lysander shifted. "So, if we undermine my mother's support networks, get ahead of her by making a statement, and setting up Dressa in a better public position, what then? My mother's power base might dwindle, but she's still my mother. She's still a high house prince. She will always have an immense amount of power throughout Valoris, and she's not going to walk away from influence on Valon." "Her influence will be weakened, Sir Consort," Chadrakor said. "As her power diminishes and the ruler's grows, the problem will lessen." "But it won't," Lysander insisted. "This is the person who risked everything to train me to be a Truthspoken." Lysander took a breath, looked to Dressa, looked scared. Something more than what they were talking about here. More than her usual fear of her mother. "What?" Dressa asked, her own senses sharpening. "I think my mother might have had Rielden help too." Betaya stood up. "You mean you're saying one of us is helping her? Is that what you're saying?" Lysander shrank back, stepping back toward the bolted panel door. "Betaya," Dressa warned. Not anyone here," Lysander said, and her eyes were wide now, looking between them all. Dressa stepped closer, brushed Lysander's arm, gave her what Dressa hoped was a steadying smile. "My trainer," Lysander said. I have no proof, but I think they may have been a former Truthspoken." Chadrakor straightened into guard alertness. "Who?" she demanded. "Do you suspect someone in particular? What evidence do you have?" "Captain," Vogrit said mildly, "this isn't an interrogation. Chadrakor shot her an annoyed look, but nodded. Forgive me. This information might drastically change the security landscape. I know that, Vogret said, voice still mild, but Dressa caught her rising tension too, and Dressa's head was spinning with the implications. Another truth spoken involved? Most people who were brash enough to be illicit change trainers, she assumed, had at least some competence with change, or at least competence with its mechanics and theory. But for a former truth spoken to assume that role? To train an enemy to do what Lysander had been trained to do? Could this truth spoken be here in the palace now? Had this person trained Lysander, but then remained in Eroican's employ? Lysander was shaking her head. I have no proof, Captain Chadrakor. Whatever my trainer had against the Ryaldans is personal, and they knew more than they taught me, I'm sure. They weren't just a trainer, they could change with ease themselves. And sometimes, I'd swear they were purposely sabotaging parts of my training, making me worse than I could be. Maybe they were a bad trainer, but... Lysander turned to Dressa. I thought the age, the androgynous presentation, and maybe the personality might match Vatrin Ryaldan. Chadrakor shook her head, letting out a breath. Not possible. But, Sir Consort, it is physically not possible. I watched Vatrin Ryaldan die. They were not your trainer. But she shared a look with Vogret. What are you thinking? Dressa asked. Vatrin's blood servant, Eras, is a possibility, Chadrakor said. Dressa didn't know much about what had happened with her father's sibling and their blood servant. Her father had told her that, shortly after leaving the palace, Vatrin had died. Dressa had assumed that wasn't by accident. Of course she'd assumed. And her father had said that Eras, Vatrin's blood servant, had forsworn change and gone into exile. Except, Adaios. Had that ever been the whole story? Yada had said that he'd been impersonating Homage at the start of his rule. Just how complicated had that bloody day been? Dressa looked to Chadrakor. You are sure? You are positive that Vatrine is dead? Yes, Chadrakor said. And even now, in this room full of allies, in front of her ruler, Chadrakor didn't want to say more. Dressa would have to ask the whole of it later. She rubbed her hands together, her rings softly clinking. Okay, I want all current information on the whereabouts of Eras, she said. But she knew from files she'd found before that Eras had left only the barest trail to follow her into exile. And then, sometime 15 years or so ago, had completely disappeared. Had her father or Iada been keeping undocumented tabs on Eras? Dressa pinched the bridge of her nose. Eras was her aunt. If Iada was her uncle, Eras was her aunt. Without any reason to think that far, Dressa just hadn't. Fuck. Was it possible that her aunt has been Lysander's trainer? What the hell had gone on at the start of her father's rule that she desperately needed to know about now? But her father wasn't here, and she couldn't ask Iada now. And if Eras had been Lysander's trainer, how would that help or hurt them now in weakening Eroican's influence? And she was back to the skin-crawling problem of another truth-spoken being in play, and possibly in the palace. Dressa caught her gaze raking around, marking the nuances of all of them, looking for habitual tells. Not truth-spoken tells. She'd never met her aunt. But the normal small signs and habits that everyone had. Chadrakor noted this, looking grim. Vogret gave an uneasy smile. Bataya, helpfully, rippled through fair own tells. Lysander just looked scared. Pin that, Dressa said. We'll need to figure out a way to sweep for another truth spoken. And was that why Eroican had wanted Iada out of the palace so completely? With his magics, he'd know another truth spoken on sight. We do need contingencies, she went on. But, okay. Yes, we need to work fast tonight, because it's already late and we're doing this early. She wasn't a Melisserie, ruling with momentum, but she was the person who could assess, could look at the chaos and see where to change, or know when to trust the plans of the people around her, because she was too exhausted with holding it all together to fully think them through herself. Right now, I want to hammer out how we spin this, and we can't stay long here, or Eroiken might get suspicious. Eroiken would be suspicious anyway, and Dressa had no hope that news this meeting was happening, and with whom wouldn't get to Eroiken shortly. So they talked it all through. Tomorrow, early, Dressa would make her statement from her study, and then spend the next few hours in furious damage and spin control. She'd hold a session a few hours later for further questions, pulling in La Goya for support. La Goya, even when supporting Ayada at his abdication, still had public support. Vaugret, still in possession of Haneri's extensive informant network, would identify times, people, and places that could be nudged to shift trust away from Eroiken, and Dressa and Bataya, in as quick and subtle times as they could throughout the days, would change into whatever and whoever was best suited to make these nudges. Thank Adias, Dressa was fast at change. She didn't like this, but she would do it. Dressa wished sorely for Priya's help right now, but Priya hasn't yet been back in contact, and with the stakes this high, Dressa didn't want to push. And also, Priya has never been fast at change. Lysander offered to help with these Truthspoken missions, too. No, Dressa said. No, you must stay safe. You must not give any suspicion to anyone whatsoever, and hold everything together while we're pushing it all apart. This wouldn't be as quick as Dressa would like. She wanted Eroiken gone now. These plans could take weeks, and so much, just so much, could happen over the course of a few weeks. But they all agreed to move things along as quickly as they dared. Dressa's statement in the morning would do much for that. And plans in place, a direction in place, Bataya slipped out first, then Chadrakur some minutes later. Dressa and Lysander remained with Vaugret, taking a tour of Haneri's apartment that would end up on palace surveillance, because more common areas were always surveilled. Always. Dressa watched Lysander put on a show of being fine with Haneri's eccentric tastes in design, and Dressa made a show of insisting that, politically, for Lysander to hold her own court here and host the occasional guests, Lysander needed to make her mark here. My mother is not returning to these rooms. She needed to move into another apartment in any case. This one always belongs to the consort. After a short argument, Lysander finally agreed, so they all went back to Haneri's bedroom, where Lysander's carefully controlled mask fell, and Vaugret looked between them both. This is not going to be easy, but it will be good, Vaugret said, and pivoted to Lysander. Would you like me to lead your personal guards, as I did for my own ruler consort, Haneri? Dressa caught her breath. She'd been assuming Vaugret would carry on heading the third shift of the ruler's guards, but this was better. Oh, much more a use of Vaugret's talents and networks, and Vaugret's kindness. Yes, Dressa said. That would be good. Thank you, Vogue. Of course, Chickling. You go out and slay them all tomorrow, okay? Dressa's grin was lopsided, was pained, but she nodded. Lysander was looking at Vaugret with some distress, and she didn't know Vaugret like Dressa did. Didn't know that Vaugret was both one of the fiercest people she'd met if challenged, and kindest if she cared for you. Ina Vaugret bowed to Lysander deeply. Sir Consort, my service is yours, in service to my ruler and my kingdom. But first, to you. It wasn't a standard oath. It wasn't even legal for Vaugret to pledge first to Lysander, but Vaugret's loyalties would run deep wherever she chose to place them. This was a gift. Did Lysander understand the preciousness of this gift? Lysander looked to Dressa, looked a little afraid, but at Dressa's nod said, Thank you. And Dressa relaxed, the tiniest bit, knowing that someone like Vogrit would take care of her wife, no matter what happened, no matter what. Chapter 26. Protection. There is nothing stronger than family, nothing I would fight more for, and all of my people on all of my worlds are my family. Prince Iroikan Javieri, as quoted in the Change dialogues. The Kidaa. Ariana still felt the Kidaa in their mind, even though they knew that wasn't true. They breathed, and it was in rhythm with that remembered touch. They closed their eyes a few steps on the way to the Palace Javieri infirmary, and the sense of that mind wouldn't go away. Was it reaching for them still? No? Was this an echo? A ghost? An afterglow? But it felt like more than that. Like their soul had gained a resonance they'd never had before. That mind had changed them, right here and now. Changed something more than when that same mind had given them the bruising sleep. And green magics? No, that didn't feel right. That Kidaa hadn't given them the magics. The resonance wasn't the same. And how the hell did Ariana know that? They were holding themselves together by force of a personality they'd almost abandoned, by sheer training and habit and a lifetime of necessity and control. Being Imorie this last month hadn't erased their training. Eddie tightly gripped their hand as they walked, their steps paced together even with the difference in their strides. Iwan hovered on Ariana's other side and kept casting glances at them. Like Iwan knew that something fundamental was different, more than their decision to reground themselves in who they were as Ariana. Was that what was throwing them off? Maybe a little. But it wasn't what had happened with the Kidaa. Keem breezed them all into the spacious palace infirmary waiting room, the broad space lit with an ambient glow from the ceiling. The people waiting on chairs abruptly stood as they all entered. Their prince was in the room. "Only Iwan examines me," Ariana said, before Keem could make any sweeping statement, if she was going to. "I am their physician," Iwan agreed, as if that was already a fact. And Ariana decided it was, because they trusted Iwan infinitely more than any of Keem's physicians. Which still wasn't saying a lot. There was still a chance that Kieran had maneuvered them here, that Kieran had wanted Ariana to experience whatever the Kidaa had just done to them. And they didn't know what that was. Kieran's face and bearing looked troubled, but could they trust that either? He was one of the most expert practitioners of Ivaku they'd ever met. "Fine," Keem said, her annoyance back. "Iwan ko Antia can be your physician today, though I will have your assessments checked by my physicians too." So, Keem knew that Iwan wasn't formally a physician, which was interesting, and Ariana would hold on to anything interesting just now to not have to think about the Kidaa. So, what was the history between the Javieri prince consort and Iwan? Iwan knew her, even if she'd pretended otherwise when they'd all met. Did Keem know Iwan through Kieran Koldari alone? It felt like a deeper, more fraught history than that. It felt like maybe Koldari had been drawn into all of this because of Iwan, maybe. Because Iwan and Keem were both from Sulana, the border world, and Sulana traded with the Kidaa. Ariana could, at least, understand Iwan's dislike of Keem. Iwan guided Ariana and Eddie, because neither were interested in letting go, to a small exam room. One of Keem's physicians, a short mask person, followed. Farouk glared at the physician before parking himself outside the exam room door, which Keem's physician shut as they entered. "I'm Dr. Via," she and her. "I will be observing," the physician said. She glanced at Eddie. "Please, only the patient should remain." "Do you know who you're talking to?" Iwan asked under their breath as they lowered the exam table. "Does that matter to the patient's health?" "It does," Eddie growled. his eyes narrowing. Ariana squeezed his hand. If this was the sticking point, well, they were fairly certain Keem was interested in more than just killing them. And Iwan was here, and Iwan's body language read protective, and Farouk was outside. The exam rooms might be sound-dampened, but they weren't soundproof. "Etty," Ariana said, turning to him. "Your siblings should be coming. Keep them in your sight. Don't let Keem separate Gale from you again." Etty swallowed, and his eyes lost none of their fire. But he nodded, stepped back, and hurried out. "Sit, please," Iwan said, and raised the back of the exam table until it became a chair. "I want to perform a brain scan." Ariana didn't protest. They fairly desperately wanted to know the results of that scan, too. They were thinking again, but the world around them felt less immediate than it should. And was that the difference? Was that what the Kidaa had done? They hardly had genetic secrets anymore. So they climbed onto the table, stiffly in their court clothes that weren't made for movements like this, and settled back. The ambient overhead lights were poking at their headache. They closed their eyes and saw the ghost of a pattern of fires in their mind. Ariana jerked up, eyes open, panting. "What?" Iwan asked. "What are you feeling? How can we help?" Should they say? They might have marginal trust in Iwan, but everything they said here would be reported to Keem by Via, they were sure. "Dizzy," they said instead. It wasn't a lie. Shit. Their mind was what they had. The panic was rising, clawing up their throat, and they shoved it back down. Because that Kidaa had already taken the strength of their body from them. That Kidaa in particular. They'd felt no malice from that Kidaa, and that was almost worse. They wanted an enemy they could fight. Ariana glared at the wall in the direction of Keem Javieri, ignoring the tightening in their gut at the thoughts of violence. Their mind was theirs. Their mind was their finely trained weapon. Even if, now, they couldn't do violence because of their magics, their mind was still their strategic resource, their defensive, their shield. There were other ways to defeat opponents than violence, and their mind was the way to that victory. But what if they could no longer trust their mind? What if they could trust no one, including themselves? They began to shake, and could have screamed for the inconvenient timing of their body making itself known again now. "The salve is wearing off," Iwan said as they reached for an instrument the Javieri physician offered. "I'm sorry, I didn't bring more. I should have thought to do so. Also, you are in mild shock." "I'll get a quick heal patch," Dr. Vaya said. "All business now." Iwan nodded. "They have the bruising sleep. Adjust dosing accordingly." A small hesitation, then a nod from Via, and she ducked out. Iwan handed Ariana a thin headband made of slightly stretchy fabric. "Put this on, please. This will facilitate the scan." Ariana's relief at Iwan letting them do this part themselves, shaking hands or not, was profound. They got the band on around their product-stiffened hair, and Iwan reached to tug it gently to where it needed it to be. "You won't feel anything," Iwan said, and reached for a tablet, tapping at the screen. They scowled. "I don't have access to run the scan." They looked back toward the closed door. "Iwan?" Ariana said quietly. And maybe they would still be under surveillance here, or maybe not. By Valon law, private rooms in an infirmary shouldn't be surveilled, like bedrooms and bathrooms, but that didn't mean Keem and Yoroikin would follow those laws here. "Iwan, what actually happened with that Kidaa? What did they do to me?" Because Iwan had said they'd known what was going on. There'd been recognition. Ariana remembered that, even though their thoughts had still been muddled then. Iwan's lips drew a tight line, and they paused in their trying to tap at the tablet again. "Can you describe what it felt like when the Kidaa was touching your mind?" Ariana's attention sharpened on them. That had been said in a way that made them think Iwan had felt something similar once. From that same Kidaa? Did Iwan have the bruising sleep? Like they'd had the salve? Like they'd reacted in the med cabin before? But Ariana saw none of the sludge in Iwan's aura that they saw around Keem. Ariana opened their mouth. Stopped. Decided it was worth Keem hearing this too, to have answers now. The Kidaa showed me a rune. 3 slashes on a diagonal. That's the rune for the number 3. Or for numbers in general. Ariana felt like they should have known that. The way Iwan said it, it felt like a basic thing. They nodded. And there were patterns of fire in my thoughts. The patterns rose again as they thought about them, and they shuddered, turned their thoughts away, started humming. Anything to turn their mind away from that stomach-lurching feeling. Iwan was silent, and the silence dragged out as Ariana stared up at them, trying to work up the courage to ask if Iwan thought that was bad, or what Iwan thought at all. The door opened and Dr. Via returned. "I need permission to use the tablet," Iwan said, handing it to her. She scowled, but took the tablet and tapped at the screen, then handed it back. Via approached Ariana as she pulled open a quick heel patch. "May I place this on your wrist?" Ariana nodded, and as the patch took hold, the medication flooding their system, Ariana's body started to calm again. Iwan ran their brain scan, which felt like nothing. "No evidence of seizures," Iwan said, "or any other serious effect. Though there is some abnormal activity. You have to compensate for their magics," Dr. Via said. "That's the abnormal activity. Have you brain scanned a magicker before?" Iwan's cheek twitched. "No, thank you." "Ah, then your scan looks normal, within parameters, and your vitals, while a little elevated, are within parameters too." Ariana heard, oh they heard, the space Iwan gave for the words they did not say. Would not say here. Had they found something they didn't want Keem to know? But Dr. Via took the tablet, scanned the results, and nodded. Yes, normal. Maybe neurotransmitter levels a little off, but that's consistent with the bruising sleep too. "Are you on any medication for the bruising sleep?" "I am," Ariana said, and decided not to say that they would need more shortly. They did not trust any medication coming out of this palace. They swung their legs over the side of the table. "If I'm well and there's nothing amiss?" They didn't feel well. They didn't feel like there was nothing amiss. "You may go, of course, Doctor," Via said, "though I would keep the quick heel patch on for another hour, at least." Ariana nodded, and that patch could be tampered with, too. They'd remove it as soon as they were alone. Which would be... when? They were still a little shaky, but they walked back out to the waiting room under their own power. They paused as they stepped out, seeing Eddie on his knees, arms thrown around a gangly young teenager with messy black hair and a very dense aura, and a seal on their cheek. And why did that hit so hard, seeing Eddie's sibling sealed, when Imorie knew they hadn't been sealed before? Keem presided over this meeting several paces away, as if she was the benevolent guardian reuniting lost family, not the person who'd effectively kidnapped this child and was holding them hostage. Revan stood with Etty and Gale, hands on both their shoulders, eyes shining, and Ariana almost hung back, not wanting to interrupt. Behind them, Iwan let out a shattered breath at the scene. Another piece of the puzzle that was Iwan. Revan looked up, saw Ariana, and took a breath. "Ser Melisori, your protection, please, for my family." Ariana did not freeze. They watched Eddie's head whip up to look at his mother, and he stood, still holding his sibling close, hope and anger warring in his eyes. Anger, this time, at his mother. Farouk stepped close to Ariana, stepped into a ruler's guard position, without any hesitation or room for doubt. And Rhys had said that loud enough that the few witnesses in the waiting room and the staff could have heard. Keem, tilting her head, had definitely heard. Not that Keem didn't already know. Ariana got Rhys's reasons for this request, but this was delicate, so delicate. They hadn't wanted their bid to rule public yet. They'd wanted... well, maybe they'd wanted the chance to back down. To say their bid had never happened. Because if everyone who had witnessed swore that too, it never would have. But that ship had flown as soon as they'd landed on Inasi 3. That ship had flown as soon as the yacht's security systems had recorded their bid. Keem smiled, because of course she smiled. And Ariana felt their stomach dropping as they thought of Keem making the recording of their bid to rule public with her own spin on it. Attaching the name that Ariana had used to land on Inasi 3. Imorie Rialdan Javieri. Yes, they could use that name, but that wasn't their legal name. Their legal name was still Imorie Rialdan Marin Quevedo, or some combination of those names therein, and that didn't fit anymore either. Ariana's insides tightened with an identity crisis they couldn't afford just now. And what would Valon think when Keem's spin on their bid raced ahead of Ariana, showing them on a Javieri world, with a Javieri husband and a Javieri name? What would Iroikan do? What would Dressa? Adeus? Would Keem want a civil war? Was Ariana more controllable than Dressa and Lysander because they cared about Eddie? Would Keem trap them here and make Ariana her puppet? Yes, Sarah Melisorier, Keem said. Yes, please take your family in hand. They have been living illegally as unsealed magicers, and I have already given my pardon in my wife's name. But of course, your pardon will carry more weight. Ariana barely bit back a snarl of, "Fuck you!" "Your pardon is enough, Sir Prince Consort," Ariana said, in the same formal tone. And the waiting room had gone completely silent. Because by now, everyone had to know that Dressa was the newly minted Iolorius, and Iada had abdicated in disgrace. They had to know about Ariana's entrance here, and the rumors about who they were, and now the knowledge that Semlin Necrata Javieri was alive, her son married to this, maybe royal Rialdan, already drenched in scandal. Ariana's eyes prickled, but they managed to hold back the tears of sheer frustration, of fatigue, of wanting to fall back into bed, any bed, and sleep for days again, of wanting off this planet, away from here, this whole intricate setup of Javieri machinations undone. They wanted their life in Valon. They wanted their birthright. They wanted it in the terms that they'd been promised from birth, not the mess they stood in now. They wanted, more than anything, to get out of Keem's control. But they'd been in Keem's control for weeks now, since they'd been given the bruising sleep. Ariana moved to Etty's side. He glanced between Ariana and Keem, but then said, "Ariana, this is Gale, my sibling. Gale, this is my, spouse." Ariana held their hands out to Gale, and Gale turned to them, eyes wide. Gale was a little taller than Ariana, young as they were. Gale swiped hair from their eyes. "You married Eddie?" said with a tone of, "Really? Why would you want to do that?" Ariana marked Eddie's arm twitch, as if he wanted to thwack his sibling for that. And they smiled. This one little beacon of something like normalcy in this day. "I did. He is my husband." Ariana looked up at Rhys, met her determined gaze. "Mother," they said, and Rhys's shoulders relaxed. That acknowledgement, in this public place, was protection enough for now. It was the only protection Ariana could give. And maybe Rhys calling them out as the ruler was protection for themself too. It was far harder to make a ruler disappear, even a disputed ruler, than a nebulous royal. "Well," Keem said, "you must all be tired." I've prepared suites in the family residence, and you may join me at dinner in my suite after you've rested." Ariana's smile was gracious, their very well-honed court smile. "Of course, Prince Consort. We would be delighted to join family at dinner." "Oh," Keem said as she turned toward the door, "while you were being examined, and I am glad to know you are in good health." Ariana hadn't said that. So Keem's physician had reported to her through Keem's communication. "Our technicians found an issue with the engines of your yacht. We are, of course, repairing the systems for you, but repairs may be a few days. It's a leased yacht, under Koldari funds," Kieran said. "I am happy to have the craft moved to the city spaceport and conduct repairs with my own funds." Which was a valiant try, but Keem only smiled at him. "You came in with family, Kieran. The least we can do is help you on your way again." Meaning she meant to keep Ariana and Eddie close and send Kieran off-world without them? Or would Keem let Kieran leave at all? It was, in fact, quite easy to say a ship was lost in below space, given the right lead-up. Trouble with the engines was a good start toward that story. Ariana swallowed. They couldn't help that. Eddie shifted closer to them, and Gale, their body language cowed and alert, looked between all of the adults around them. Ariana didn't know how Keem had treated them, but this teen certainly knew they were a prisoner against their will. "Thank you," Ariana said, "so much for your hospitality, Aunt." They would find a way. They would find a way, and soon, to get out of here with all of their lives intact. All of them. The door to the infirmary banged open, and a tall mask person strode in. Middle age, sharp-featured light brown face, his wavy black hair bronzed at the temples and braided in a thick tail down his back. He carried himself like a prince, because he was one. Neom Javieri, Iroiken's younger half-brother, Eddie's father. Ariana caught Eddie's arm as he stiffened and inhaled sharply. Neom scanned the room, found Keem, opened his mouth, then his eyes snapped back to Ariana, who was facing him, then Etty. Then, as Revan turned toward the door, his gaze went to her, and stayed there. "Semlin," he said. Revan was, she'd told Ariana on the ship, still his wife. Chapter 27. The Absent Father. I don't know a single high house family that has healthy family relationships. Count Shu Latran in a controversial post on her personal feed. Eddie had been through more change today than he'd ever wanted. Ever. He didn't want to think about the fact that Keem had welcomed him as a prince. Gah. He was still reeling from the touch of the Kidaa's mind on Imorie, Ariana, and reeling about their sudden shift in personality. Not that he hadn't known who they were, and hadn't felt their deeper personality too. Ariana wasn't that different from Imorie, not in the points that mattered, and he was jittery from seeing his sibling, from having them back, from the fear of losing them again, or Keem not letting them go. And now, the man who stared at his mother was someone out of a life that had to belong to someone else. Not Etty. This couldn't be his life. Etty stared at his father. He had never seen his father up close, never in person, only in holos, because Neom Javieri was a Javieri, and Calistre, where Etty had grown up, was a Javieri world. The Javieri family was always in the news, what they were doing on their holidays, what they wore to such and such concert, what ball they were throwing and who came. Not that Eddie had cared, but he cared now. He was wearing courtly clothes, fancier and stiffer than he'd ever worn in his life, if a little too tight. He'd had to borrow them from Iwan. The person beside him had made a bid to rule the kingdom not 2 hours before, and Eddie was looking at a father who had Prince before his name. A man he'd watched on the holos with the same loathing he had for all Javieris, a loathing that always sat sour in his gut. He had hated this man from afar for years, hated almost as much as he hated Eroiken and Keem, and even, a little, Lysander. And he hadn't known. He hadn't known that the rot ran deeper than his association with the Javieris, forced association, but was in his blood. He wanted to hide. He wanted to scream. He wished, deeply, that he'd done more than a chromosome flip, that he'd pulled out every last bit of Javieri DNA and tossed it to the void. He wished Ariana hadn't stopped him. Iwan had been willing. He knew Iwan would have done that for him. Iwan had the feeling about them of someone who had seen a lot and wouldn't blink at a drastic measure for inner peace. Ariana gripped Eddie's arm as all of these thoughts built and cascaded, and he glanced at them, feeling their own inner stillness. They had their own riot of emotions, too. But since Ariana had decided to come to Anasi III as themself, not just as the role they'd been playing, they'd had that inner stillness, too. And it had only grown when they'd reclaimed their former name, when they'd stood up straight and faced down Keem as who they really were, all of who they were. Eddie had borrowed their inner stillness in the reception hall. He desperately wished he could borrow it again now. It wasn't calm so much as training to be calm. But their stillness had changed, too, since the Kidaa had touched their mind. It had grown, but it had also changed. His sense of them had something more in it than he'd felt before, and that also sent ice through him. Something more than Ariana's personality and name had changed, and he was still trembling inside at the feel of that Kidaa's mind, and wondering if that change in Ariana had touched him, too. He had, at the last, instinctively retreated from the Kidaa's mind when it had overwhelmed Ariana, and they'd collapsed. He wished he'd tried to fight back, but he'd been scared he wouldn't be able to think well enough to rescue his sibling. When Ariana had needed him, he'd chosen his sibling, and he'd chosen Gale again when Ariana had been in the exam room. Eddie had come back out with little prodding to find Gale, and then he'd hardly thought of Ariana at all as he'd held his sibling tight. His relief at seeing them had been so profound. He'd been terrified that he would never see them again. Eddie pulled his thoughts back from Ariana, did his best to make his presence smaller between them, his aura dimming a little with the effort. "Semlin," Neom said to Eddie's mother. And Eddie, his shoulders jacking back up, sucked his aura in on instinct, snuffing it out. The way he'd always hid before he was sealed, that seal now accusing on his cheek. He couldn't really hide anymore. Ariana jumped at his sudden lack of aura and turned to him, but then looked past him as Neom took long strides over to Eddie's mother. Eddie's aura flared back out again, rage igniting, making his aura uncontainable and volatile. "Semlin," Neom said again, his eyes shining, holding out his hands, which Eddie's mother didn't take. "Adeus. I thought they were rumors, but I came anyway." No, that wasn't true. At least, not entirely true. And how dare this man reach for his mother? And how dare this man lie to his mother? Eddie's mother held her arms crossed, and though Eddie couldn't see her face, he felt her own rage like an aura of violence around her. The air shuddered, warped in the spaces beside her, and Neom's eyes widened as he stepped back, holding up his hands. His gaze darted to Eddie, as if remembering that yes, in fact, magickers could do violence and live. They could. Eddie sucked in a breath, suddenly conscious that they had an audience. There were still a few people in the waiting room, all gawking now, or at least trying not to gawk so obviously. And the staff, doing their best not to be unobtrusive, but gathering all the same. Neom wasn't supposed to know his wife was still alive. The bastard. The fucking bastard. Eddie didn't care that they were in public. This man had known that his wife and his son were being used by his own family. He had to have known. He had to. Eddie opened his mouth to demand the answers he needed. Ariana's fingers dug into his arm. He heard their distinctly formed no. Eddie ignored it, opening his mouth anyway, not knowing exactly what he was going to say, but sure as hell knowing what he wanted to know. Did you ever think about your son? Actually, think about me. Did you know what I looked like? Did you know your sister was using me? Did you know I'd be forced to kill to survive? He felt the shakiness in his soul that preceded a flicker. But Ariana said out loud this time, Eddie, no. The sharpness of the command, and it was a command, drew Neom's attention to Ariana. And maybe he thought politics were more stable ground, because he turned his whole energy to Ariana now and drew himself up. He made as if to bow, then stopped, glancing back at Keem. The subservience to Keem was painful in a way that Eddie didn't know how to describe. Sir Melisori, Keem supplied smoothly, because Eddie's mother had already made a mess of that. They are the Melisori. Gale must have missed that detail earlier, because Eddie heard their indrawn breath, watched them whip around to face Ariana, backing away. And Eddie understood that reaction, because people in power had only ever hurt Gale and their family. Had only ever hurt Eddie, until recently, and mostly still, except for Ariana. Sir Melisori, Neom drawled out, confusion rippling across his face which Eddie was seeing echoes of from his own, and that was grating at his soul, too. Then Neom's expression cleared, and he bowed deeply. Ser Melisori, welcome to Palace Javieri, if you have not yet been welcomed already. And my husband, Ariana said, Etine Javieri Rielden. Neom stiffened as he rose. Our prince we did not know about has returned to us, Keem said. It's a miracle, is it not? And she glided over to join their group from where she'd been hovering near the door. Keem was taking possession of them. Eddie could almost taste the shifting tides of emotions around him. Eddie is not a prince, Ariana said, their tone sharpening. He renounced all claim to any titles when he married me and became my consort. Their hand was still on Eddie's arm. He felt their prompting and shifted closer to them. And as they prompted again through their mental sharing, he borrowed, again, from their knowledge of their own power and position inherent in their bones. He let it fill him, and from that vantage, from that breath-releasing vantage of someone born to that kind of power, he stared down the man who was half of his DNA. Only half. Neom looked away first, back to Eddie's mother, but didn't seem to find any comfort there. Good. Neom finally turned back to Keem. But there was also a rumor that Andressari Rielden made her bid to rule and is now the Iolorius. Is that not true? Neom knew it was. Etty could sense that. And now they were in the thick of political games again, but he could feel Ariana's thoughts churning, sifting, rapidly strategizing. My sister took it upon herself to abdicate my place as heir in my name, Ariana said. I have made my bid, and it is the only valid bid, which is why I am here. To inform family, to pledge my support of Yanasi III in light of the recent Kidaa attack, and to collect family that the Javieris have kept safe in these troubled times. Eddie felt Ariana's tight reasoning, but the words still made bile rise in his throat. But Ariana was pulling Gale closer to them politically, he saw that. And that, gods, he was grateful for that. Keem smiled, and Etty loathed her smiles now, in person, more than he ever had before when watching the news feeds. Neom looked around at all of them, looked more than a little lost. Semlin, he finally said. "May we have a word? In private?" "I'm not leaving my mother," Eddie said. "And I'm not leaving Gale." Gale, in front of him, shrugged their shoulders tightly. Gale knew who Neome Javieri was, too, because Neome was a Javieri, but the way Gale's eyes were wide on Eddie now, Eddie knew Gale hadn't missed the name Ariana had just called Eddie. The Javieri part of that name. They hadn't gotten to that horrible truth in their reunion yet. Eddie would have been happy for Gale never to know his or his mother's connections to the Javieris. And in his case, it wasn't a connection. It was a fact. It was his curse. Keem looked annoyed. "Go on, then. Neome, I was hoping they could rest, but they'll be joining us at dinner, which you will be attending too, will you not?" "Yes, sister," Neome bit out, less civil than he probably should have been. "I'll keep Gale in my care," Ariana said to Eddie, in their official voice, and privately, to him, sent their best assurance. They were doing everything they could to keep them all safe, and maybe Eddie's mother pulling Ariana's bid into the open was a good thing after all. Here, in public, it was building truths that couldn't be denied by locking them all away, or worse. Eddie turned to Ariana, to his spouse, to his ruler, because they had to be. Their makeup hadn't changed, their appearance hadn't changed, but he saw Ariana Rialden in them, the Ariana they had been, more vividly than he ever had before. Their delicate light brown face, though heavily covered with expert contouring makeup, held the same resolve as their father's. Their golden brown eyes glittering with an intensity all their own. Eddie couldn't see the kingdom any other way but in their hands, no matter that he'd liked Dressa too, and he would fight with everything he had to keep Ariana from being controlled by the Javieris, as he had been. They were in public, and Ariana wasn't telling him to do what he was thinking of now, and wasn't telling him not to either as he leaned in and placed a kiss on their cheek. No heat, only affection. They gripped his hand tightly, eyes burning into his as he pulled back. "Be safe," they sent to him. "You too." He didn't need to ask them to keep good watch over Gale. "Gale," he said, "stay with Ariana. They are family." But then, the Javieris were family too. That argument had so many holes he didn't know what to do with it right now. "But I want to go with—" "Stay with Ariana," Revan said. "And with Duke Koldari and his partner too. And Farouk, the guard. You will like Farouk. They will all watch out for you while I am gone." Eddie felt a growing restlessness from the bystanders watching this play out. But, and this Etai definitely hadn't expected, Farouk spoke up. "Sir Melisori, permission to accompany the Melisori consort and his mother." "Granted," Ariana said, before E.T.'s stomach could fully plummet. No, Ariana needed the protection. Gale needed Farouk's protection. But Ariana's training still lingering in his thoughts, he understood that his safety was important too. Because Ariana cared for him. Because he wasn't just a gardener anymore. Not that he ever had been just a gardener. He was married to a ruler. Eddie awkwardly caught the eye of one of the people waiting in the waiting room here. He looked away, and drew on what he remembered of Ariana's training, again, to hold himself steady, to steady his breaths, to keep his heart from racing like it wanted to. How many of the bystanders had put together that Gale being here and being Eddie's sibling had preceded Eddie's arrival? That the Javieris had known at least some time before Eddie's arrival that he was a Javieri son, that his mother was alive, that Eddie and Ariana were both in immense danger? Would these people care about any of that? Or would they care about what the Javieris told them to care about? Eddie turned to his mother and had to look away again from the burn in her eyes. But she nodded to Farouk, who came by Eddie's side. "All right, Neom," she said. "Let's talk." Chapter 28. The Family Meeting. Just because we can't handle violence doesn't mean if you make a magicka angry, we won't think about it. Of course we think about it. We're human. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X in the Change dialogues. Etty followed Neom Javieri and his mother out into the palace corridor, Farouk looming close behind him. His guard. Gods. That wasn't a thing he'd been prepared for today either. People in the corridor outside noted them as they passed, and Etty straightened, having no energy at all to deal with what they thought of him. So he pulled straight up from Ariana's muscle memory of how to walk in a palace when you knew you owned it. "There are private meeting rooms nearby," Neom said. "We'll use one of those." 2 Javieri guards who'd waited in the corridor followed them as well, which made Etty's skin crawl. And Farouk moved closer to him, taking up the same to the right and slightly ahead positioning that he'd taken with Ariana. Etty was sure that signaled something, but he hadn't caught what. The people around him seemed to be catching it, though. The murmurs were growing. There were bows. To Neom, yes, but also to him. Keem couldn't kill him now. Or Ariana. Or Gale. Could she? Not after this was going to go as public as Ariana had wanted it to. Their social shield. But then, Etty's mother had also been immensely public, and she had also been killed, if not actually killed. And what part had Neom played in that? Had his father agreed to it? Had his father been repulsed that his mother had manifested green magics? Etty had definitely decided that Neom had known his mother was still alive. Neom had been surprised to see them all, but not shocked. Not about that, anyway. And there was no way the incubator containing the son of a high house prince had just disappeared without media coverage or fuss. Without that prince knowing and covering it up himself. To all the worlds, Etty had never been announced, so he'd never existed. His hands clenched, and he forced himself to ease them again, but that wasn't working well. His whole body was straining right now, not to shake with everything he'd been feeling since he'd learned the truth about his family. It wasn't working very well. Neom turned down a side corridor, then passed several doors before he stopped, opening one of them. He peered inside, stepped back, and held open the door, as if anything about him was noble and pure. Etty followed his mother past Neom, glaring at Neom in the same way Ariana might. It had an effect. Neom twitched, looked away before bracing himself to look Etty in the eyes. Etty didn't care about the nausea around that small violence. Or maybe that hadn't been a violence. Maybe it had been justice. Because this man had a hand in his hell of a life. Whatever part he'd played in it, he'd been complicit. Etty found the center of the room and waited there, hands clasped loosely in front of him. His mother gave him a weird look, but turned back to Neom, who shut the door, rubbed his hands on his pants, and joined his wife and child at the center. Neom had said this was a private meeting room, but nothing in this palace would be private. Etty had felt Ariana's alert paranoia to everything said, everything done in these halls. Neom tried to focus again on Revan, but his attention snagged on Etty, who was doing his utmost to keep it there. "So, you really married a Truthspoken?" Neom asked. "A Deus. You are the Melisori consort?" "Yes," Etty said. And then his assurance fell apart as he looked into this face that was just too much, far too much, like his own. And after his genetic therapy, the resemblance had been worse. He hadn't wanted to notice that, but he had. He had this man's jawline, had his hairline and hair texture, it looked like, had close to his height, and a similar build. Neom had ruined even that. Something that Etty had wanted for years, for most of a lifetime, and Neom had ruined that too. Eddie's anger soared again, along with bile. "You could have done something," Eddie hissed. Neom's shoulders twitched. "For yourself and your mother? I can't, Etienne." "Etty," Etty snapped. "You knew we were alive. You knew I was alive. You had to know." Neom held up his hands, his expression closing. "You have met my sister-in-law. And have you met Iroiken? No? Do you know what hell it is to live under their control?" Eddie rocked forward. Yes, I do. I know what that hell is, Father." Neom stepped back. "Eddie," his mother warned, but he advanced. "You could have saved us. You could have found a way to hide us. I don't know. Done something, anything. Do you know what they made me do? Do you know what they wanted my mother to do? You saw my sibling? They kidnapped my sibling. Unless that was you?" Neom took another step back. "Eddie," he said, trying for a calm he didn't have. "I had nothing to do with your sibling." "You don't get to talk with my mother," Eddie growled. "You don't have any right. You let everyone think she died because she manifested." "I had no choice," Neom roared, holding up his hands this time to stop Eddie's advancing, holding his ground. Neom's fingertips touched Eddie's coat, and Eddie drew up short. Felt Neom's fear of him. Because of what Eddie had done at Windvale? Because Eddie theoretically held more political power than him? Eddie felt his magic sludging with the violence gathering within him, and pushed through it anyway. He felt more than saw Farouk, who he'd almost forgotten about, shift to one side. The movement was sudden enough that Eddie looked, and saw Farouk mouthing the word, "No." His gaze fierce, and in that 1 second of eye contact, Eddie felt Farouk's blasted plea to think about Ariana. Eddie shuddered. Gods. He didn't want to kill this man, and he didn't want to die himself, because he knew that he would not survive that a second time, and he couldn't leave Gale, or Ariana, without whatever protection he could give, no matter how small. He would do violence for them, but he would make it count. And now, this here was not that. "Semlin," Neom barked, watching Eddie with the intensity of prey to predator. "Call off your son." Eddie's mother said nothing, which surprised Eddie. He'd expected her to try to tamp him down again. She had tried to warn him before. But tuned as he was to the feel of her emotions, Eddie sensed her agreement with him. She was holding back her own violence only to think of her children, which cooled Eddie further. Finally, Revan said, coming closer, "He's also your son, Neom." And then Neom deflated, rubbing his mouth, shoulders dropping. Fight going out. "She threatened me with you," Neom said. "Iroiken. If you weren't useful to her, if I wasn't useful to her, then she had no reason at all to keep you alive. Both of you." Eddie's insides went cold, and he didn't feel like this was all of the truth, or that Neom didn't have his own motives, or that Neom wasn't a Javieri through and through. Eddie knew what it was like to have the life of someone he loved dangled above him. He knew that soul-clenching fear. Neom sniffed a long sniff, looked up at the ceiling, half-turned. "If only you hadn't manifested." "Gods!" Revan exploded. "That's what you care about? If Iroiken and Keem weren't breathing on you, would you have still kept me as your wife? Did anything you felt for me, anything at all, end the moment I gained an aura?" "No," Neom rasped. "That's not what I meant, and you know. I don't, and that's—" His mother's voice broke. Etty's soul cracked. He felt it to his toes. There was so much he hadn't allowed himself to feel because what would have been the point? He'd never had a choice on if he'd wanted to serve the Javieris or not. He'd simply been made to do so, and he'd never had a choice on if he'd wanted to be a Javieri or not. He'd had no choice at all. "You let them kill me, Neom," his mother said, her voice barely above a whisper. Rasped and strained in every way a voice could be strained. "And beyond that, you didn't even fight for our child. Not that I didn't want him with me, but he hadn't manifested yet. He shouldn't have. Did you know the Kidaa gave him his magics? Keem said they gave it to me. Did you know that, Neom? That Kidaa that Keem has in the palace." Neom shook his head. No, that Kidaa can't give green magics." Revan threw up her hands. "Fucking hell! And you know that how? You know all of it, don't you? Were you in on the plan to take my youngest child from me?" Eddie wanted to shut his eyes and his ears. He wanted to not hear anymore, in case he shattered more. He felt the tile of the floor beneath him, and barely kept himself from pulling from its strength. He reached deeper instead, down, beneath the sub-levels of the palace carved into the cliff, down to the stone itself. He almost drew from that strength. But he was feeling fragile enough he wasn't sure he wouldn't bring the whole palace down. Eddie felt himself flicker, and Neom jumped. Revan drew in a sharp breath. "We're done talking," she said. "You haven't changed, Neom. If you have regrets, they're for yourself, not me." Eddie's chest burned with the ache of that, years' worth of ache. "I'm not done talking," Neom said, and reached for Revan's arm. She yanked it away. "Do not," Eddie said. "Touch my mother." Neom stilled, and Eddie felt his aura jittering, warping the air around him again, anticipating his violence. He might not waste his one shot for himself, but if he had to, he would use it for his mother. And he flickered again, and felt some of his vitality, his connection to the world around him, fading. Farouk took strides to him and gripped his arm. "Sir Consort, look at me." Eddie did. He felt Farouk clumsily trying to give him strength, and Eddie took it because he had nothing else right now, nothing that could propel him forward. Revan's hand clamped on Eddie's too. "We're going. Neom, don't follow." With his mother on one side and Farouk firmly on the other, Eddie made his way out. Neom didn't follow. Eddie found himself gasping in the corridor, feeling Farouk's fear still, his mother's blaring rage. Eddie shook himself away from his mother, moved closer to Farouk, who was doing his utmost now to set aside his own fear. "Easy, easy, easy, easy," Farouk repeated in his own mind. Have to calm. Eddie shuddered, then shuddered again, holding himself steady through the flickering. Farouk grunted, his own fear spiking, and Eddie let go. Gods, had he made Farouk flicker with him? Farouk held up his hands. I'm fine. That was not true, but Farouk said, "Sirs, we need to find the others." "Agreed," Revan said, looking back to Eddie. "And Eddie, he's not worth it. He is not worth losing you. Don't do that ever again." Don't ever... And he might have been able to think about it while his soul was preparing for violence, but he couldn't again now. Not about what he'd done before at Windvale. His rage now wasn't the same as his desperation then, he knew that. And maybe he wouldn't have done it at all, not here. Not to someone who was still his biological father. Eddie shuddered all the same. "Let's find our rooms," Revan said shakily. "Let's find Gale. We're due some rest." Eddie nodded and followed his mother because she knew the way. Farouk stepped back into his guard position, a little closer still, and Eddie hardly saw the palace around him. He was in a palace for the second time in weeks, and he hardly cared. He'd been hoping, maybe hoping just a little bit, for more from Neom, for an apology, for an admission of guilt, for any sign that Neom actually, in his heart, cared. Well, at least now he knew. Chapter 29. A Crack in the Soul. Witness the sleep of the broken. Witness the eyes of the powerful. Witness the strength of the stars. Witness the quiet. Diran Vam. Proverb 287. Second book of the Holy Mandates of Adayas. Yan, Yan. Yata woke, jostled by Imorie, every joint and muscle screaming. There was so much pain. He sucked in a breath, grimaced against it while delving half asleep into a trance to see what was wrong. Before he remembered, he wasn't supposed to do that. He was aware again of Imorie shaking him. He heard her saying his name again. Yes, he'd heard that the first time. Shit, he couldn't think. He tried to claw his way to understanding. Had someone attacked him? He almost froze, because he knew what being attacked while he was vulnerable felt like. He knew what that felt like. The pain hit him in another wave. He was going to delve into a trance anyway. Provisions were made in his oaths, forswearing change to save his own life, and he didn't know what was wrong. This level of pain felt like danger to him. Fuck, he heard Imorie say, as he hovered just above his own awareness, and her feet thumping on the floor, a lamp being tapped on. Is this a Kidaa thing? Then a curse and another thump as she tripped on her bags on the floor. In the guest suite, in Green Hall. For a moment, Yada hadn't been able to pinpoint where he was. He surfaced again to remember that Inorie's bags were packed, and another spike of panic shot through him. This was their last night. One of their only nights together, and still their last. She was leaving tomorrow. Today? No. Still tomorrow. A faint wall display beside the door showed the time. It was an hour before midnight. He'd actually gone to bed early for once, exhausted from the day. He hadn't used change to keep himself awake and alert. He managed, "Don't get help." He didn't know what this pain was yet, or what the danger was, but he knew he didn't want to put anyone else in danger. "Imorie, you should go." "I'm not going to let you die," she snapped. "You're flickering in and out like a strobe light. Adayas. I'll get Marriott." Marriott. His husband. Because they'd married the night before. Yada shuddered himself the rest of the way to full alertness, then bared his teeth against the pain. And he felt it more clearly now. Not, he thought, a poison. Not any injury he could sense. Every cell in his body ached. Every bone, every joint. Ached, and then stabbed. And with the intensity, the world pulsed around him. Flickered. Imorie lunged back toward the bed, grabbed his arms, grabbed his hands, crashed onto the covers in front of him, her braids coming out of her cap, flinging around her shoulders. She wore only a long, flowing, loose shirt. One of his he'd favored as homage. And that jarring detail, and the short argument they'd had the night before over yes. In fact, she could like that shirt just fine because it was his homage's shirt, not Maja's homage. Ayada focused on her face, anchored in her eyes. "Imorie." "What's happening?" she shouted. "Why are you flickering, Jan?" He shuddered through another wave of it. He was flickering. He, as a magicier, was flickering. So this wasn't just physical pain. And with the ache in his soul, deeper, so much deeper than a physical ache, he was starting to suspect what this was. Not the Kidaa, not in any way other than that they'd given him his magics to begin with. Not an attack, not something physical. "Jan, is it your injury? Is it backtracking somehow? Because you can't heal it anymore? And still, he had to rule out all else. Hang on. Let me delve again. He knew that wasn't it. He had healed that injury from his study. He only felt the barest twinges of it now, more his body's remembered trauma than anything. But he delved back into his body anyway, spiraling down again into a sloppy trance. New panic spiked as the thought wormed up that this might be the bruising sleep. Mariette had checked him. Yes, but if the Kidaa could give it to Imorie on a whim, they could certainly give it to him too. Was that it? Would he know from the inside if this was the bruising sleep? Would that also cause an ache this deep inside his soul? Frustrated, he stopped delving with his Truthspoken trained senses and started looking with his magicer senses, which were there but far less honed. His breath caught. With his magicer senses wide open, he became blazingly aware of Imorie again. Her fear was a tight coil around his own. She was leaving for Radalor, the Delor homeworld, in a few hours, and that was also why he'd gone to bed early, to be alert enough to see her off in the early morning. Was that why there was a break in his soul? He felt it. It was like the various parts of him couldn't work together, like he had walls put up inside himself that wouldn't let his blood flow, and all of it was slowly ripping him apart. Yada stilled as much as he was able, and then breathed through another intense wave of the pain, emanating, this time he saw, from that crack in his soul. A deus. He had been right the first time, and he deeply wished he'd been wrong. This crack in his soul didn't have to do with Imorie, though her leaving tore at him too. This was a wound he'd been trying to ignore the last few days. This was a wound he'd been telling himself he had to heal, or ignore, and move on. He had to. He'd sworn an oath with Seor in the eyes of his god. He couldn't change. He could not. He had to get past this need to change, because he couldn't. It was that simple and that hard. He could not change. Yada glared at the crack inside his soul, furious that it existed, furious at himself that he couldn't seem to move on. Plenty of former Truthspoken had forsworn change, and none that he knew had pain like this. Had the troubles he was having. Hissing out a long breath, he came back to himself fully and opened his eyes. "What?" Imorie demanded. "Seriously, what is wrong with... Are you going to stay solid here? Do you need a drink?" "Yes." She thumped out of bed, pounded steps to the washroom, came back with a half-spilled cup. She sat on the bed again in front of him, spilling more. He almost laughed, if he hadn't wanted to cry. Yada took a slow drink, then another. "I have to change," he said, not looking up at her. And this was still new, having anyone near him at all. If anyone had been there when he'd changed, it had usually been Maja, or maybe Jong. Very occasionally, Jalava. But Jong and Jalava were guards. He trusted them with his life. That was their job. And he and Maja were brothers, and all of that was far, far different than what he had with Imorie, what he was still discovering, what he would have to pause for a time. It was new to see anyone looking at him with that much naked concern and anger that had nowhere at the moment to go. She wanted to fight for him. And Adeus, that was bracing. "Do I need to get Mariette?" she asked. "I should get Mariette. Or a physician. Is your wound..." She held out her hands, not sure where to touch him. "No," he said. He drained the cup and stretched to set it on the side table, hissing at the pain. "Then, is it poison? Do you need to..." "Imorie. I don't need to heal. I need to change." He stared up at her, and she stared back. "And I can't," he said. And that, he knew to his core, was the reason he was in pain. He needed to change. Not just because it was familiar, not just because it had been his habit. He needed to change because it was a part of who he was, and he'd had to cut himself off from that part of his soul for the rest of his life, and his magics were having none of it. Imorie narrowed her eyes. So if you need that, change within gender necessities. If you have to change, if that's what you need, no one will question that. I don't have those necessities. Imorie shifted, scowling. You don't get dysphoric, you told me, and I've seen you have an estrogen-dominant body many times as homage. Kidaa opened, frustrated, shaking hands. But that's not my necessity, not right now. Who the fuck would know? She demanded. Would it help? Whatever your body is doing now. You say you need to change, so change. I would know, he said. My oath. And that was also a part of the problem. His oath was important. It was important to him. It was important to the kingdom. He had to keep it. And he was back to the original problem. He had to change, and he couldn't. And the gap in his soul tore wider. Kidaa hunched over a searing pain in his gut. This is insane, Yan. Your fucking oath? Okay then, change to save your life. That's also a provision in your oath. You are flickering. You were flickering. You're holding steady now, but I will not have you. You fade away because of some misplaced and ridiculous oath to a god who doesn't care anything about. You don't know! She gripped his hands. Yan, listen to yourself. You're not afraid of your god. You're afraid of you. He shut his eyes, shaking his head. Change, she insisted. Change now. You need to change, so change. I'm here. Or if you need me to go, I'll go. But I don't want to leave you alone while you're flickering, so... No, I won't go. Just change, Yan. His body clenched around the need, and he knew what he wanted to change to, who he wanted to change to, what he really needed, and that was more unthinkable still. Kidaa pulled away from Inorie's grip. He squeezed his hands so tightly he felt his nails biting into skin. He needed the other half of himself. He needed that with an ache so deep he had to bare his teeth not to cry out again. As he realized he'd done, before he'd awakened. Could he change back to homage, just for a short time? Just to stave off the pain? But he'd sworn an oath. He'd sworn before his god. His eyes were streaming from the pain, and that was only jacking up his anger. Adeus, Kidaa, Imorie said. Tell me how I can help you. Hold me through the change. Because he wasn't sure he could do it apart, he felt himself flickering again, the world pulsing around him, fading as he fought himself for all he was worth. He'd felt enough of Eddie Tanaka's inner conflict to know that Imorie was right. He was in danger. And if his life was in danger, yes, he could change. He could change in the direction that would best save his life. He'd figure out what he had to do from there, later. And how was he so broken that his body couldn't keep to an oath that every other former Truthspoken had been able to uphold? Yes, Imorie said. Of course I will. But he barely heard her, tumbling into a deep trance. Kidaa emerged again, cradled in her arms, head resting against one arm, panting. It had been a fast and desperate change. But then, this was a change he knew. It was the only change he could manage with this much speed and unconscious skill. His body now was as familiar as his own. It was his own, and he settled, his desperate cells sighing into peace. For a time, he'd pledged before his kingdom and his god that he would no longer change, except to save his own life, or to change within gender necessities. Well, the pain had eased. He delved into his body, feeling its shape, feeling its disposition. The crack in his soul ached, but the angry edges of that wound had been soothed. He knew he couldn't stay this way. He knew he was pushing heresy as it was, pushing the law. It would be an absolute political disaster if anyone found out he'd changed back to Homage Rialdan. No matter that he'd already told the worlds it was a part of who he was. It was a capital crime if found that he'd changed outside of his oath's provisions. But there was an intensely needed difference in who he was now to who he'd been a few minutes before. Yada drew in a breath and sat up. The shakiness now was more from the resources he'd just burned through than it was from the pain. His aura felt calmer. "Adios, Jan," Haneri said, and reached for the cup to give it to him. He drank first. It helped. He didn't think he had any energy bars in his partially unpacked bags. That would have signaled too much to those packing his things that he still wanted to change. He looked down at himself, at his familiar proportions, and sighed. He touched his hair. He hadn't grown that out again at least. Haneri's cut and dyes remained, because this body was also his, but it couldn't be his home. And that was also part of the problem, because neither could his own body as Iada be his home. Not fully. He didn't just have one home. Haneri got off the bed and went to rummage in one of her bags, packed again on the floor. His throat tightened. She came back with a bag of Valon City Bites, which was the most ridiculous name for the most obnoxiously sour fruit snacks. Haneri had always loved them. Yada could tolerate them. But he took the bag and tore it open, ate mechanically. "I don't have to go to Radalor," Haneri said. "Yes, you do." She watched him, hands on her hips, frowning. He could feel her worry from here. "Jan," she said. Then, "Homage." He looked up, adrenaline spiking. She'd never called him that, not when they were alone with no secrets between them. "You're not okay. This change. You said you needed this change, which means you'll probably need to change again, and again, and again. Am I right?" He shoved a handful of fruit snacks into his mouth to avoid the question, grimaced at the overwhelm of flavors, and if he'd committed as much heresy as he already had, he decided the god wouldn't be any more angry with him for smoothing the sour flavors away. Haneri turned in an angry circle. "This system. Everyone who goes to that palace comes out all chewed up. Their souls ripped all to shreds, because it does that to you." "I'll bear it," he said. "I just needed a respite from being—" She laughed, because the lie in that statement was so ringingly false. "You just had— You told me it was like a part of yourself was amputated, when you couldn't change anymore." He reared back. "I didn't tell you." "You didn't have to, remember?" He choked, swallowed, and sat still, cross-legged on the bed, in bedclothes that were now a size too big. Haneri spread her arms. "Come with me. Change all you want. I don't give a damn about your oaths. That oath not to change, after you've changed all your life, is criminal. Get Mariette to remove your seal. Just be yourself. Be Homage. Be someone else if you need to. I don't care. I just want you to be happy and not fade away." He reached for her, and she stretched back, and they held each other. Because it was impossible. They both knew it was impossible. She was about to be the head of a high house princedom, an ally for Dressa where one was desperately needed. She was about to have the power and authority to move worlds, and he would wreck all of it the moment he stepped out of this room looking the way he did now. He could never leave this room. Maybe. "You don't have the temperament to seclude yourself," she said, pulling back from him, wiping at her eyes. I promise you, it's not easy. And she would know. Oh, she would know. He felt more behind her words just now, more behind her reasons for her own seclusion, but she was pulling away from him, crossing her arms, scowling around her. So, she waved her hands around, turned another circle, finally came up with, "This is void shit." Yes. He ran a hand back through his short, bed-messy hair, leaning hard into Homage's expression of femme, grinning a gallows grin. His eyes stinging in his effort not to let them spill over. His non-change effort. Because maybe he could hold to one single shred of dignity. "But it's the void shit I have to live with," he said. "If I had more control—" But his magics showed that to be the obvious lie, too. His face rippled in a scowl. "This has never bothered me before. I've been Homage or Iata for long stretches before, and this was only a few days. But this time you can't go back to Homage," Haneri said. "Is that the difference?" She waved at his aura. "Or is it because you always had your aura contained? Jan, you are different with your aura out. You're more open, you have to be. Your magics are pushing you to be. Is that what happened here? Your magics pushing you? These magics given by the Kidaa." "This doesn't have to do with the Kidaa," he said. And a part of his tension eased, if only a small part. Because this was dangerous, yes. It was so dangerous. To him, to the kingdom, to anyone who might have to help him cover this up. If he even could. But he knew, with the unerring truth of his magics, that this wasn't a Kidaa thing. Maybe a byproduct of his magics, yes. But this problem was all his own. He rubbed at his face. "Okay, maybe I can change along gender lines when I need to change. It's not— No, I don't get dysphoric. It's not my preference, but it's fine, Haneri. And maybe it isn't even not a necessity. Sometimes I just needed the change for change's sake." He'd inhabited estrogen-dominant bodies before, when he was Homage for more than a week or two, to keep up the verisimilitude of Homage occasionally changing himself, herself. He'd changed on his own sometimes, too, because he could. To explore, to live a different life for a night. His body was always his own. Sometimes he'd just wanted the difference, but he'd never felt pushed there. He'd always known who he was. He'd always thought he'd known. "But, okay," Haneri said. "How did the other former Truthspoken do it?" "Your uncle?" Maja said a very few times about your uncle. Or, there have to be more former Truthspoken out there. Not your father, I know. But grandparents? Great-grandparents? Other blood servants? Isn't Vatrin's blood servant still out there? Truthspoken live longer than typical people, I know that. Not that much longer, Iata sighed. Just because we look younger doesn't mean our bodies don't age internally. And you know that. And I don't know how the others did it. I could probably cope a lot easier if I wasn't a magicker. If my magics weren't pushing open whatever this wound is inside of me. It's like, Haneri, it's like I can't pull the parts of myself together. That can't be a typical experience after swearing off change. He reached for the cup he'd set on the nightstand and took another drink. Considered. Dressa wouldn't be like this in this situation. Dressa would be happy if she didn't have to change again. This isn't just a truth-spoken thing. He looked up. And no, I don't want you to stay. You need to go take your princedom. The kingdom needs you to take your princedom. She made a face and reached for his generic calm on the nightstand. Call Marriott, or I will. This isn't how it should be. Like you sending out calm to billions of people isn't how it should be. You were going near translucent just now. Jan, that was terrifying. Her voice broke. A deus. And you know it takes a lot to scare me. He took the comm, but didn't tap the screen on. They'd talked all that evening, through every gap she'd had in what he knew from Iroikin and the reports from the Occam's storm. She knew what he knew. She'd needed to know it all, about to become a high house prince herself. She was one of the best weapons they had against Iroikin, and he was going to arm her to the teeth. She also knew his fears, that he was a danger to everyone, and to the kingdom. That his magics weren't under his control anymore, but someone else's. The Kidaa's. Or if the Kidaa had allied with other human enemies of his, then under a human's control as well. Iroikin's? A Deus. Could Iroikin have possibly found a way into his head to try to destabilize him? To further bring the kingdom under her own control? He froze for a solid 3 heartbeats. His gut instincts had always guided him, and they'd guided him to send out the calm during his abdication. He had no center at all, nothing on which to brace himself, no morality or guidance on which to stand. "Call Marriott," she said again. "Or message, if you don't want to call. He's probably still up." Yada stared up at her. He loved her. A Deus. He loved her. He would miss her with all he had. And she was right. He couldn't be alone in this. He shouldn't be alone for everyone's sakes. Yada drew a breath. No. He had to trust his instincts. He had to consider them from all angles, yes. But he still had to trust. Without that, he thought of the chaotic patterns he'd felt in Marriott's office earlier that day. The pure chaos that had so shaken him. That wasn't who he was. That wasn't who he'd let himself be. He wasn't chaos. He was order. He was still a Saratarkus personality, even if he was no longer a Saratarkus. Ida pressed the comm on, found Marriott's contact near the top, and waited for him to accept the call. "Yes?" Marriott's voice was rough with fatigue. "It's Ida." And Marriott would certainly hear the difference in his voice. Marriott would hear so much in his voice, the tension, the fear. There was a pause. "I'm coming." Chapter 30. Identity Fluid. "Uncle, how did you bear it, when you weren't allowed to be yourself anymore? Or is the question really, how did you bear it before you were allowed to be who you were instead?" Homage Rialdan, Saratarkus 9 in a private letter, never sent. Published in the Change Dialogues. Yada quickly sorted through his clothes from the palace, only half unpacked into the wholly inadequate wardrobe. His closet at the palace had been larger than this whole guest suite. Twice as large. But Chadrakor had, a day us she had, packed a few of the casual outfits he favored while being Homage, things that wouldn't normally fit him as Iada. He skimmed into one of them now and felt his soul settle further. He combed through his short hair, but didn't bother with cosmetics, not yet. But he'd needed to at least look presentable, and he wasn't entirely sure what to do with his hair, which was still his own, and still new as that, too. Homage as Homage had never had short hair. He couldn't bring himself to grow it out, though. It had been part of Haneri's gift. As the minutes passed, he was feeling more and more sheepish, the thought that he hadn't been able to control his own impulses to change more and more dominant. His magics told him that wasn't what was happening here, but he had been a Saratarkus. His personality was still a Saratarkus, even when he was Homage. Maybe especially when he was. He craved control. Not having it was also tearing him apart. But was that excuse enough to have, what, a mental breakdown? Was that what he'd had? He almost wanted to believe that. That, at least, would be more fixable than his situation now. Marriott knocked, then breezed in and shut the door quickly behind him. The shadows under his eyes were starkly prominent. his gray-blonde hair frazzled. "What happened?" he demanded. "What's wrong? I can still feel your distress, Yan. I felt it before you called, and was trying very much to let you have your own crisis, but I think a whole lot of magicers felt that. A Deus." Yada stood beside the bed, shaky though he still was, because sitting felt like too much of a vulnerability. "I had to change," he said. Mariette nodded, waving both hands at Yada now. "Yes, I can see that." Yada's temper, which had been mostly quashed beneath the pain and the fear and everything else, flared. "I had to," he hissed. "And it's a violence. It is a violence, Mariette, that I can't change, that I shouldn't. That above all else was true." Yada squeezed his eyes shut. Fuck. And he was still back to the core problem. "He was flickering," Haneri said. "He woke up yelling, then I couldn't get him coherent really until he changed. He was flickering enough that I—" Haneri didn't finish that, and Mariette stilled. Turned back to Iata, who opened his eyes to watch the fear flit across Mariette's face. He felt Mariette's growing fear too. Their emotions were always so open between them. He was sick to death of fear, of the people around him being afraid for him, or afraid of him, or just afraid. Yada knew Mariette was thinking too of the fears Yada had confessed to him before. His fear of his magics, and that he was being controlled by the Kidaa. "This isn't the Kidaa," Yada said. "This is my own mess." But he worried, of course he worried, that he was still wrong about that. That he couldn't trust that sense of truth at his core. But what would the Kidaa care about his oath not to change? Would they just want to create instability, to sow chaos? But then, why prompt him to send out that wave of calm? He'd seen the feeds. He knew people were using that recording of his abdication as a damned meditation. He didn't get how the crack in his soul fit into the pattern of everything, because it didn't. Because this was his own chaos. "Your oaths say you can't change except for gender necessities or when your life is in danger, correct?" Mariette asked. Yes. He'd been over this. He wanted a way past this, not to go over it again. "I'm changed now because it's helping, and I can regroup now and then, change within gender necessities within my own genetic profile. Not that I truly need those necessities, but you need to be homage," Mariette said. "But I am homage," Yada said, spreading his hands. "That's the point that no one's getting. Has this ever happened before? I don't know. Has there ever been a ruler who trusted his blood servant enough to share a single persona between them and all the power within it? Somewhere in the last 20 years I stopped being one person, and my soul knows that, and my magics can't tolerate the violence of denying myself the other half of myself. All of that, finally ringing with the truth he needed to hear, drained the anger out of him. He sat down, heavily, looking up at his friend, his husband, feeling utterly unwound. Mariette stepped closer, studying Iata intently. No, looking around him, at Iata's soul density. Mariette held up his hands and paused. Iata nodded and pushed himself to stand again as Mariette gently gripped Iata's shoulders, still looking, now assessing. "What do you see?" Haneri asked. Yada hated that he hadn't been the one to ask that question, that he was feeling far too raw. Mariette tilted his head, shaking it slightly, his eyes still roaming around Iata's aura. "Jan, I've known you as Iata, and as Homage, and I can see that you're you through both of these personalities, but they are different. When you're Homage, you are different." "I know that," Iata snapped. "That's the whole point." Marriott only raised his thick brows. But you're never not whole, though. At least, you haven't had this wound before, and yes, I can see it now. It looks like a fissure between two different and vital parts of you. I suspect it's fainter now that you've changed? Yes. When you've been Iada, there's always a flow to the greater part of you, and same when you're homage. But now, that flow is being blocked, and the wound is still open. Do you see that in Dressa? Haneri asked. Did you see that in Imorie? Marriott frowned. Imorie, maybe a little, but they were so much in flux. For Imorie, maybe. Like they'd set parts of themselves temporarily aside. Honestly, I didn't look too closely, it wasn't my place. And Marriott thought it was his place to study Ayada's soul chemistry. So thoroughly all these years? No, that wasn't fair. It had been his place. Marriott had helped Iada through everything with being a magicker. Marriott had needed to know that it could work, that Iada still partially ruling the kingdom as he had could work. I do see it with Dressa, but in a subtler way, Marriott went on. More, I think, the difference between who she is and the persona she assumes for the court. Same with Maja, though for him, it's mostly like he just sets the bulk of himself aside when he's homage. His brows went up. It's a wonder he lasted as long as he did, honestly. Spending that much time away from his own personality. That builds up a different kind of scarring in your soul. But no, I've seen the layering of personalities, but I've never seen this sort of break in their souls, no. So, can you do something about it? Haneri pressed. Can you be there for him when I'm gone? Because if you can't, I'm not going. Marriott eyed Haneri, a look passing between them that Iada could read but wished he hadn't. A private and desperate promise. He felt more than saw Marriott's firm nod. Marriott reached up, brushed back hair that had fallen into Iada's eyes, only for it to fall back down again. Bangs. Iada still wasn't sure about that, but his eyes locked onto Marriott's. Jan, Marriott said, you're not just one person. No, I know that. I just said that. I told the whole kingdom that, Marriott. Yes, but have you really considered what that means, with your oath not to change? Rage boiled up again, and Marriott held up a hand. Where is your center, in Iada or homage? Iada shook his head, because he'd been trying to answer that the last few days. He'd been trying to convince himself that his center was and always had been in Iada, because that's who he was. But his magics told him something different, and they'd started screaming it just now. I think, Marriott said slowly, from what I'm seeing, it's both. And you can be Iada for long stretches of time, knowing that you have homage to go back to. Or be homage, knowing you have Iada to go back to. But now that you don't, your soul energy can't flow. You cut yourself in half with that oath, and I know it's the law. But I'm telling you, you cut yourself in half. And I don't think your soul or your body can survive that. Iada glanced at Haneri, whose mouth was pressed tight. It wasn't so different than what he'd announced to the worlds, except that was talking about the assumption of a personality. A full embracing of a personality, knowing Iada was still his actual center. Except it wasn't. Somewhere in the years that he'd been both Eata and homage, he'd stopped assuming the personality of homage, hadn't he? He hadn't let himself see that either. Not when Maja was still there. Homage's life had never been his to live alone. He'd always known that it was borrowed. It didn't feel borrowed now. He hadn't even been trying, and all his mannerisms and tells just now had slid back to homage. It was right just now. It was natural. And his magics, His aura being out for over a week now showed him just how much he'd been resisting that truth too. Imorie was studying him through narrowed eyes, really looking at him. A deus. Had she just started realizing, as he was realizing, that she'd fallen in love with Homage Rielden after all? His version, at least. Would she push him away now? And it was dawning on him, too, that he had no choice but to break his oath. Continually. For the rest of his life. He had to change, because change was as necessary to him as breathing. To save my life, Kidaa said. Mariette, you said you can see the wound in my soul, though? You can testify to it? Like a crack in my soul, it's holding the rest of me apart. Yes. Mariette looked up. And maybe I have seen similar. It's not so different than the break in Etitanika's soul. It's not less of a violence to have a part of yourself killed, too. To be actively killing it. Him. Kidaa shuddered. Had it been that bad? But he knew the truth of that, too. He'd felt it in the soul-deep pain that still trembled inside him, a distant but not finished echo. And maybe you're more people still, Mariette said. I don't know. How many personas? Many, but these are my main. And he knew as he said that, too, that how he'd worded it was true. Kidaa was as much a persona as Homage, but neither of them were personas. Both were his truths. He'd told the entire galaxy that. He had. Maybe he really had told it like it was. He just hadn't examined it that closely himself. Are you identity fluid? Imorie asked. Did you never consider that? No, I'm Truthspoken. I'm identity fluid by default. You know what I mean. It's more than training or duty. Personality fluid? Plural? Is this a truth-spoken facet of plurality? Because that should fall within necessities for change, and not even just saving your life. Kidaa shrugged, feeling unmoored. Feeling for the first time since he'd abdicated, like there might also be something to hold on to. I'll talk to Sior, Mariette said. Inorie's right. This is about your identity, not your control. A deus. I should have seen that before. Kidaa shook his head. No, I'm truth-spoken. Or I was. It's the same issue. The rules are different for us. A deus, I didn't. He still didn't know. He didn't know if what he was or what he was feeling fit any definitions. You have to be able to change, Mariette pressed. And you have to be able to be both Kidaa and Homage. Kidaa, frustrated, made a negating wave, but Mariette held up his hand. No, Jan. You can't power through this one. If we explain this as a necessity, then it is. The people will accept that. They have to. That is covered in the provisions of your oath. It's no different than if Maza has to change gender expressions. Yada's whole body flinched. Maza isn't here, and he's not a magicer. And he's not the person that all of Valoris is fucking afraid of. And anyhow, there is a reason that former Truthspoken don't stay in the capital. It doesn't matter what our necessities are. Not really. People don't want to be afraid of us anymore. 3 is enough of us. Only 3. Kidaa shrugged, his eyes filling, and he didn't bother to stop it. This isn't about my necessities. This is about the fear we use to rule. We become fear to rule, Mariette. We have to make the people fear us, or it doesn't work. And it's bad enough that I'm still in the capital here. As the first magicer, looking like Kidaa, that's bad enough. But Kidaa is a step removed from Homage. And Homage, I as Homage crashed the ship. I crashed the kingdom. They won't forgive me for that. And that's why. It was why he should leave. Like every other former Truthspoken had, sooner or later. Almost always sooner. No, Haneri said, moving closer, her eyes intent. No, you will not take the fall for Iroikan Javier's crimes. Our children need you, Homage, and if I'm going to be effective as Delore, I need every piece on the board. He spread his hands. You just asked me to come with you? To be whoever I needed to be. Yan, you know that won't work. Adeus. She drew a long breath, and another, and Iata ached with a different kind of pain. Because yes, he did know that. If he left, he would have to leave alone. So, this is what we're going to do, Haneri said. I'm going to marry you too, both of you. His whole system jolted, and still he found himself saying, Haneri, no, your father. I will deal with my father. And this doesn't have to be a truth-spoken contract now. I don't have to forswear my family and my titles. And my father wouldn't have contacted me unless he was desperate. She looked to Mariette. You'll take my last name, if you'll have it. She paused. And of course, I won't force you to marry me. Mariette was shaking his head. No, it's sound. This is sound. It will show he has the support of a high house family, something apart from Ryalden. And the worlds will see that I've chosen to marry Homage Ryalden too. As the former first magicer, that will say something. That will say much, Haneri said. Same with me. It's well known that I have not loved my husband, or regarded him well at all. A small, crooked smile. This was madness. It was. Homage Nirialden Broden, Iata said. If you're bent on doing this, it has to be a hierarchical marriage, and I have to be at the lowest point. Mariette froze, and their eyes met. Homage Ryalden and Mariette Broden had never been friends. Homage being the authority that still had to deny magicers their rights in the kingdom, even when Homage was Iata. Iata still felt the small satisfaction that Mariette had when sealing him, even knowing who he was. And maybe Mariette felt Iata thinking about that now too, because his face was crumpling. I have the bruising sleep, Haneri said, and any other thought Iata might have been thinking ground to a halt. The room tilted, and he reached unconsciously for change to steady himself. He noticed it, and decided he didn't care. What? I have... She shook her head. I got it 2 months before Chelsea Fadira died. 5 years ago? She was helping me through it. I've had the treatment. I still have treatment. Vogret takes my vitals to the city and comes back with medication. I'm managing. It's fine. Iata took a step back, raking over her soul with his magicer's eyes. But I didn't see. I would have seen it. I would see it in your aura now. Like he'd seen with Imorie. Haneri couldn't have had it that long. He would have known. Haneri shook her head. Maybe. I don't know, but I'm managing it. Maybe you've only seen people with acute illness. I don't have that. I need more rest now than I used to, but I'm functional. I'm fine. And you had to show your aura to see it in Imorie. Even when I had the acute version, you were all contained. It lasted maybe 3 months at full strength for me, then began to ease off. I didn't have it like Imorie has it either. I didn't know you could have a mild case, but I do. Iata shared a disturbed and profoundly disoriented look with Mariette. Mariette rubbed at his beard. So, Haneri straightened. So, what I'm getting at is, you've said this stuff goes in 3s. 3 Truthspoken. The Kidaa called Rhys one of the 3, which is terrifying, yes, but that's what it is. And that song the Kidaa wanted Rhys to hear. A cycle of 3. Iroikan said the Kidaa give both green magics and the bruising sleep, but whatever those both do to a person, there's a third thing that is important in our society. That's a catalyst, and that's change. That's Truthspoken. Iata stared at her, Because Ade us, the pattern, Imorie. Imorie had the bruising sleep, and green magics and change. Iata had magics and change. Or had that not been the right perspective? Iata had magics as what had set him apart, Maja had change, and Haneri had the bruising sleep. 3. Like Kim Xavieri had the bruising sleep, and Semlin Necrata Xavieri had green magics, and had the Kidaa known that Lysander would be raised to change? Had they known? Was that even a comparable pattern, if it was all in one family but not among the same levels or generations of family? 3. It was still 3. What if we're a pattern too? Haneri asked. What if we were supposed to be? Maja with change, me with the bruising sleep, you with magics. He closed his eyes. This was too much. This was a thing too far for his battered mind to handle. And that pattern's broken now. With Maza gone, and what if it needs to be formed again? You with change, me with the bruising sleep, and Mariet with magics. No, it's not a perfect pattern. She shrugged. It wasn't before either. But it feels important, Iata. Tell me it doesn't feel important. Iata's sense of the patterns behind all of this vibrated. Why had the Kidaa given him magics? And assuming the Kidaa had given Haneri the bruising sleep, why? There was a balance. A cycle of 3, for lack of anything better to call it. The Kidaa had thought it important enough to share that message that they'd burned it across worlds. And if Haneri married them both now, that pattern right here would be restored. Adeus, had the Kidaa had a hand in this crack in his soul? Did they need him to change? Need this pattern to continue? Haneri drew a breath. I'm still going to Radalor. If I can. I don't know if that makes a difference. She eyed him. But Maja is gone from our pattern in more than distance. I think our distance will still hold the pattern. Iata nodded. Because what else could he do? She'd just told him a secret she'd kept for over 5 years. Told him now, while he was profoundly reeling. Her proposed marriage was a political solution, yes. And he'd told her all he knew about the Kidaa, and she'd put that into this diplomatic solution of continuing this pattern, whatever that importance was. Should they disrupt the pattern? Was that pattern, which the Kidaa kept reiterating, something to avoid at all costs? But that wasn't the gut-deep feeling ringing in his soul. He'd seen spirals of 3 in Mariet's, in his own office earlier that day. When he'd tapped into the soul energy of the plants, he'd seen 3s. And Iata was too tired to try to argue with himself that that didn't mean something too. Was he under assault? Were the Kidaa trying to connect with him? And with Rhys? And with Imorie, even? Connect any way they could in a desperation that seemed to be growing? Haneri's marriage was a solution to his internal flailing, too, and he saw that as the expert maneuvering it was. Give him a purpose, a reason to remain in the capital and visible, a reason not to bottle himself up and fade away, and an out if he needed it, a way to go to her. But she was right that Dressa needed him here. Even if he couldn't communicate in the day-to-day without harming her position or authority, he was here. And Adeus, he could not leave her to deal with Eroican alone. And what depth, what oceans of depth, of self-pity had he been in that he'd stopped remembering the reasons why he had stayed in Valon City? Beyond the rote. Yes, he was the first magicker, but he could have abdicated that as well. He could have. And this was partly why he'd married Mariet, political disaster though that was. He was trying to carve out a livable life in an impossible situation to save his niece, in many ways his daughter, from ruin. To save his kingdom from ruin. That didn't stop because he'd been deposed. And he'd been thinking, in the back of his mind, that maybe he should sequester himself in Mariette's apartment and not come out, that he should do his utmost to fade in the public's mind, because the public was fickle and followed the scandals of the day. Imorie leaned forward and kissed him. You wouldn't do well in seclusion. Trust me, I would know. Come to me on Radalor when you're ready or when you have to, but stay here as long as you can. He leaned into her kiss, desperate, trying his hardest to hold to her shore. But she pulled away, touched his cheek, and then stepped back. I will talk to Sior tomorrow morning, Mariette said, and get dispensation for you to change. With Imorie stepping back, Yada, his soul still flailing, reached for Mariette. Thank you. Mariette moved into his embrace, but Iada felt the slight hesitation, the chagrin, the shyness, because there had always been that unspoken wall between them when Iada was homage. But Mariette held him tighter for it, then let go. I'll call for my aide to officiate this marriage, though they're probably asleep right now. Probably. He looked to Imorie. You are still leaving in a few hours? Yes. Those plans I can't change. Mariette nodded and shook his head, raised his brows, shook his head again. Yada profoundly understood the feeling. Okay. Mariette pulled out his comm. Yada turned back to Imorie, razor-edged, gorgeous, about to be a ruler of a princedom in her own right, about to be his wife, and she had the bruising sleep. Adeus, the bruising sleep. His aura was fully out, and he still couldn't see it, and maybe she'd told him that too, to divert his concern from himself. That had certainly worked. He did not want to see her in pain. Was she right that this marriage with her would help the politics of this all, and not crash and burn like his marriage with Mariette? That had been her idea, and her miscalculation too. Yada decided, as he was starting to decide a lot, that he didn't care. Was she right about this pattern of threes being important? Maybe he didn't know. He was trusting on a feeling, but he didn't know. He did know. He loved her. And maybe he needed a balance of threes, the three of them. However that looked now, however it would be in the future. Because just now, he could hardly see past this day. He didn't know what his life would look like at all. A former Truthspoken with, hopefully, dispensation to change, between Iada and homage. He'd never lived that fully in the open. I wish we'd had a proper wedding. She smoothed down the front of her hastily donned shirt and pants. Who the hell gets to decide what's proper? That tugged his lips in a smile. Lean on Mariette, she said quietly, watching Mariette type into his comm. Yes, lean on me. Mariette looked up, snapping off his comm. My aide is coming. Yada felt a growing panic. Did Imorie see benefit in this marriage to herself too? Other than that she loved him? Could this possibly do more than make her own political position harder? He opened his mouth, one last try for her to just go and not worry about him, to protect her best chances with her future princedom, with the greater well-being of the kingdom, to not tangle herself further with him, to not tangle with the Kidaa, whatever the Kidaa were doing with patterns of three, whatever the Kidaa were doing to him, to Imorie, to all of them. But he shut his mouth again. This was what he had wanted, if not quite in this way. Imorie watched his resolve and nodded herself. Nothing was certain. Absolutely nothing was certain. Good, Imorie said. The rest of the universe can get the hell over themselves. Chapter 31. The Trade. Solana? You mean the border world? What in the worlds is there to do on Solana? Count Jin Heart in the vid drama. Nova Hearts, Season 6, Episode 3, The Understatement. Ariana wanted Eddie nearby. They needed Eddie nearby, but he had to talk to his father. He needed the closure. He needed the contact. Maybe he needed to scream at Neom, because Ariana had certainly felt that building in him. And maybe, if they could even hope a little, he might impress himself on Neom. Or maybe even Revan could sway Neom to help them get out of this palace and get out alive. But Ariana flexed their hand, their empty hand, as Keem's guards led them into the Javieri family residence wing of this palace. Not guest quarters, not for them. Keem was keeping them close, and it was becoming public knowledge by the minute that Ariana had in fact made their bid to rule, and now was here, in Palace Javieri, on Inasi III. With Duke Koldari walking stoically behind them now, in their support, and a lost Javieri for a husband. Gale walked by Ariana's side and kept casting glances at them. Ariana had noted their increased tension coming into this corridor of the residence wing, and quietly burned for it. This child should never have been a pawn in Keem's games. Never. If Eddie had pulled some of their years of court training into himself and his bearing, Ariana had in turn found themselves with his fierce protectiveness of his sibling. They decided that was good. Gale was their sibling too now. Ariana searched these emotions of Eddie's that were fast becoming their own, and pulled in his body language too. Not all of it, but enough that they knew it would bring familiarity to Gale. Just enough. They reached out their hand, and Gale, with a searching look, took it. Maybe they were too old for that, but with the touch, they could feel Ariana's emotions. They wouldn't have to guess at Ariana's sincerity. They'd know. Ariana smiled at them, and knew it was Eddie's smile. Had they been trying for that? They weren't sure. Gale's eyes widened, and their hand tightened on Ariana's. They moved subtly closer. And maybe Gale could sense Eddie's influence in Ariana, Eddie's concern within Ariana's own emotions. Ariana squeezed their hand back and held tight. The Javieri guards led them all into a large suite, and Ariana knew the layout from their childhood studies. There was a short hallway to the left, which led to one large bedroom and 3 smaller bedrooms. Several of the palace serving staff in Javieri green and gold waited, looking tense. The suite had the air of a very hasty preparation. "Ser Melisori, we will be in the service station down the corridor," the oldest servant, an androgynous person, said. "If you need anything, only ask." Which meant, "We're watching you stay in line." Ariana didn't think it was an accident that one of the elder serving staff, obviously a senior in this palace from the way they carried themselves, had been assigned to them. Ariana nodded. "Thank you. You may go." As if this was their palace on their world. And if they were the ruler, it was. All of the worlds in the kingdom of Valorous, technically, were theirs. Technically. The staff and guards retreated, the doors closed. Did they lock? Ariana wasn't about to test it. Not yet. There would be cameras. Keem would certainly be watching. They took a breath, turned to Kieran, and they didn't have to ask. He already had his dampener in hand, a compact, very high-grade dampener/scrambler. He clicked the slender cylinder. Ariana's ears popped, and the world outside a 2-meter radius fuzzed. Gale, close beside them, flinched. "It's all right," Ariana said. "It's just a dampener. It's for our safety." Dorian had been left outside that radius. They slipped inside and grimaced at the transition, shaking their head to clear the pressure. Gale squirmed and looked around. Ariana finally let go of their hand, and they gripped both hands together, looking small. "Gale," Ariana said, as gently as they could manage just now. "We have to talk. All of us. But first, are you hurt? Have the Javieris hurt you?" The look they shot to Ariana now was mistrustful. "You're not my brother." No, Ariana agreed. But we are both powerful magicers, and our souls have blended a bit, I think. Is that acceptable? Gale's dark brows drew down, maybe remembering the feel of Ariana's emotions and Etty's echo within them. The Javieri sealed me, Gale finally said. Iwan, beside Kieran, muttered, That is violence enough. It's necessary, Dorian said, and Ariana shot them a look. That was not helpful. Dorian held up their hands. Forgive me. Truly, forgive me. Yes, it is a violence. That wasn't helping either. And Ariana was deeply aware that even if their own cheek was sealed, if they'd made their bid to rule, they were now at the top of a system that mandated these seals as necessary. That didn't ask, but enforced, and that, at this moment, felt like an impossible thing to change. Ariana considered Gale, then said, We don't have to talk about it now. I need to talk with Duke Koldari and his partner Iwan, and with Dorian, about how we will leave this palace shortly. You will be coming with us, with your mother and Etty. You have my promise on that. Gale looked up. You married Etty. Yes, as if they still couldn't believe that. Gale reached for Ariana's hand again, and they gave it. Do you love him? A day us. They met Gale's eyes, felt Gale's vivid fears and suspicions and emotional wounds through that window between souls. Yes, Ariana said. Gale studied Ariana intently. Gale's personality, their soul energy, was vastly different from Etty's. More open, more chaotic, but hardly less aware. Gale's shoulders slowly came down from their hunch. Ariana nodded to them. Please, be a part of this conversation. Interrupt at any time. Gale swallowed, looking small again, but nodded, clenching Ariana's hand more tightly now. Ariana turned to Kieran, who was waiting not so patiently for this exchange with Gale to end. His eyes were dark, but maybe the anger wasn't directed at them. Ariana opened their mouth, then thought better of starting with Kieran and turned to Iwan, who had their arms wrapped around themselves with almost as much trauma as Gale was projecting. A deus. You said you knew what the Kidaa did to me. Explain. Because Iwan hadn't explained in the infirmary. They'd gone silent, and that silence ate at Ariana now. Iwan's sharp brows twitched, and they glanced at Kieran. Kieran didn't respond with any cue that Ariana could see, and they were watching closely. But Iwan grimaced and nodded. Maybe not exactly what they did, but when you weren't back in your own head yet. Iwan was hunching further in on themself, and Ariana, hating themself just a little for taking advantage of the vulnerability of the moment, but having no more time for subtleties, asked, Iwan, do you have the bruising sleep? Iwan shot another look to Kieran, a longer look this time. No, I don't have the bruising sleep. True. And they hadn't been expecting that. All the answers, the gathering pattern around Iwan, had pointed to that. Ariana turned to Kieran, but he still held no answers. His mouth was drawn tight, and he gave Iwan space. Iwan took in a shuddering breath. You have to understand that we haven't told anyone, outside of the people who were there, and some of the other families on Sulana who were affected. No one knows what happened. A deus. Their gut was tightening. Trauma was written in every nuance of Iwan's posture. Then, what happened? Ariana asked. And when? And where? What was Iwan talking about? I don't like to think about it, Iwan went on, as if they hadn't heard Ariana's question. Kieran, Ariana said, their alarm growing. What are they talking about? Kieran held up his hands, starting to look pinched. The rest of what you need to know about the Kidaa. Iwan, should I tell? No, Iwan hissed. No, you shouldn't have to do that. But they didn't continue. Kieran unbent and wrapped his arm around Iwan's back, pulling them close. Ariana had seen that casual, intense intimacy between them before. Kieran's protectiveness of Iwan. Iwan shuddered, almost a sob. I'm sorry, they mouthed to Kieran. And there was something different now going on in the body language between them. Something mutually protective this time, and mutually tense. Can we all sit? Dorian asked into the uneasy silence. Imorie, Ariana, you should sit, at least. Please, Sir Melisori. And Ariana wanted to. They truly wanted to. No, there can be bugs in the couch that will get past the dampener's field. Dorian opened their hands, their distress apparent. They were so far out of their depth by this point, but Ariana had no energy left for sympathy. None at all. Can I offer you calm, then, Iwan? Please, Dorian asked, but Iwan shook their head. I don't need it, they said, which obviously wasn't true. Kieran ran a hand through his thick, dark hair, an unusual gesture for him. Flustered. Okay, he said. Okay. Iwan, break in when you must. But this has to be told. Iwan nodded, their mouth tight. So Kieran went on. So, you know now that Sulana trades with the Kidaa. My homeworld, Sangor Brek, is within easy trading distance of Sulana, so we're one of the primary outside trading sources for the Sulanan colony. But Sangor Brek isn't a food-rich world either. It's a cold world, and we've made it more habitable over the centuries, and comfortably enough, but it's still a harsh world to maintain. Through Sulana, we began trading with the Kidaa over a century ago. Ariana made a face. The Koldaris trade with the Kidaa, too? Who the hell else trades with the Kidaa that the rulers of the kingdom don't know about? Why is it that I have had access to the most extensive intelligence network in the kingdom and had no idea at all that two of my worlds were trading with the Kidaa? Respectfully, Ariana, the Truthspoken are on the decline, Kieran said. They have been for a while. Valon is on the decline. It's why the Javieris have the power that they do. It's why Eroikin was able to do whatever she did to force the ruler to step down. Ariana's hackles rose. The Truthspoken are a Deus's sanctified eyes and will... You don't believe that void shit. Kieran's look was arch and cold, and also past having energy for sympathy. Whether your god uses you or not, you're not divinely appointed. Not over me, not over any of us. Ariana gathered their resolve and pointed in the direction of the palace landing pads, to where they hoped their yacht still sat, if Keem hadn't had it moved. You just fucking swore your fealty to me. Fealty isn't the same thing as believing in fanaticism, Kieran said. Keem is a fanatic in her own Sulanan religion. I refuse to be... It's not fanaticism if it's the... Ariana shut their mouth, because this wasn't the argument they wanted to have. And he was right. He was right. Their magics were telling them with frustrating urgency that they were arguing against their own truths now. Ariana's belief in the Truthspoken's holy mandate to rule had been waning with every breath they took while being a magicker. It had been waning when they'd wondered if most of the population had, in fact, the genetics to change. That Truthspoken were only different because of training, and not any other reason. Their belief in their birthright had been waning with every inconsistency, every new piece of information they'd found that their father hadn't known. But the biggest blow had been their life and position being stolen from them. Yes, throughout history, Truthspoken shuffled themselves around all the time, and they always justified it. But history hit different when living the reality of that kind of betrayal. They did believe there was a god, a daios. But did they believe that God would allow Dressa to be folded under Eroiken's influence? Or allow Ariana, even, to step up in her place? Did the god truly care at all who was their eyes and ears and will in the world, as long as someone was? Did that someone even have to be Truthspoken? Or, with the Kidaa tossing out the bruising sleep and green magics at a whim, could Ariana still believe in anything at all? Go on, they finally said, because they didn't have the time or energy to have this level of internal crisis either. Kieran gave a tight nod, glanced at Iwan again, who was still pressed close to him, and said, "Years ago, the Kidaa took some of the human children of Sulana." Ariana went cold. Because here it was, all the reasons, and they knew those reasons would be horrific from the closing in of both Iwan and Kieran right now. "And left some of their own children with us," Iwan said. "We didn't know what to do with them, and Kidaa children sleep through most of their first few decades. But they took much more human children than they gave Kidaa children, and that taking was ongoing. For years their eyes were on the floor, and they leaned into Kieran. Kim and her father helped them. Sulanin children were part of a trade, and Kim was part of that last trade too, and so was my older sibling." Ariana stared in horror. What? And this dawning reality was one Ariana wanted to push back against with everything they had. Koldari reacting when a child had been taken, by Kim, against their will. Iwan's scorching look at Eddie and Gale in the infirmary. Siblings reunited. "A trade?" Ariana asked, struggling for clarity. "You mean the Kidaa left their own children on Sulana to be raised by humans and took ours? Why would the Kidaa why would they want human children? And why would they leave theirs? That doesn't make a day us." It didn't sound like a cultural exchange alone. Not from what Iwan was describing, how Kieran was acting, and horrors beyond imagining swam up in their mind. Because they'd felt that Kidaa mind. Overwhelming, observant, and intensely unlike a human mind. "To experiment on them," Iwan said flatly, and finally did look up. Ariana wished they hadn't. The look scorched through their soul. Kieran's eyes were on the floor, his posture rigid. "The Kidaa, we think, were trying to change some of the human children to be more like them. We don't know if they thought the humans would try to change the Kidaa children in turn, if that's even something normal in their society. We don't know. But mostly the humans cared for those Kidaa children as best they could. They were Kidaa, but they were still children." Kieran's eyes flashed. "My mother put a stop to the trades when she saw the conditions on the Kidaa ships." Then he stopped and swallowed again, visibly shaking. Ariana stared between Kieran and Iwan. No, Ariana was missing something here. The dynamic between Kieran and Iwan was off. If this was just Iwan's trauma, yes, they were sure that Kieran could feel it deeply too. Even if they weren't both magickers like Ariana and Eddie, it was plain Kieran and Iwan's emotional bond was deep. But this was something more. Kieran looked like he was nearing a crisis, and that was not the Kieran Koldari they knew. "Your sibling?" Ariana asked Iwan. Did the Kidaa harm them?" "Yes," Iwan said quietly. "We don't think it was malicious, but yes. They are alive. They have recovered, to a point. They are a mostly functional person now. Last time I saw them, they were fairly happy. They have a girlfriend. Every human child did live." They bit their lip, slowly rubbed Kieran's arm, and Kieran still hadn't looked up. Iwan said, "Kim's own father gave her over to the Kidaa. to better learn the Kidaa ways so her father could build his trade empire. When the Koldari freighter found the last Kidaa ship, with my sibling on it, and Keem didn't want to leave. She screamed and fought, but the freighter crew made her go. Another longer look at Kieran before they went on. The Kidaa, apparently convinced of the importance, deposited all the children and Keem onto the Koldari freighter and left. They collected their own children on Solana, most of them, and then just resumed business as usual, as if none of that had ever happened, as if it hadn't been happening for years. Iwan gave a tight shrug. If Keem was sane before then, she wasn't sane after. They looked back to Ariana, their gaze steadier now, resigned. My sibling was 12, by the way, when this happened. I was 8. Keem was 19. So that was a bit over 20 years ago. My sibling has adjusted, yes, but they still have difficulties, and some of the children didn't recover as well. I've done my best to help. That salve I have, it was formulated on Solana, to help the survivors. Ariana was struggling to find words that wouldn't involve violence, struggling to understand. Keem's father made this deal with the Kidaa? They asked. To trade children? Adeus, to traffic Valoran children? It was the Kidaa's idea initially, Kieran said quietly. But he went along with it. The Sullinans weren't happy about it, of course, but they depended on the Kidaa for many resources by that point. There had been a few bad years with diseased crops, and they didn't want to piss the Kidaa off. And no, Ariana, they couldn't have asked for help from Valon. You understand, they were already too deep. They couldn't afford to be quarantined, or sanctioned, or worse. Keem's father convinced a lot of desperate people that this cultural exchange might, in the end, be good. Ariana felt Gale shift. They'd been gripping the child's hand too tightly. They grimaced and let go. Gale didn't protest. Their brow was drawn tight, their mouth pinched, and Ariana dearly wished Gale hadn't had to hear all of that. The part of them that had Eddie's emotions was full of the big brother energy that wanted to cover Gale's ears, take them into another room, tell them it wasn't as bad as it sounded. Tell them they'd protect them with their life. Gale's eyes fixed on Iwan. Your sibling was taken too? Iwan's focus sharpened on them. Did Keem take you to the Kidaa she has here, in the palace? Gale went rigid. There's a Kidaa in the palace? Well, and that answered that. Though Ariana had not at all been willing to believe Keem's claim that she wasn't a monster. Iwan swallowed, seemed to find strength somewhere, because they said, Yes, Gale, my sibling was taken by the Kidaa. My family was rewarded, distraught, but we didn't have a lot. They paused, their eyes unfocused for an uncomfortably long moment on Ariana. On Ariana's symbol of authority, maybe, inherent in who they were. Their symbol of the Ryaldans' failure. If this had happened, oh, Adeus, that failure. They opened their mouth, but what could they say? They were still processing their own shock. Their authority amounted to what little credit they were learning the Ryaldans had on the border worlds. That was all. They had so very little to give to fix this, if any of it could be fixed at all. Iwan went on. We think, maybe, we pieced it together later, that the Kidaa were trying to make my sibling and the others more like the sleepers. Almost like having the bruising sleep, but not quite. They shuddered, closed their eyes, quickly opened them again. Why? Ariana asked. Why would they do that? And they thought rapidly. The Kidaa that Keem has. Is that Kidaa here willingly? Are they part of another trade? A deus, and for what? Kieran shifted. I think that Kidaa is one of the original Kidaa children left on Solana. There were a few that the Kidaa never retrieved, and we don't know why. They're probably 40 or so years old now, having had a waking cycle in their life before being in a sleeping cycle again. Other than that, he spread a hand. Keem approached me several years ago about pooling our ships and resources for mutual benefit. She knew that Sangor Brek trades with Solana and with the Kidaa. Koldari has never been as powerful a house as the other high houses. The offer, at the time, seemed reasonable. He smiled tightly. I had a bit of sympathy for Keem. I knew what she'd gone through. I thought she had been a victim of her father's schemes as much as the rest. And that alliance had been before I'd met Iwan, too. I met Iwan while trying to figure this all out, actually, on Sulana, a few years back. A glance between them, scaldingly private. Iwan warned me about Keem. But the alliance had been beneficial, Kieran said. But the Javieris and I had a falling out when Iroiken and Keem started talking about bringing down the Ryaldans with a sleeper. Ariana flinched, and Gale hissed and let go of their hand. Bringing down anyone, Iwan said. Making anyone suffer at the hands of the Kidaa. None of it was good. Ariana, struggling not to pull their own arms around themselves, turned back to Iwan. So, what do you mean then, when you said the children who were there sort of have the bruising sleep? Like Ariana had the bruising sleep. Like Kieran had just said had been a part of the Javieris' plans. Not that they hadn't known that, but in the context of all of this, and the thing that wasn't adding up was, why did Iwan carry that salve? Yes, it might, as they'd claimed, help them with fatigue. But there was still more Iwan and Kieran hadn't said. There were edges to this whole story that were hidden. There was information they were both still trying to conceal. Iwan was quiet. Not a quiet, Ariana realized after a few heartbeats, of reticence, but of giving space. Giving space, this time, to Kieran. And they found Kieran considering them. His look calculating and raw. He checked the dampener poking out from his jacket pocket, and then he shrugged, as if whatever he was still concealing Keem already knew, and it was a Rialdan who he was resisting, in the end, not Keem. Ariana's arms prickled. Kieran had sworn to them. He'd sworn to them. And now knowing this deeper part of his family's history, what had it taken him to swear to a Rialdan personally? What was it taking him now? I was on that Kidaa ship, too, he finally said. The words perfectly formed. His emotions, though, jagging in all directions. His hands tightening by his sides, opening again. My mother wanted Koldari to have the trade advantage, too, like Keem's father. They were close allies. Were. His mother was still alive, though she'd retired and passed her title to Kieran. Or had he forced her to retire? His eyes just now were obsidian shards. But he'd also said his mother had put a stop to the Kidaa trading children with the humans. Kieran's eyes locked on Ariana's, and his struggle was so plain they almost looked away. When I'm awake, he said, sometimes I'm still dreaming. They did something to me. Different, I think, than what they did to some of the others. Maybe because I was older. I was 16. A lot of the children were younger. Why, oh, Adeus? Why had his mother, Duke Koldari at the time, thought that sending her son to the Kidaa had been a good idea? Ariana was seriously rethinking any anger they'd ever had toward their own father. Any at all. But then, no. Maybe they should have all the anger in all the worlds for him. Had he known about this? Had he? And why hadn't he? Why? So you have the bruising sleep too? They asked, and looked at Iwan for confirmation. Iwan, who was a physician. Had they studied to help their sibling, or to help Kieran? or both. That was not a light undertaking. "It's not the bruising sleep," Iwan said. Ariana nodded, because they'd never seen that in Kieran's aura. But then, Kieran had always been hard to read, with their evacu training or their magicer senses. "It doesn't fit any known mental illnesses," Kieran bit out, "and it has a physiological component. I have learned to live with it. I can, mostly, stave it off, unless I'm agitated. But the Kidaa changed me." He swallowed, and glared a challenge for Ariana to, what, reject him for that? Beyond the sedition of his family at best, and the ongoing treason of trading with the Kidaa and keeping it from Valon at worst, Ariana could hardly hold him to blame for something his family had done to him. For something the Kidaa had done. But what he'd done after that? The alliances he'd made, the trade that they had to assume had continued with the Kidaa, was continuing now. Their insides clenched. And no, that wasn't the rage they could have right now either. Not yet. "When the Kidaa touched my mind," they said, "I was apart from myself, and I couldn't get back." Kieran nodded, understanding in his eyes. Did this Kidaa do to me what the Kidaa did to you?" "I don't think so," Iwan said. "But maybe part of what you felt was just touching a Kidaa mind. Your contact was brief." Kieran shrugged, but it was hardly casual. "It took me a long time to recover and learn to control my mind after coming back. I don't think what happened here was the same. No. Maybe shared some similarities, and that's what Iwan saw. But not the same." Ariana wasn't sure that was a reassurance. They didn't want to ever feel like they couldn't reach the whole of themself, and their thoughts again. "In any case," Kieran said, "it's mostly history. It doesn't affect my daily life in any tangible way." A lie. His cheek twitched as he marked them, noticing that, and he scratched the side of his head, for a moment again entirely discomposed. It was unnerving. "I don't have the bruising sleep," he said. "I don't have magics, but sometimes I see things. Hallucinate. It's worse in below space, but I manage when we travel. And yes, Iwan's salves help. It's a combination of frontier medicine and nanotech." A nod to Ariana's arm. "It's safe, but only partly effective. For me, at least. It holds me grounded." Ariana swallowed. "And Keem? Is this what she deals with too? Is this why she's—" "I don't know." "Okay. And the Kidaa, with me? I saw patterns of fire in my mind. Did you ever see anything like—" "I don't know, Ariana." They took a step back. Kieran shook his head, but didn't apologize. And Ariana felt the energy shifting now. Kieran wanting, desperately needing to change the subject. Well, and now they knew this last dark secret he'd been holding. If it was the end of his secrets, which they doubted, but it was secret enough. The whole lot of it one damning picture, one grand tragedy that was still rippling out to collect more victims. Chapter 32. The Balance. If our highest spirit essence is someone who wakes, that implies that, at some point, she sleeps. First, Magicer Anya Norin, as quoted in The Change Dialogues. "Okay," Kieran said, showing an effort to pull himself back together. "Okay, you need to know one more thing. Keem's Kidaa didn't give you your magics. That's important. That's vitally important." "I know they didn't," Ariana said, "because when they'd asked the Kidaa, the answering mental resonance had felt wrong. Could they define it any better than that? No. Would they have accepted that answer from themself a few months ago? Their head throbbed. They would have to sit soon. But they said, "Why is that important, Kieran? And if she didn't give me my magics, who fucking did? Who gave Iada his magics? Or Eddie? Or Reven? And are we supposed to be experiments too? Is that what happened? They stopped experimenting with children and then went straight to the top?" But no, that didn't totally scan. Because there were many more common magickers than noble by far. Maybe simply because there were far more commoners than nobles. Or royals. Kieran shifted. There's more than one faction of Kidaa, and I think some might be working at cross purposes to each other. But their purposes are urgent. Adeus. He was still trying to talk around sharing what he knew, even after everything he'd just told them. All his damning secrets. Most of them, apparently, because he still had more. Ariana's exasperation must have shown, because his gaze hardened. "The Kidaa are trying to avoid a disaster," he said, "and I don't know what that disaster is. I would tell you if I knew." Would he, though? "When I was on their ship," he said, "they showed me chaos." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "They kept showing me chaos. It's the opposite of order and balance. They haunted my nightmares with it. But I swear I don't know what it means, beyond a monumental disaster." He glanced to Iwan. "Some of the other children on the Kidaa ship reported them showing that chaos too. They need us to understand what that is. But I don't. No one knows what it means. But it's drastically important to the Kidaa, and obviously their fear of it is growing. A disaster like astronomical? A supernova or something of that magnitude?" But Ariana hadn't heard of any reports of an impending disaster like that, and the Kidaa attacks had started right around the time when they'd gotten the bruising sleep. Adeus. Their arms prickled with a chill. The Kidaa attacks had started around the time they'd gotten the bruising sleep. "That's Iroiken's guess," Kieran said, "but I don't think it's that. The Kidaa wouldn't fear an event like that. They could stop it or circumvent it, or at very least, leave without difficulty." "Are they afraid for us, then?" "Maybe. But I don't think that's their primary motivation. I think this fear literally has to do with chaos. The opposite of balance. They're literally afraid of chaos." And somehow, they'd circled right back to all the things he hadn't wanted to talk about. Then Kieran's gaze fixed on Ariana's, and the fear in his eyes, in his soul energies, shifted. They saw a gathering of purpose, and it was growing, brighter now than even Eddie's incandescent anger toward the Javieris. It was the fervor he'd had when he'd insisted on giving his oath to them, his absolute need to give that oath. "Iroiken believes she's on a mission to save the kingdom," Kieran said. "Or humanity, but she's not going about it the right way." Ariana licked their dry lips. They found themselves swaying and caught it, balanced themselves with effort. "Sir Melisori," Dorian said quietly, "I don't have any more metal bars, but you may borrow my strength." "No," Ariana snapped, not taking their eyes off Kieran. "Not now. And what's the right way, Kieran? Iroiken's doing it her way, by quietly taking over Valon, by giving me the bruising sleep. But what way do you think is right?" Because he'd shown them his layers, but he'd given his information with his own bias. He'd been protecting Ariana for months, for reasons that still didn't add up. He was with them now. Here, on Inasi 3, when it was obvious that he and Keem had had a falling out. He'd pushed Ariana to make their bid to rule, and then sworn the most binding oath of loyalty they could think of. "Kieran," they said slowly, "this is a command from your Melisori. Tell me everything. Tell me now. Don't leave anything out." When he'd seemed desperate to change the subject from his traumatic time with the Kidaa, He'd told them it was vitally important they know Keem's Kidaa hadn't given them their magics. Why? Why was that so important for them to know? And why did all his information lead to more questions and no solid answers? Kieran leaned forward. The Kidaa crave balance. They require balance in their own life cycles, sleeping in long stretches and waking in long stretches. They're not violent, but they are ruthless. And we don't know the half of it. We don't remotely understand. But I do. I understand enough. Keem went insane, but I did not. Hadn't he? The gleam in his eyes now was not the carefully controlled man they'd traveled with this last week. And his soul energy. His soul energy was usually so bottled up that they could hardly read it. But now, with him unbending from his rigid control, they could feel it more clearly than ever before. His hair, usually tucked behind his ears, was falling into his face. Somewhere in the last few minutes, he'd bitten into his lower lip so hard it was bleeding. And his soul energy. It held a difference. Not like the bruising sleep, no. And not like what Ariana had felt in Keem. But it felt like a deus. It felt like touching the hull of the ship, mentally in below space. Kieran had a mental hull around his soul. And how did that make any kind of sense? "Why did you want me to make my bid to rule?" they asked, folding their arms to keep from hugging themselves, trying to stave off the growing chill. "You've been trying to protect me for weeks, months. Months, Kieran. You don't love the Ryaldens, that's plain. Why protect me? Why swear to me? Why rush back to Valon to find me? Why hire this yacht when I'm sure you have other things you could be doing, like running your little trade empire? But you're here, right now, with me." He didn't answer on the first breath, or the second. He only kept watching Ariana with that steady intensity. In their magicer senses, his soul energy swirled, like something was disturbing it from the inside. And again, it reminded them eerily of the pressure on the hull in below space. Kieran had said that the Kidaa hallucinations affected him more in below space. Their tired mind was making connections they didn't want to make. Not a whole picture, no, not yet. Unable to hold his gaze, Ariana looked to Dorian, whose expression was pinched, then Gale. Could they both see this oddness in Kieran's soul energies too? Was this what the Kidaa had done to him? Messed with his actual soul? Was Kieran a danger to them right now? An actual physical danger? Like the pressure on the hull in below space, was there a pressure on his soul? Gale was watching Kieran with tight-lipped fear, and Ariana was starting to fight the urge to run. There was a hum in the air. No, in their soul. A building hum that screamed danger. "You're the balance," Kieran hissed. Then he drew in a breath. The hum of his soul energies seemed to shudder, then draw inward. The light in his eyes dimmed. His soul stopped feeling like the hull of a ship, compressed on all sides by the pressures of below space. Kieran swayed and Iwan steadied him. "What the hell was that?" Ariana managed, but Kieran shook his head. "Ariana Ryalden, you are the balance. The Kidaa don't have two things that balance them, waking and sleeping. That's what Iroikan thinks. But a balance of two is precarious. A balance of three is much more stable than two." He gripped Iwan's hand tightly and held up 3 fingers on his free hand. "Waking, yes. Sleeping, yes. But there has to be a third thing. Humans have magics, like waking, like life. They have the bruising sleep. And they have change. The wild card factor, because it's literally change. Life, death, rebirth. It's all the same pattern." Ariana swallowed, tracking his shift in energies as much as his words. "And what is change with the Kidaa? I don't know." Adeus. Kieran, you can't tell me all of this. You can't make these sweeping assertions and tell me you don't know. But you are the balance, he said, his gaze leveling again. That's why I made my oath to you. That's why I stayed at Windvale. But even if you knew I'd get the bruising sleep, because of Eroiken, if her Kidaa didn't also give me my magics, how could you have known that I'd get them? He wet his lips, and the words were right there, and he wasn't saying them. Why, Kieran, I dreamed it. They stared at him, and Adeus. They felt cold, so cold. They were almost surprised their breath wasn't frosting, that everyone else wasn't shivering. They were supposed to know everything relevant that happened in their kingdom, but they were just one person. One sick, exhausted, and battered person. One person who was struggling to understand a much messier reality than they'd been taught. Kieran swallowed, his voice choking off. I gave you your magics. I think. Was it possible? Was anything they'd experienced in the last month possible? You had the bruising sleep, he said, and you could change, and with magics, you would be a balance. They blinked, and there was a flaw, a blessed flaw, in Kieran's twisted logic. I can't change, Ariana said, almost gasping at the relief of this one fact. So, whatever this all is, I'm not it. I can't help you, Kieran. I can't... What? Be your savior. Whatever you think I am. His logic was insane. And maybe he was just far better at hiding that insanity than Keem. He thought he'd given them green magics. That was impossible. Change was their one significant failure in all of this. How much of their last few weeks would have been drastically different if they'd been able to actually change? If Keem was hearing this right now, and Ariana hoped to all the hells that she was not, Keem had probably already guessed that Ariana couldn't change. They were still far too visibly Rylden for their appearance to make sense otherwise. Why say you weren't a royal Rylden and then not change enough to back it up? Ariana shook their head, stepped back, prepared to step out of Kieran's dampener bubble. No. Kieran was weaving a web of lies around them. He had to be. This was a manipulation. Or pure chaos, as he said the Kidaa themselves feared. Yes, this was chaos. It certainly felt like chaos in their soul. This couldn't be truth. Kieran was in league with the Kidaa. He was a plant from Keem. He was using them. He wanted to control them, and they couldn't let him. Truthspoken think in patterns, Kieran said, stepping forward, pulling the dampener bubble with him. Iwan put a hand on his arm, but he ignored them. The Kidaa think in patterns and associations. If anyone can figure out what they actually want from us or what they're afraid of, it's you. The truth spoken, I mean. But more particularly, you. Bile rose in their throat. You have as much Evacu training as I do. You are so controlled, Kieran. You can do anything you think I can do to read the Kidaa. You don't need me. I hardly know anything about the Kidaa. Should they be arguing against Kieran helping them while they were standing here in the heart of Palace Javieri? It was too much. One thing, too much in a day of too much. The floor tilted. Their vision blurred and stung. Tears, and they were losing strength fast. They couldn't get enough air to breathe. Back off, Dorian shouted. To Kieran, probably. Iwan said, Kieran, you have to calm down. We'll talk it out another time. Was Iwan in on Kieran's lies? Of course they were. Shit. Was there anyone at all that Ariana could trust? Anyone? And Eddie wasn't here. They desperately needed him back here, and Farouk. It had been a colossal mistake to let them both go, to separate. Kieran wasn't protection at all. tears prickled again at their eyes, tears of overwhelm, tears of exhaustion. And because they were so exhausted, because it was a habit longer than the time they'd been Imorie, they reached automatically inward to their change abilities to smooth the tears away. Never mind that nothing would happen, and they'd prove again that Kieran's whole mess of chaotic theories was built on a fundamental lie. Except their vision cleared. Ariana gasped. They couldn't help it. "What?" Kieran asked, moving closer again, but less aggressively this time. "What's wrong?" "Everything. But maybe a Deus. Maybe not this." Ariana glanced at the palm of their trembling hand and did their utmost to touch the edges of a change trance, the very lightest trance. Except there was no effort. The structure of their palm changed, reaching toward a familiar genetic pattern, Betea's. Ariana took a hard breath, pressed their palm to their side, changed it back while smoothing out all of their body's responses. And they could. They could slow their pounding heart. A Deus. Could they heal the bruising sleep? Could they actually heal themselves? Could they cure this illness given to them by the Kidaa? Could they take themselves completely out of line for Kieran's crazy scheme to make them into, what, a chosen one? Were they living in a fucking vid drama? They felt a hysterical laugh welling up. They were truly past the edge. Was this their version of the Kidaa-given madness too? Ariana straightened and reached for a standing trance, brief and savage and expert, delving into their body, looking for the source of the bruising sleep so they could change it, heal it, get it out of their system, get their strength back, get their life back, but they hit green. They were thrown out of their delve like running into a wall, thrown back into their full awareness, doubling over. Iwan caught them on one side, Dorian on the other, Gale scrambling back and tripping outside the dampener bubble. Kieran swore and headed after Gale to pull them back. He came back not just with Gale, but Eddie, followed quickly by Reven, all of them cramming into the tight space within the bounds of the dampener bubble. Farouk's maroon uniformed arm came into view, but there was no way he'd fit. He pulled out again, and Ariana saw the blur of his shape heading toward the suite's door. But he was here. He was in this room. They weren't alone. "Etty," Ariana said, reaching for him like stretching toward the light past the nightmares. He reached back, pushing through the tight mess of people, wrapping his arms around them. "Can you feel my mind?" they asked him. "Am I going insane?" He leaned against them, closing his eyes, and they felt his consideration of their thoughts. "Ariana," Kieran said, "what just happened?" They shook their head. He might have sworn to them, but he wasn't their ally. And now, just as he'd been laying all this information out, when they hadn't been able to change for a month, now suddenly they could. Ariana's mind sparked with the patterns of fire that the Kidaa had shown them earlier. The Kidaa had changed them. Something had unlocked in their mind. The Kidaa had unlocked whatever had been blocking them from change, and Ariana did feel different. They felt ease in their bodies' networks that they hadn't had in weeks, only now taking hold. Only now. Had Kieran told that Kidaa to do that? Had the Kidaa come to the same conclusions as Kieran and done it on their own? Did this Kidaa think Ariana was a balance of three forces too? Was that why the Kidaa had been interested in them? But the Kidaa had known Ariana. Had known who they were, they felt that on a fundamental level. And maybe this Kidaa had never given the bruising sleep to a Truthspoken before. Maybe they'd gotten it wrong the first time. Maybe this Kidaa had corrected their mistake. And so what now? Were they supposed to take Kieran's theories as truth? No, Eddie said in their thoughts. He pulled back, looking into their eyes. I do feel a difference. But it doesn't feel wrong. He hesitated. You can change again. And there was fear in his emotions because this had been a dropped barrier between them. Ariana wasn't fully truth-spoken. So Eddie didn't fully have to feel on the outside of that vaunted life. But that had changed. Around them, Reven's voice rose as she talked with Kieran. Something about Neom Javieri. Eddie winced at his father's name, and all of his own soul energy clenched up. "We have to leave this palace," Reven said, her voice raw. Her emotions, amplified in Ariana's thoughts through Eddie's awareness of them, felt jagged. "Yes," Kieran said, "but our ship is grounded. Keem will have made sure of that." "Then we'll take another ship. Maybe Neom's," Reven said. "I would bet that he hasn't erased my access in all of these years. Why would he need to?" "Yes, but wouldn't Keem or Iroiken have scrubbed you from the Javieri systems?" Kieran asked. Reven shook her head. "Neom's always loved his ship. It's a classic interstellar yacht from before the first Imorie caste war. He takes it across planet, grossly inappropriate for a trip across world. He should have used a shuttle." "But it's been 20-odd years, Reven," Kieran said. "Can you even plan on him having the same ship?" "Yes," she said, with stubborn certainty, brushing back dark hair out of her eyes. "I watch the feeds, and I know him." Kieran rubbed the back of his neck. He eyed Ariana, his look uncertain now that his momentum had been thrown off, a little scared even. He should be. Adeus, he should be. But he had still sworn to them. He had. He had been sincere, at the time. Eddie drew back from Ariana, sensing them regaining some of their composure. They squeezed his hand, though, and held onto it. And that was right. Him settling back by their side. Their soul energies joined and overlapping. Their purposes combined. Ariana focused on Reven, in part because a good deal of Eddie's energies were focused on Reven. And Gale, too, though Eddie had already gleaned from Ariana that Gale was, for the moment, okay. Eddie had also seen snatches in their thoughts of the conversation with Kieran, and he pushed deeper into them now, even as Ariana turned to his mother. Ariana let him parse all of that. They wanted a deus. They needed an outside, sane opinion. And here, just now, Reven was furious. Ariana pulled that from Eddie, too, seeing the emotions of his talk with his father. Oh, a deus. Seeing the violence he had threatened. Ariana turned to him, met his eyes. He swallowed. "You're not okay," they said to him in their thoughts. "Neither are you." "Eddie, I don't know what's true anymore. I don't know what's real. I don't know if I can trust myself." "You can trust me." They nodded, because yes, they could. "Reven," Ariana asked, "will Neom help us leave?" But they already had most of that answer from Eddie. Neom Javieri had not deviated from the profile that Ariana had studied of him years ago in their own training. He was narcissistic, apathetic to any cause that didn't directly harm him, and completely under Iroiken's thumb. And Keem's too, apparently. Eddie's emotions stirred. Keem threatened him. "With our family. You're defending your father?" "No, but that did happen." Did Neom still care for his family, even if he'd abandoned them to Iroiken's exploitation? And more, by the hurt swirling in Reven's emotions along with the rage. Did Reven still love her Javieri husband, toxic as that was? She said she'd followed him in the feeds, out of spite, out of loss. Surely 20 years and half a lifetime of his family's abuse had cooled any spark they'd ever had. Surely. "Neom won't help us," Reven said, "but he'll stay the night in the palace. I know he will. It hurts his pride that his wife and son have rejected him." "Wife?" Gale said with a squeak. Mom, you're married to Neom Javieri? Ariana's grip tightened on Etty's hand. They were out of any patience at all for this unfolding conversation. Gale reared back. Is he my— No, Gale, not your father, but he is Etty's. Gods, what a mess, Kieran said. Yes, we have to leave, but I don't even know how to get to the palace landing pads with the Javieri guards watching the residence wing. They'll block us, or at best report us for more guards to block us. We can't bluster our way out of this. Why not? Ariana asked flatly. I'm the ruler of Valoris. This is Valoris. Keem kills me or threatens me, and it's her head. But your bid could be contested, Kieran said, and in that case, Keem would be the hero, killing the rebellion at its start. Then why the fuck did you want me to make my bid? But they knew the answer to that. He'd wanted to pledge his oath to them, and that was the only way he could. He'd wanted to set them up as his savior. Because it's still better than the alternative. Kieran lifted his chin, which also wasn't wrong. The alternative being that Keem keeps me here indefinitely, or kills me quietly. Ariana grimaced. And even with their newly unlocked ability to change again, the fatigue was almost unbearable now. They needed to rest. Not just wanted to, needed to. They felt Eddie offering his strength, but he hardly had more energy to spare. And they didn't want to keep taking. They were so tired of taking. Ariana said in their thoughts, "We can go invisible. Tonight, could we take all of them out of here? Between you and me and your mother? Can Gale go invisible? Can Dorian?" And what did the Javieris as a whole think of the threat of 5 mid to high-ranking magicers in their midst, 2 of them proclaiming to be their ruler and consort? Nothing good. Ariana's sense of urgency grew. It's dangerous, Eddie said. It might be damaging, to us and to the others. His thoughts, formed into easily translated words now with their close familiarity, carried with them his foreboding. Do you see another way to leave? Ariana asked. It could be damaging or deadly for us to stay. We can't stay. Even just with that Kidaa here, we can't stay. They screwed with my head. Even if the Kidaa had restored their ability to change. And we can't tell the others our plans. Keem could still have audio boosters getting through our dampener, or close enough to make out something at least. If we do this, we go tonight. Won't the Javieris expect it? Etty asked. Maybe. They stared at each other, then looked away again, their resolve set. Unless any of them thought of another plan, a much better plan, Ariana and Etty would get up, and one by one, wake the others and make them disappear. Etty had told them in Racha how dangerous this was, but that he'd been going to try to get them off Hestia if he had to anyway. And they felt the knowledge from him of how to do what he'd been planning to do then. How to make themselves invisible, and then pull someone else into that void with them. It would hurt. A deus, it would hurt. It would hurt the other person too. They knew that. But hurting was better than dying. Hurting was better than going insane from the mind of Keem's Kidaa. And news and rumor and whatever Keem was saying as an official statement would already be traveling out to the worlds. That there was a new ruler in Valoris. The actual ruler, or maybe the usurper. If they didn't get off this world quickly, Ariana would never have their chance to have their say. That they also knew. Tonight, they would cling to the soul of whoever they were taking through the palace. They would not let them dissipate. They would not let themself dissipate. And would Kieran let himself be put in that kind of danger? He'd sworn to them. And if he wanted their help, if there was any credibility at all to his fanatic quest, to whatever part he'd played in making them what they were, or whatever part he had now in their ruling of this kingdom, in their taking it back from the Javieris, he owed them his cooperation now. And whatever danger going invisible would put them all in, it was still the lesser danger than leaving their fates up to Keem, or the Kidaa. Safe in below space, Ariana could try to untangle the mess of the web they were in. But now, they all had to keep breathing. Tonight, then, tonight. Chapter 33. Nightmare. Whisper in a quiet room. Shadow at noon. Heartbeat timed against your own. Beloved nightmare, night beloved, Jareth Tobrin, lead singer of the Rings of Viator, in his first breakout single, Beloved Nightmare, Night Beloved. Ariana woke, their heart hammering. The Kidaa. They'd felt the Kidaa. The touch of the Kidaa's mind still lingered. Adeus. Had the Kidaa been in their mind again? In their dreams? Or had that been the nightmare? A remembered feel from meeting the Kidaa the day before. But the feel of the Kidaa's mind had been different this time. Their whole body tensed, poised for danger. But they were truth-spoken. They were trained. And they were in hostile territory. They stayed still in bed, kept their breathing even. They didn't turn on the lights, though everything in them wanted to, because they had the lingering sense that the Kidaa was here, that the Kidaa was right here, though they didn't think that was possible. Beside them, Eddie stirred and opened his eyes, just glints in the dim light coming from the bedroom's connected washroom. They had set an alarm on Eddie's comm. He was the lighter sleeper of them both, the alarm set to haptics, not sound. But it hadn't gone off yet, Ariana was sure. Their sense of their own body's timing, restored now that they had their change senses back again, told them they hadn't been asleep for more than an hour or two. Eddie started to open his mouth, but Ariana shifted just enough to grip his arm. No, not out loud. He let out a puff of air, rubbed at his eyes, then stiffened, as if the danger sense that had woken him up had just come into focus. What's wrong? The Kidaa? Can I show you my dream? I think I can show you. He nodded, and they did their best to bring it all up and relay it to him in a coherent fashion. In their dream, they had been standing in a sea of everything. It had looked like, well, not much. Grayness. Soft trails of light that wasn't light. It had felt like below space when they'd touched below space mentally on the ship, and it had felt slippery, like thoughts. Very alien thoughts. The Kidaa, alert, eyes open, had stood in front of them, staring at them, repeating something grinding and gravelly that Ariana hadn't understood, except the impression, the overwhelming pressure was, gone, gone, gone. Eddie's breath hitched and they felt his fear rising. Am I right? They asked. Is this a dream, or the Kidaa actually speaking to me? What time is it? Eddie asked. Not that they needed a specific time to get the hell out of this palace and off this world. Now was as good a time as any, if they were going to do this. Is the Kidaa trying to warn us? Eddie asked. So he thought that had felt real too. Okay, a warning, yes. But there was also a sense of personal danger. The Kidaa's personal danger. Did the Kidaa want to leave? The Kidaa was a prisoner here, kept away from their kind, subjected to who knew what under Keem and Eroiken's watch. But there was no way, no way. They were going to get out of this palace alive with a sleeping Kidaa in tow, if that was even possible. At the thought, their mind churned, and a pressure built in their head. Oh, Adeus, no. The Kidaa was still in their head, still reaching, past whatever barriers and mental dampeners Keem had up. And they'd felt that mind from space before. They knew the Kidaa could reach beyond those barriers. This Kidaa who'd messed with their head before. They didn't want to end up like Keem. Oh, Adeus, or Kieran. What a fucking nightmare. Eddie's fingers dug into their arm, feeling the foreign mind intruding. "We have to go," he said. "Ariana got that. Oh, they got that." But the Kidaa was still pushing at them, and despite the alien emotions, despite the very strangeness of that mind, they thought they felt the panic beneath it. The edge of chaos from that Kidaa. The urgency. What might Keem do with this Kidaa with Ariana gone, after proving her the fool? Would Keem just aim the Kidaa at everyone Ariana cared about, all of Keem's enemies, and give them the bruising sleep one by one? "Fuck. We have to get the Kidaa before we leave," they said. "Bring them back here, then go." Eddie stared into their eyes in the windowless near dark. "No," he said. "We have to take everyone there, then go. The guards won't let us come back, and they'll know we've gone. We have one chance." He was right. And Ariana was too rattled, too on edge to have put that together. But they should have. As soon as they both disappeared, and the others disappeared, the countdown would start. Would Keem be expecting them to go to the Kidaa? Ariana couldn't discount anything. A deus, but let there be no violence tonight. This was not a good plan, but it was the plan that they had. And the Kidaa's urgency, the Kidaa's desperation, only made their own urgency rise. Etty and Ariana sat up, and the clock might start now. Bedrooms weren't supposed to be surveilled, but this was an enemy palace. They could take nothing for granted. Ariana didn't take time to dress. They still wore the underlayers of the court clothes they'd had on the day before, and so did Etty. It would have to do. Etty flickered and vanished. Ariana braced themselves, then pulled into themselves all of their many failures, the self-loathing and guilt they carefully ignored in the day-to-day. And while their failures now looked different than they had on Hestia, the violence of them, the self-violence, cut all the same. They felt their aura dim, the world becoming a little less tangible around them, or they less tangible within the world. They felt a fumbling double tap on their wrist, Etty telling them they were invisible, though they already knew that. And they could barely feel his soul energy in his own self-containment until they couldn't feel it at all. One heart-stopping moment. Oh, a deus. Was it still too soon? It had still only been days since Etty had been in danger of fading completely. But they heard the slightest scuff by the door and saw it creep open. Okay, so Etty was going to Revan and Gale. Ariana would get Dorian, doing their very best not to let their heart gallop. They quietly slipped out the gap in the door. Farouk stood outside, watching the open door. He would have seen it open, would have seen no one come out. And maybe he knew more about Truthspoken than magickers, but he'd know what that invisibility meant, coming from the inside out. Ariana paused, wondering if they should alert him more than that, but he was waiting to be called into action. Instead, Ariana opened Dorian's bedroom door across the hall and noted that Farouk saw that too. Good. Ariana crept to Dorian's bedside. The magicker was snoring softly, their aura pulsing in time with their breaths. Ariana touched their shoulder, shaking them even as they did what Etty had showed them how to do, pulling Dorian with them into their own self-loathing. Dorian started awake, flickered, and went invisible. A deus. Ariana had been hoping that they'd at least be able to see each other on the other side of this doubled invisibility. But no. They squeezed Dorian's arm and blasted at them. Don't make a noise. It's Ariana. We're invisible. Can you maintain invisibility on your own? They felt Dorian's blind panic, Dorian's own spiral being brought into the intensity of Ariana's guilt and loathing. Dorian's panic at being here in this palace and not knowing what to do. Panic that they couldn't help. Guilt that they were a burden, not an asset, to this mission into Javieri space. Dorian shuddered and got a rudimentary hold on their thoughts, though they didn't push their own self-loathing away. Ariana heard a faint yes, and they hadn't talked to Dorian this way before. They narrowed their thoughts, concentrated harder. Okay. Can I show you how I'm doing this, bringing you into invisibility with me? I know the theory. I don't like it. This is dangerous. Oh gods, I don't like it. This is so dangerous. Dorian wasn't used to speaking in thoughts, their own voice jumbled over with their emotions. Can you get Farouk? Are you strong enough for that? I'm going to get either Kieran or Iwan. Eddie or Revan should get the other. Dorian trembled, then seemed to gather their resolve. Yes, I'll try. Yes, if it means we're gone from here. Be careful, Ariana. Be so careful. Good. We will be going down to the Kidaa's room to take the Kidaa with us. Then, to Neom Javieri's ship. Dorian's panic spiked again, but they rallied again too. Yes, Melisore, I remember the way to the Kidaa. Good. If we're separated, get to the Kidaa first, and if that's not feasible, the landing pads. They let go of Dorian's arm, trusting them to get to Farouk, and slipped out toward Kieran and Iwan's room. The suite had 4 bedrooms. Kieran was awake when Ariana slipped in, watching the door. They sensed Iwan was also awake, their soul energies active, though Iwan lay still. Had Kieran felt some of that dream from the Kidaa? A Deus, probably. His whole body was rigidly alert. Ariana reached first for Iwan, not wanting yet to deal with Kieran's turbulent emotions. But before they touched Iwan, Kieran flickered and went out. So either Etty or Revan was already here. Ariana touched Iwan, and they flickered too and disappeared. Iwan took a sharp breath, their emotions spiking. But they shuddered and, with Ariana's hand tight on their arm, rose and carefully moved with them out and toward the door. So Kieran and Iwan had been expecting something like this. Keem would surely be expecting something too. Ariana's knee bumped into someone, Etty, and the touch was familiar and necessary and gave them strength. Farouk, in the corridor, watching the door they'd just emerged from, disappeared, though the flicker looked more laborious, and Farouk arched into a grimace before fading completely. Another gut-wrenching pause. Ariana just had to hope that Dorian could handle it, and they and Farouk would both be okay. There was no time to try to sort them out now. And now, they'd all move quickly. The suite's outer door to the corridor opened, the metal doorknob, which had been locked, a cascade of still-falling rust flakes. That had to be Revan with Kieran and hopefully Gale at the head. Ariana didn't hesitate. They took a firm grasp on Iwan's arm and ran. Eddie ahead of them must have had the same idea, because they didn't bump into anyone, and prayed Dorian was right behind them. The guards in the corridor turned toward the door in alarm. They moved to either side, positioning for an attack from within. One moved to block the door right as Ariana was running through. They shoulder-checked into the guard on the way out, and the guard yelled. But Ariana held their invisibility tightly around them, tightly around Iwan. They felt Iwan's pain, a tense internal struggle not to drown in the violence of self-loathing, both Ariana's and their own. This wouldn't last forever. For now, it was bearable. And then they broke into a sprint, not waiting to see what the guards would do next. Down the corridor to the closing lift. No Revan wouldn't take the lift. That was a decoy. She was too smart for that, and she knew this palace. Eddie had the layout of the palace in his head, same as Ariana. Dorian! Ariana hoped to hell Dorian and Farouk could work out how to get back down to the Kidaa while avoiding the guards. Would Keem put the palace on lockdown? Would that be too obvious a move? Ariana rounded a bend in the corridor and veered toward the door to a service corridor, found the lock already degraded from a magicker's touch, but not obviously so. They opened the door the smallest amount they could and slipped inside, pulling Iwan with them. Iwan's clothes caught on something, but not for long. Ariana pulled the door shut. They ran. And just turning a bend in this narrower corridor, they heard the noise of guards behind them. Shit. How many? Had any taken the ruse with the lift? Ariana was out of breath. But Adeus, they had change now. They couldn't give themselves more energy, but they could shuffle their body's resources. They pulled energy from digestion and gained a little more strength. Take, they heard Iwan say in their thoughts, and felt an impression of giving their energy to Ariana. This time, Ariana didn't question. They pulled what strength from Iwan that they dared, because they didn't think Iwan had much to spare. Down a flight of stairs, down another. The guards behind them veered in a different direction, the direction they would have gone if they were heading directly to the landing pads. Ariana bared their teeth in that small triumph, though if the guards were all gathering at the ships, that was a problem for later. They moved into another service corridor, not locked this time, then out into a main palace corridor. It was the middle of the night, but this was still a palace, and palaces always had their late-night gatherings. They had to dodge around a few courtiers lingering in the halls. If the guards on this level were alerted yet, and they had to be, no one had yet called a public alarm. Ariana found the corridor they'd been in earlier. Then they took the same path Keem had used to get to the Kidaa. And after a stomach-clenching few minutes, they were nearing the door. As yesterday, the Kidaa's door was not guarded. Was that a trap now? Or did Keem not want to call attention to it? Had Lysander even known there was a Kidaa in her own home? The Kidaa had to have been here before Lysander had left. Maybe had been here for years, from the way Kieran had talked about them. But Lysander hadn't mentioned a Kidaa in her scattered and distraught debrief the night she'd attacked Iada. No, Lysander hadn't known. That didn't make her innocent in what was happening on Valon now, though. Ariana refocused. They were here, not on Valon. This was the problem ahead of them now. Taking back Valon would come later. The lock on the door to the Kidaa's room was not yet crumbled, but as Ariana slowed and stopped, panting, their lungs aching, the entire door was falling to ash. Ariana tensed for an alarm to blare, but if there was an alarm, and yes, there likely would be, it was a silent one. They likely had less than a minute before the guards arrived. Revan and Gale flickered just barely into view and out again in Revan's effort to crumble the door. Well, and the time for subtlety was well past. Ariana looked around. They still could see no one, but they could vaguely feel the sense of soul energies around them, muted through their invisible state, indistinct. But there. Was everyone here? Had everyone made it? They had to hope. They had so far been ignoring the pain of their invisibility with the need to run, but it hit them now, a gnawing wave of it that made them want to double over, costing precious seconds as the door cleared. They yanked their energy back to digestion again, and Iwan, sensing their intent to go in to get the Kidaa, to take the Kidaa out of here, jerked away from them, and became visible again. No, but Iwan quickly disappeared, pulled in by one of the others. They couldn't spare the time to think about it. Ariana surged into the Kidaa's chamber, bracing themselves as best they could against the threat of the Kidaa's mind. The Kidaa had brushed their mind again with the door open, just the lightest touch, but the Kidaa's attention turned fully toward them now. The Kidaa lay still, propped up in the clear sleeping chamber, wedge-shaped head slumped against one shoulder, legs folded. Was the Kidaa even awake? The sense of the Kidaa's mind was muffled, but maybe that was because Ariana was still invisible, so tightly focused on their own self-hatred that the Kidaa couldn't fully get through. The numbness of maintaining the invisibility threatened to overwhelm them, a different danger. But they moved toward the Kidaa's chamber, pulling all they remembered from being here before to the front of their thoughts. They'd seen the controls to this sleeping chamber before. They mapped the layout again in their mind now and found what they needed quickly. Then, they waited the few heartbeats for the chamber's clear sections to release and open. And the chamber did open. Maybe Keem hadn't thought they'd all be crazy enough to try something like this, or that they'd want to steal a Kidaa from her. Because who in their right mind would want to steal a Kidaa? Or maybe this was what Keem had wanted. Could Ariana think it went that deep? The Kidaa stirred, then thrashed against the retreating chamber walls. And Adeus, were they going to hurt themselves? Ariana reached forward to help, and stopped. The chamber was already raised off the floor, and the Kidaa, standing at full height, would be at least 2 heads taller than Ariana. How strong would this Kidaa be if they had been sleeping for years? Did that matter to a Kidaa? This Kidaa could likely shatter them even at half strength, if they lashed out in whatever pain they were in. And Ariana felt this Kidaa's pain, a wrenching rip through their soul. Fuck it. They reached out anyway and gripped the Kidaa's arm, tried to hang on. Adeus, the Kidaa was strong. But the Kidaa stilled at their touch, and Ariana froze at the gaping chasm of thoughts that assaulted them. They were visible again. They knew they were visible again, because there was no way they could maintain any coherent thought against the blast of that mind. The Kidaa opened dark oval eyes, almost blearily, and seemed to be struggling to keep them open. "I have to make you invisible," Ariana said. As if all of this wasn't purely ludicrous, as if the Kidaa would understand. "Ariana!" Etty warned from the corridor. And that was all the warning they had as Javieri guards poured into the room, pistols out, no stun charges, only the red glaring lights of lethal rounds. The intensity of the Kidaa's mind suddenly pulled inward, like Etty pulling in his aura earlier, and the Kidaa pulled Ariana in too. For a moment, Ariana hung suspended in the vastness of something they couldn't define, and then they stumbled, dizzy, against a wall. The Kidaa groaned, ramming their own shoulder drunkenly into the wall beside Ariana. "Back there!" a guard shouted. "The Kidaa!" Ariana barely registered that they were somehow in the corridor leading to the Kidaa's chamber. Somehow. Had Ariana blacked out? Had the Kidaa overridden their thoughts completely and dragged them out here? The guards who'd swarmed the Kidaa's chamber now ran back out toward Ariana and the Kidaa. Ariana pulled at their inner hatred, which wasn't hard now, and gripped the Kidaa's arm again, pulling them both into invisibility. Of course, that wouldn't be enough. They had to run again. Had to. The Kidaa took up a lot of corridor, and the guards were running shoulder to shoulder. They had seconds to move, but the Kidaa stumbled, their emotions, felt through Ariana's grip on their invisible arm, spiking. The Kidaa let out a bone-jarring rumble. Whatever control the Kidaa had over their own thoughts broke, and the Kidaa's mind rushed in on Ariana's again. Not even the invisibility between them muffled it this time. The Kidaa tried to push themselves away from the wall, but stumbled again and thrashed. Ariana shrieked as something hit their arm, and their wrist cracked against the wall. Oh shit, that was a break. Stunned, they blinked at their still invisible wrist. They couldn't think. They could barely breathe. They were going to die because they had listened to the plea of a fucking Kidaa. They were going to die by this Kidaa's hand. Abruptly, the pressure of the Kidaa's mind eased. They vaguely heard the guards shouting as they slowed, pistols up, knowing their targets were here but not knowing where. Keem must have ordered them not to shoot unless there was no other option. Ariana bared their teeth in an invisible grin. The lethal rounds were for show, mostly. It was still public knowledge that Ariana was here on this world, and that they'd made their bid to rule. That was still enough to give Keem pause. Ariana's breath caught as they found themselves lifted up, pressed against a heaving Kidaa chest. And then the Kidaa ran, barreling toward the gathering group of guards ahead. Ariana had just enough thought to tuck their injured arm against their chest before the Kidaa barreled through the guards like a bull. The guards cried out and fell aside, and surely there were injuries. Surely. Ariana tried to look back, tried to feel where Eddie was, if he'd been able to follow, if Dorian and Reven had been able. But the Kidaa carried them on. And it was a few moments before they realized the Kidaa was heading in the wrong direction, away from the landing pads. Then, the Kidaa collapsed. Ariana tumbled out of the Kidaa's arms, shoulder hitting the ground hard, rolling on the mosaic floor. The Kidaa became visible, and, shocked out of the last shred of their concentration, so did Ariana. They blinked at the Kidaa. They were still stunned, but a lifetime of training kicked in, and they surveyed the corridor. Guards still pursuing, yes, but more cautiously now. They hadn't heard a shot. The Kidaa didn't seem injured, just asleep? A deus, defeated by biology? Ariana panted, struggling to pull in enough air. That was their sole mission now. Keep breathing. Their whole body aching, whether from the first run or holding themselves in that state of self-violence, or the Kidaa battering them in their own panic, or all of it. They tried to push themselves up, but remembered their broken wrist and stared at it. The guards caught up, but instead of going for the arrest, they looked behind Ariana and slowed. Deference and caution showing in their body language. Ariana knew, before they turned, who'd be behind them. And the nightmare, impossibly, got worse. Keem was here. Chapter 34. Traitor. Any capital crime in the kingdom of Valoris shall be met with swift trial and, if found guilty, execution. Honorable Drina in Methods and Materials for Modern Law Enforcement. Keem Javieri, dressed in a blue silk dressing robe, because it was the middle of the night, strode around a bend in the corridor, hands up to stop the guards. "Ariana," she said as she approached. She eyed the Kidaa fallen and unmoving near Ariana, then reached down her hand. Ariana stared up at her, still propped on one hand, the other held tightly to their chest. They felt themselves flicker again. Then shots rang out back the way they'd come, and a scream, a far too familiar voice, tore the air. It didn't matter that they couldn't breathe. It didn't matter that they felt where they'd bruise if they didn't heal themselves, if they felt every spike of the fire in their broken wrist, that their tired legs shook, or that Keem said, "Wait!" Ariana launched up and was running back through the guards, who parted as they passed. They pulled strength from the floor beneath them, not caring if it might crumble. They rounded the last corridor bend to the Kidaa's room again, and skidded onto their knees beside Eddie. No one had made it past the guards, and if Etty had tried... Gale was backing away from Eddie, and Reven flickered into visibility now too, Kieran gasping beside her, clutching Iwan's shoulder. And then Dorian, and Farouk. Farouk collapsed, barely caught by Dorian to slow his fall before he hit the floor. But Ariana's eyes were on Eddie sprawled on the tiled floor, and the blackened scorch on his shirt, over his ribs. He flickered, and went out. Their heart lurched, and they reached for the place where he was, where he'd been. He was back again. Eddie stretched his hand up toward them as they reached for him. Ariana had left him. Even if they'd been taken by the Kidaa in the end, they had left Eddie behind. And the rest of them. No one had made it past the guards. Had Eddie been trying now to run? To break through? To help Ariana? They knew he had. Oh, Adeus. "You're okay," Eddie said as their hands met. Then he flinched. "Your arm." He was worried about them? Ariana felt the cold inferno in his gut as keenly as if it was their own wound. "Stand down," Keem barked behind them, the click of her heels cutting the silence. She stopped when she saw Eddie and caught her breath. Ariana twisted around, glaring up to demand that Keem call the palace medics, but the words died in their throat. Keem was crying. She was crying. That couldn't have just started now, and the light in her eyes was definitely not sane. "You didn't have to leave," Keem said. "I wasn't going to make you stay. Of course I wasn't. I don't need a Rialdan mess in my house. That's Iroiken's hobby, not mine. Mine was the Kidaa, and you ruined that too." "The Kidaa wants to leave," Ariana croaked, holding tightly to Eddie. Their mind half sunk into gauging the state of his body, his resources, his reserves. They hadn't known they could do that. Assess him like they would assess themselves. "The Kidaa asked me to take them with us," they went on. Keem trembled. With rage, with another emotion. Ariana couldn't tell. They didn't actually care. They focused back on Eddie. He was still there, still solid, but blood was soaking his shirt, and they could feel every reason why as if it was their own body that had been shot. Ariana's rage peaked, and they trembled, but Eddie hissed in pain at their violence, so they carefully, quickly tucked it away. "For another time." "Keem," Ariana said. "Turn around." Keem stared at them blankly. "Turn the fuck around. You and your guards both, if you don't want to commit more treason in my eyes." Keem rocked back, looked to the guards, who were all still chaotically alert, hair-triggered. Then she signaled the guards to step away and turn. She gave Ariana one last look before she turned her back, too, but didn't leave. Revan knelt before Eddie now, too. She looked up at Ariana, her eyes intense. "He can use your posture, your training," she said. "I saw that. More than once now. That wasn't from him." "Yes." And that was all Ariana could say. Revan nodded, understanding, and maybe not knowing or not allowing herself to consider all the implications, but there was no time for that anyway. Ariana bent over Eddie, giving what strength they had left to make him alert, aware enough for what he had to do now. Eddie's eyelids flickered open and he focused on them. "Eddie, take my training in change healing." And they held it out to him, as much as they could gather in their scattered thoughts of a lifetime of training in change. Eddie shook his head. "Eddie, take it. Use it. To save your life. To save mine. I need you, Eddie. I need you to live. I don't get through this unless you do." Maybe that was true in the political sense. Maybe Keem would disregard Ariana entirely if their Javieri connection was lost. But Ariana meant it in their soul. They could not get through whatever would happen next without him. They would sooner shatter. "For me," they said, "you are a part of me. I feel your body like it's my own. You feel mine. So your body is mine and mine is yours. My training is yours. This is good and right. Heal yourself, Truthspoken." Eddie had no strength left to protest, and his thoughts hovered on Gale and his mother, and Ariana, all of whom he still needed to protect. Ariana loved him for that. They loved him with every corner of their soul, because he would do this for them. For all of them, he would. Eddie closed his eyes, and Ariana felt him pulling at their mind, taking much, taking all of their training he could, and Ariana didn't hold back any of it. He didn't ask if his body would be capable of change. He already knew the answer to that. He was Javieri, and maybe, more to the point, he was human. He'd had genetic therapy, so he had the genes to change. Ariana was sure of that. Eddie made a noise, but Ariana felt him slipping into a trance. They didn't even think it would take long. Eddie's thoughts and body mechanisms were moving now with the same skill as Ariana's would. "Ariana," Keem said, still turned away. "Not now, Keem," Reven said, her voice like brittle ice. Ariana felt Eddie's wounds knitting together from the inside. Yes, a job well done. He was pulling strength from the floor beneath him, too, and now Ariana felt the strength going out of it. The floor wouldn't support them soon. Ariana looked up, spotted Kiran Koldari watching grimly. "Kiran, we have to move him." Kiran looked around at the cracking mosaic, his brows going up. He grunted and bent down, carefully easing his arms beneath Eddie. Then, Ariana and Kiran both slid Eddie as quickly as they dared away from the crumbling floor. One of Kiran's shoes went through the floor, and he caught his breath before easing it out again, moving Eddie a little farther down the corridor. Ariana kept their hand on Eddie's arm. They knew his wound was closed now, and he was mending from the inside. Moving had set him back a little, but hadn't stopped the healing. "What are you doing?" Keem demanded. She turned back now and watched them all with shining eyes. Ariana just glared up at her, daring her to say more. Keem knew damn well what was happening here. Keem might be insane, but she was still evacu-trained. She was still aware. Maybe Keem would have called the medics, but Ariana had sensed that would have been too late. In another few minutes, Eddie would have gone into a crisis, and he wouldn't have come out. Their hand still held Eddie's tightly as Kiran tested the floor around them now, then withdrew his arms from beneath Eddie as he found it sound enough. Ariana felt Eddie's body coming into greater harmony with itself, and silently sent him approval. It had been a fast healing. Eddie would need food, water, probably a quick heal patch to equalize. But Eddie had known, and Ariana agreed, that had been the only way through. Farouk would have a quick heal patch on him. And a day us. Farouk was rousing, Dorian helping him to sit up. Had that invisibility not gone well, with Dorian not being as strong as Eddie and Ariana and Reven were? Would there be damage to Farouk? Ariana prayed not. "Quick heal!" Ariana snapped, in their father's tone, hoping to draw Farouk back out of whatever haze he seemed to be in. Farouk still gave them a second's blank look, then glanced to Eddie and pulled a patch from an inner jacket pocket. No time to worry about Farouk. Ariana tore the wrapper with their teeth, ignoring the pain in their wrist as they shoved up Eddie's sleeve and placed the patch on his arm. They waited as his eyelids fluttered, and he looked up at them. They both felt and saw the realization in him of what he'd just done. He flickered again. "No," Ariana said. "Eddie, no. You have my permission. You heard my need. And we're not separate, you and me. We're not. Look at me." His eyes traveled down to the hand that was holding his, and Ariana's other hand that was still awkwardly curled, slightly shaking, because they were blocking the pain now, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. They hadn't healed themselves yet, because they'd only been able to focus on him. They would live. They hadn't known that he would. Eddie touched their wrist, and Ariana felt him sensing the parameters of their body, felt him calculating just how to instruct their cells to heal, like they'd just done for him. But then, Ariana felt warmth gathering in their wrist, the warmth of magics, and the beginnings of a change healing already starting. A healing they hadn't initiated. A deus. They pulled away with a jerk, the pain sharpening in their loss of focus. Had he just done that? Had he started not just to assess them, but to change them? Ariana stared at their husband, whose eyes were wide, his fear plain. "I want to make it better," he said, a rustling behind them. Keem moved toward Ariana, and Farouk struggled to get up to stop her. But Keem stabbed a finger at Farouk. "No, not in my palace. My rule's here, Rayalden guard." Ariana watched Keem crouch down beside them. Their mind too elastic just now, too strained to do anything but let her. And it was Keem's palace. What happened from here would be Keem's decision. Ariana had just given Keem the means to arrest them without censure. Even if Ariana had made their bid to rule, and was calling themselves the ruler of Valoris, because they'd just helped someone who was not Rhylden and not Truthspoken born, to change. "We're not two people," Ariana said again, and it was true. Their soul energies had begun blending with Eddie's days ago, and just now, after what had happened, they weren't quite sure where their own soul ended and his began. "So, my training is his." Keem ignored them. She reached down and touched Eddie's scorched shirt, moved it so she could see the still pink and healing skin beneath. Eddie flinched as Keem put a hand to his cheek, but the movement was strangely affectionate. Keem's emotions, felt through Eddie, relayed to Ariana, were sad. Keem glanced up to Revan, who glared back, tight-lipped, holding a trembling Gale close. She looked to Kieran. "Keem," he said. "Ariana is a balance. Bruising sleep, green magics, and change. They are our hope, Keem." "Is that why you're protecting them?" Keem asked flatly. Then she stood. "You may leave our world, Sir Melisori. You may take our Kidaa. If the Kidaa has turned against me, then we cannot force our hospitality any longer. You may take your family. I see they have a penchant for destruction of property. You may go and rule your kingdom and continue to count Inasi III as a vassal world of Valoris." She paused, and Ariana, drained to the bone, waited for the threat, for the blade to drop. Because they knew their argument for what they'd just done, the highest treason they'd just committed, was legally shaky. Truthspoken knew how to bend the laws, but some laws, especially this one, were brittle, were never meant to be bent. "You have 1 hour," Keem said. "If you can get to your ship and fix your engines, I will not detonate it." Ariana hadn't thought they had any more adrenaline left in them, but they broke into a prickling, hot sickness. "I'm your—" they started to say, a feeble attempt at asserting their place even to their own ears. But Farouk growled, "This is your Melisorier, Sir Prince Consort. A threat to them is a capital offense." "And who would they tell?" Keem roared, her face going red. "You descend on my world and you make claims that are not true. This is no ruler." She jabbed a finger at Ariana and then whirled to Kieran. "And no savior. This is a traitor who just committed the greatest treason in the kingdom." "As have you," Ariana hissed, and managed, barely, to push themselves up, to stand and face Keem. "What you have done to Lysander, what you have done to my kingdom. Keem ne matrat Javieri. I will have your blood if you try to take mine." Keem didn't even blink. 55 minutes. Ariana exhaled, looked to Kieran. Because he was their vassal. And they were too weak now, too shaken, to carry this on their own, and they hated that. But it was true. And they were all out of ideas. They'd used everything to get here to the Kidaa. "We go," Kieran said. Yes, no shit. But Keem would have already disabled the engines to their ship. And Ariana didn't think there was any chance of using Neom's ship now. "We will of course escort our honored guests off-planet," Keem said, as if following the logical train of thoughts. She snapped her fingers. "Bring a hover gurney for the Kidaa." 2 of the guards ran off. "We can go," Kieran said, more firmly this time, eyeing Ewan. And there was something in his eyes, wild and absolutely certain, that gave Ariana pause. Kieran moved to Ariana, offered his arm. "We go. Ser Melisori." They took his arm because they were barely standing on their own. "Eddie," they said. Eddie pushed up on his own power, shaky but standing. "I'm fine," he said. He wasn't. No one here, not one of them, was fine. Ariana glanced back at Iwan, because that strange look between them and Kieran was snagging in their thoughts, raising their sense of alarm. Iwan's eyes were filling with tears. Adeus. And what did that mean? Was it exhaustion? Was it backlash from how Ariana had pulled them into their own self-hatred to become invisible? Their own soul was still shuddering through the aftershocks of that too. But Kieran's calm assurance had a different feel from the inside. They could sense that from their arm in his, though they sensed he was trying extremely hard not to let them. Kieran was terrified, and he was resigned. And the gleam in Keem's eyes as she watched them both, ruler and vassal, was satisfied. Chapter 35. Dignity. Sometimes all you have left is your dignity. Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X, in the Change Dialogues. The corridors were cleared ahead of them, save for the guards. Keem walked just ahead of their group, setting the pace, making sure that her 1-hour limit would be stretched to that limit. Behind, the guards pushed a hover gurney with the Kidaa shoved onto it, without any kind of dignity. Ariana could feel the churning of the Kidaa's mind, but it was muted again now, though they weren't invisible anymore. They felt the scarring on their soul, too, from their time being invisible. And they felt the gnawing dread of inevitability, of being out of control of their own life, of having no clear map for what was ahead. They'd thought they'd left the worst of that uncertainty behind on Valon, when they'd poured out their story about what had happened on Hestia. They'd thought they'd gained just a tiny bit more control over their life. But now Ariana had made their bid to rule, and they'd never felt more terrified of their future. They saw the same fear in the haggard lines of Revan's face as she held Gale close to her, guiding them along. In Kieran's pinched, stoic expression, his head held high. In Eddie's tight shoulders as he walked beside Ariana, cradling his wrist as if it was his arm that was broken, not theirs, mimicking their own posture. Twice, Ariana flickered again. They could not stop churning over Keem's words, her threat. Keem was assuming they all would live. Ariana was growing certain of that. So were Kieran and Iwan, for reasons Ariana didn't yet understand. And reasons Keem did. So this would have to do with Kieran and Keem being on the Kidaa ship, wouldn't it? But the threat? Keem now had the greatest leverage over Ariana that she could have, that Ariana had shown, had allowed Eddie to change. Even to save his life, that was a capital offense. Even if, somewhere in the last few weeks, their soul energies had blended and they weren't quite two anymore, it was still treason. It was. It didn't matter that Keem sharing that secret with the worlds would be self-destructive, because Ariana could counter with the knowledge that Keem had helped train Lysander, had sent Lysander to assassinate the ruler. But Keem had her new weapon all the same. Mutually assured destruction was still destruction. And how would Keem use that information to control Ariana? How would Ariana get around it? If Eddie had just healed himself, if he'd taken all of Ariana's change training and could change himself now, he was as good as Truthspoken, and there was no going back on that. Eddie might try to give his memories of their training to the trees, but he couldn't tell his body not to be what it now was, a body that moved with change. If Ariana had ever been worried about being heretical in the eyes of their god, well, they had just raced past that line. But Eddie was alive. He was alive. They couldn't regret that he was alive. Eddie cast them a look as they passed out into the cool night air, salt-tinged and lit by the floodlights around the palace landing pads. Ariana tried a smile and knew that they failed. And then they saw their ship, and anything resembling hope died. Parts lay scattered around the yacht's sleek hull, pieces of the engines disassembled. Reven hissed, stopped. "Keem, you said we could leave." "I did," Keem said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear in the breeze. "And you will." "You disassembled our ship. How are we supposed to a-day us? You said you would detonate our ship if we didn't." A door banged behind them, and footsteps rang out. Ariana turned. Neom Javieri skidded to a stop behind them all, slowing a beat as he saw the Kidaa, but forging on all the same. His braid was frayed and clothes disheveled, like he'd just been running. "Semlin," he panted, "I'm coming with you." Ariana swallowed on a dry throat. And what else could go wrong tonight? "No," Reven said, "and my name is Reven, and you know that." "Well, you can have your name back now." Reven dragged Gale over to him, got into his face. "I'm leaving, Naom. If Keem will let me. If she doesn't detonate our ship like she's just threatened to." Neom whirled on Keem. "Threatened?" But then he seemed to think better of his protest. Reven made a disgusted noise. "You don't want to die, Neom. Go home." Neom drew himself up again, looked past Keem to Ariana. His gaze fell down to their wrist, cradled against their chest. Eddie might have started to heal it, but he hadn't gone further. Even if Ariana felt their body slowly following the plans he'd set out in their cells. And they had no time or focus to do more than that very low-grade healing themselves, even if they could heal now. "Ser Melisori," Neom said, and gave a clipped bow. "I will escort you off-world, in my ship, which is safe, I assure you." Ariana very much doubted he could make those assurances, not with having Keem for a sister-in-law. "Neom," Keem said, "I said they could leave. In their ship." Neom gave her a sharp look. He was far from a fool, even if he was currently playing one. He'd seen the wreckage of the engines on the ground. Maybe the exact threat Keem had made had been passed on to him. Maybe he had more extensive networks than Ariana had thought. And maybe he knew exactly what was going on here, and had more spine than they'd thought, too. "Ser Melisori," Neom said, turning back to Ariana. "Consider my ship yours. As it is yours, you may leave in it." "Neom," Keem said airily, "I forgot to tell you, when we were fixing the damage on the Melisori's ship, we found similar damage on yours. We didn't disassemble much yet, of course, as the Melisori's repairs take precedence, but you will be grounded for the next few days at very least. You are, of course, always welcome in Palace Javieri." Neom stared at her. Tense, still, enraged. No, there was no getting out of this. Keem had made absolutely sure there was no getting out. Kieran's assurance was unfounded. So was Iwan's. They would board one of these ships which would not fly, and when it didn't fly, Ariana didn't doubt at all that Keem would detonate it. Make it look like an accident. Tragic. Oh, so tragic. Keem was giving Neom an out, and that was so obviously showing her hand that Ariana couldn't even admire the plan. Because subtlety, ultimately, wouldn't matter if Iroikan in the capital already controlled the kingdom. How much time did they have left on Keem's hour? Did it matter? Their only choice, then, if they wished to live, was to stay here in Palace Javieri. On the hover gurney, the Kidaa stirred, just a twitch, then was still again. "Ser Melisori," Kieran said. "Our own ship is much more suited to a group of this size. I suggest we board." Ariana turned, searching his face, trying again to find what he knew, and they didn't. There was one more secret, at least one more, that he hadn't yet told them. That Keem knew. Kieran's lips were a grim line, and nothing in his face or his posture offered a promise. But did it offer hope? Could he possibly be offering hope? In what form? How could they fly this ship without engines? Did he have other allies on Inasi 3 that would block Keem's attack or come to rescue them? Did he think the mostly unconscious Kidaa could help them now? Maybe call in more Kidaa? Was that even a possibility? Was that even desirable? But the real question was, could Ariana risk all of their lives and trust Kieran in this? This ludicrous boarding of a ship under threat that would not fly. He reached out, both hands pressed together. It was a gesture of his oath to them. The other part of that sort of oath, Ariana knew, was a trust in return. The vassal pledged to the ruler completely. The ruler pledged to trust in that vassal, too. Ariana straightened as best they could. "Prince Neom, you may come if you wish. Everyone, we board. Quickly, bring the Kidaa." And Ariana turned and headed through the scatter of parts toward the yacht's hatch. Eddie followed with them. Rhys hesitated. "Semlin," Neom said, "stay, please. Stay with your family. For your safety, you can stay in my household." Ariana, not turning back, heard silence. Then Rhys asked, "Ariana, are you sure? Sure that if they boarded this broken ship, they'd all survive? No, not even a little. Sure that Kieran Koldari would do anything to keep them safe, including staying at a hostile Javieri estate for months before they'd been given the bruising sleep and hiring a massively expensive transport back to Valon after, coming with them to Calistray and now Inasi 3, where he had not wanted to go. Yes. No matter his reasons, or if they were insane. And were they? Yes. Kieran paced ahead of them, for once ignoring protocol. Farouk joined him, and Iwan moved to Ariana's other side, opposite Eddie. They couldn't board at the same time. The ramp wasn't that wide, but Ariana appreciated the gesture of protection all the same. Kieran stepped into the yacht with Farouk, and while it might have been prudent to wait for Farouk's clearing the ship at any other time, now, they didn't have that time. Ariana stumbled up the ramp, and Eddie, who'd remained beside them, caught their arm. Eddie's eyes shone in the shadow of the ship. Did he trust Ariana? Trust that they knew enough to trust Kieran? Eddie glanced back at Rhys and Gale, now hurrying toward the ramp. Back to Ariana. It began to rain just as Ariana passed through into the wreck deck corridor and kept going toward the cockpit. "Eddie, Dorian," they said. "Make sure the Kidaa gets on board and is safe. Iwan, cockpit." Because they knew that's where Kieran would be. They were running out of breath again, their energy depleted, and no amount of change could help that now. And they couldn't pull strength from this ship around them. It was already disabled. They didn't need to take away more of their chances of whatever Kieran thought they could do. The cockpit was silent, and the controls at the front of the cockpit were a disassembled mess. This ship, which had been their home for the last few days, now felt foreign, unsafe, violated. Kieran leaned over the pilot's seat, ignoring the mess on the deck, tapping at the few panels still working. "They left us life support controls, though we can shift some other functions to a stripped-down control matrix," he said. "How are we going to fly this ship?" Ariana asked. Kieran looked up, looked to Iwan. A long, long look that had Iwan tensing up, hissing out, whispering, "Fuck, that's what I thought." "What?" Ariana asked sharply. Kieran turned to them. "Where do you want to go?" The hairs on their arms rose. "Kieran, this ship has no engines, unless that was a feint. Are there sublight or below space engines left on this ship?" They stopped, out of breath, and stepped back until they could brace against the back wall. "Ariana," Kieran insisted. And yes, they were aware there wasn't much time. They were. "Show me where you want to go. We have minutes." No more time to ask any hows. Kieran reached out his hands, and Ariana marked that they were trembling. But they gripped his hands and, straining through their tired thoughts, settled on where Farouk had said they should go before, when they'd just encountered Keem's Kidaa. Radalor, their mother's homeworld, the governmental seat of the Dalor family, one of the major hub worlds of Valoris. Mentally, they pushed toward Kieran an image of the planet, the star system, the navigational coordinates, which they knew by heart. They knew the coordinates to all of the 143 systems that held Valoran worlds by heart. They'd need more complex navigational computing to determine exact coordinates for each of the planets, but they could show the system. "No," Kieran said, his grip tightening, his growing panic barely kept in check by his iron will. "On the planet. It has to be on the planet. I don't know that this ship can hold atmosphere for long." Ariana opened their mouth, closed it again. "Keem's hour is almost up," Kieran said. "Also, I have hull monitors and security monitors. The Kidaa is on board. I saw everyone is on board." His hands spasmed in theirs. "Okay," they said, their heart pounding. There were landing pads behind the palace at Radalor. They'd only been there once, but knew the layout of Palace Delor just as well as the layout of Palace Javieri. "Here," they said, and hoped to Adeos that, whatever Kieran was planning to do, there wasn't another ship on that pad Ariana had indicated, though they'd chosen one farther away from the palace. "That's on Radalor?" Kieran asked. "I haven't been there." "Yes. At Palace Delor, yes." Kieran's lips parted, his dismay warring with his resolve. Then he pulled out of Ariana's grip and took off running. "Shit," Iwan said. "Come on!" And Iwan took off after Kieran, Ariana following them out to the corridor. "I need a sedative," Kieran called over his shoulder, and Iwan veered off, bolting toward the cabin they shared with Kieran. Ariana pounded down the stairs after Kieran, the world swimming around them. Kieran saw and slowed, but barely. "What are you going to do?" Ariana asked, breathless. "What do you think you can do? You're not a magicker." But he'd said he'd given them their magics, like a Kidaa could give magics, so he'd said. Kieran paused at the bottom of the stairs, braced against the railing and the wall. Below space is where the Kidaa dream. Their ships don't have below space drives. Do you know that? What? Of course they do. They travel in... No, he said, and pushed off from the wall to hurry again toward the rec room. They don't have below space drives. They have sleepers. It's the sleepers who take them in and out of below space. Ariana started. The memory of the Kidaa pulling them into... somewhere. And then out again in the corridor. They'd thought they'd lost time, that they'd blacked out, or the Kidaa had overridden their thoughts, and then they'd forgotten about it, because it had been too weird, too unnerving in a chaos of so many unnerving things for them to process just then. But the memory hit now, and hit hard. Had that Kidaa teleported them? Ariana spun as Iwan pounded down the stairs, half tripping, a plastic bag in one hand. They ran past Ariana, straight after Kieran. Ariana pushed through the very last strength they had to run after them. "Kieran," they called. They finally reached the reckoned mess room. The hover gurney with the Kidaa had been pushed against one wall. Kieran slowed as he neared the Kidaa, and Ariana didn't have to be Truthspoken to see his growing terror. "You think the Kidaa can teleport us?" they wheezed. "To... Radalor." Ariana stopped, hand on their chest, trying to breathe. Eddie was by their side in an instant, pouring strength into them. They didn't have the strength or will to say no. Iwan began tearing at a thin packet with their teeth. Their hands were shaking too hard to open it. Dorian, who was hovering nearby, said, "Let me get it." Dorian opened the bag and pulled out a syringe. It looked pre-filled, something that had already been prepared. "What is going on?" Reuven demanded. "Sir Melisori?" Farouk asked. "By my count, we have less than 10 minutes. "Less than 5, Kieran growled. He tore the syringe from Dorian's hands and plunged it into his leg. Ariana twitched at the violence of it, Eddie shuddering with it too. "Catch me," Kieran said. Farouk darted forward, just in time to slow Kieran's collapse. Ariana lurched forward, but Farouk was already lowering Kieran to the deck. "Sir Melisori," Farouk said again. "I know," Ariana said, watching Kieran. They looked up at Iwan. "Can he communicate with the Kidaa if he's asleep? Is that what all this is? Because of how the Kidaa changed him?" Iwan was silent a heartbeat, staring at Kieran's still body on the deck. "Iwan, is he going to get the Kidaa to teleport us to Radalor? Is that how this works?" Iwan swallowed. He might try, but that Kidaa, it takes more than one to take a ship into below space. It might take both of them. A dais. Has he done this before? Iwan had the sedative prepared. A last precaution? There was no way Kieran could have known they'd be bringing the Kidaa back on this ship. "Yes," Iwan said, meeting their eyes for the briefest moment before they turned back to Kieran. "Sir Farouk," Iwan said, "you will want to step away." "And what will it do to him?" Ariana demanded. Because the way Iwan was acting, there was a price. Oh, there would be a price. "What will it do to us?" Iwan faced Ariana fully. Their eyes were streaming, full on gushing tears, their hands clenching and unclenching by their sides. "He jumped the Koldari freighter that rescued him. Him and Keem and my sibling, all of them. He took that freighter into below space himself, all by himself. He was half alive, and he jumped them to Sangor Brek, and then he was in a coma for 6 weeks. Gods, Reuven said. Is this safe? We have no choice, Iwan cried. Keem knew that, damn her, and we have no choice. Ariana watched Kieran, still as death, on the deck, laid out beside the still Kidaa. Was this Keem's last revenge? A petty, horrific, and completely avoidable revenge. Stripping Ariana of their ally, making Kieran suffer. And Iwan. No, not Keem's last revenge. Just one revenge in a long string of revenges, past and present and future. What happens from here? Reuven asked. What is he doing? Iwan just shook their head, pressing their fist to their mouth. And how much time did they all have now? What was Kieran going to do, and when would he do it? I have the bruising sleep, Ariana said. I have magics. Can I help him? Can I make it easier? Kieran's face, tensed even in his sedation, suddenly relaxed. Ariana felt a sudden pressure on their thoughts. A touch that felt like, well, kind of like the Kida's mind, but not a Kidaa. Full of Kieran's personality. And then that same feeling of sensing his soul energies before. Except now his walls were fully coming down. And now it felt like all the pressure outside the hull of a ship in below space was rushing at them, except it was inside this room. It shouldn't be inside the hull of the ship. Help me, Dorian said. Get it outside the hull. Ariana gripped Eddie's hand with their good hand and reached for the pressure, barely grasping what they needed to do, but knowing they needed to force it outward, ever outward as the pressure of it increased. Here it comes, Iwan said. Yeah, magickers. I forgot to say, the freighter had come in almost crushed. There was a lurch in their soul, a jagged edge of understanding, a displacement of time, a pressure so immense it was all they could do to push against it, to keep it from crushing all of them. Endless and endless pressure, and could they hold it back? Would they break? Would it break them? And the mines? Kieran's? The Kidaas? And more. So many more mines. So close. So far, just out of reach. Ariana gasped, and the pressure passed. The entire ship seemed to drop 1/2 a meter and jolted as it stopped. Eddie caught Ariana, but he was stumbling too. Dorian fell against a table. Gale screamed. Ship's alarms blared, and apparently those hadn't been disabled in Keem's sabotage. Farouk stumbled to Ariana's side, and the Kidaa's mind blasted out with a wave of something. Ariana clamped their hands to their head and yelled. They caught a glimpse of bright light where there hadn't been light before. Sunlight. There was sunlight outside the rec room's window. Was there? No, a dais. There was sunlight outside the jagged tear in the hull where the window had been. There was a breeze on their face. Cool air. Not cold, but cool. Ariana stared. The outer hull was dented, a horrific show of forces. They spun around. The inner walls of the ship seemed all right, but they didn't know what the other side of the hull would look like. Kieran had insisted he take them to a planet, not space. He hadn't been afraid the hull would fail because of what Keem had done to this ship, but what he might do. It had been night on Yanasi 3. It wasn't night now. Were they on Radalor? Could they possibly be on Radalor? Iwan ran to Kieran, dropped down beside him. Shit! They pushed up again. Stay with him. Watch him. I need... Iwan dashed out, and Ariana heard them pounding up the stairs again. Fuck! Iwan yelled into the brief silence between blasts of the ship's alarms. Fuck! Our cabin is gone! Ariana finally shook into some semblance of alertness. Whatever had happened, the ship was damaged. They were on a world. Which world, they couldn't say. And they had to get a handle on this situation. They had to get their people through this. Eddie, beside them, shuddered. I'll stay with Kieran, he said, maybe to their own unconscious wish to sort things out. Ariana nodded. I need strength, Ariana said. And Dorian was there, offering their hand. They hated it. They hated the need, but they pulled from Dorian's strength as much as they dared, and it was still hardly enough. But they headed for the cockpit, hoping there would still be a cockpit, Farouk, and now the rest of them all, trailing right behind them. And they glanced back and almost stumbled when they saw Neom Javieri. They hadn't seen him in the rec room. Had he been off to one side? They'd been so focused on Kieran. But now, Neom was climbing the stairs right behind Revan and Gale. Would they all fit in the cockpit? Ariana had bigger things to worry about. At least, they found, there was a cockpit, though the corridor in the other direction where the cabins were was mangled. Iwan crouched, staring at where their cabin had been, the hatch half crumpled, the hull above thrust inward. Ariana shuddered and decided to let themselves think about that horror later. Did the comms on this ship still work? The cockpit ceiling was dented too, but not like the corridor. Ariana reached the controls. They used their change to steady their hands, and then worked to map comm controls to one of the still-functioning screens, pulling up hollow windows above it. Where are we? Revan asked. She sounded hollow. She sounded terrified. Are we still on Yanasi 3? We went through below space ? She looked up at the dented ceiling. Ariana paused their working of the comm controls and tapped their new hollow windows into bringing up ship's location and sensor data. Most sensors were fried, and that was not a surprise if large sections of the hull were collapsed. "Can you turn off that beeping?" Neom's voice, unfamiliar and harsh. Ariana looked up. Oh. For a moment, they'd forgotten the alarms were still on. They flicked through a few menus and punched them off, and it only occurred to them now to hope. Adias. Hope. That the Javieris had offloaded the engineer and the pilot. "Iwan!" they called. "What cabin were the pilot and—" Farouk caught their meaning. "The cabin where I put them was empty when I checked." Okay. Adias, okay. They didn't want to think about those mangled cabins otherwise. The ship's primary location beacon was still working, still pinging whatever in-system relays were around them now. Ariana pulled up the data and breathed out when they saw their location was, in fact, Radalor. Was, more specifically, Palace Delore. They zoomed in the satellite imagery. They were on the landing pads, the one they'd shown Kieran. Okay. Whatever their grandfather, the Prince Delore, was making of this right now, they had to get ahead of it. Ariana knew what they had to do now, before anything else, before anyone on Radalor had a chance to gainsay them, or shut them up, or tell them they couldn't. They glanced at the time and date, synced now from Radalor's systems. They'd lost 2 days between the time they'd left Inasi III and the time they'd appeared on Radalor. 2 days. They should have felt those days in below space, but they hadn't. Or had they? Those moments that had seemed to stretch forever? The crushed hull, holding back those impossible forces. If Keem had sent out her own version of events to all the worlds, would that have reached Radalor yet? No. Not through normal comm drones. Not yet. That would be at least another day. Ariana heard someone else start to speak and held up a hand. They had to establish the ground they stood on now. All else would go from there. Ariana jabbed their Truthspoken codes into the ship's comm, and the codes worked. Of course they still worked. Adias, they still worked. They set the comm to broadcast kingdom-wide. Back! They barked at everyone crowding in behind them. Then saw that Eddie was still not here, still with Kieran, and they did need him now. They would need him. Ariana assessed everyone here. Iwan wasn't here. Dorian, check on Iwan, go to Kieran. Send Eddie up, quickly. The ship groaned, and they all had to grab something or someone as it settled again. But Ariana felt Eddie coming almost as they'd called him. He pushed into the cockpit. "Iwan's with Kieran," he said. Ariana nodded. Okay. "Stand outside the vid pickup, but close, Eddie. Stay close, please." "Always," he said, and they bit their lip. Because he meant it. He truly meant it. Even after everything, they'd still almost assumed that they'd have to power through this alone. But they weren't alone. They would never be alone. Eddie's hand slipped into theirs, as it should. As was right. Ariana decided to narrow the vid focus to just their face, because they needed Eddie's solid assurance. They did. They weren't willing to let go of him, even if they were about to do what they were going to do over the comm. Ariana cleared their throat, changed away any strain, and hit the go button. "I am Ariana Rialdan, and I reclaim my name as is legally my right. I, Ariana Rialdan, make my bid to rule the kingdom of Valoris. I did not abdicate. That was done by my sister, Undrasari, without my will. I do not recognize Undrasari's bid to rule the kingdom of Valoris, and condemn the influence of the Javieri family over the Rialdan rulership. I condemn the Javieri family for—" They almost stumbled. Because what could they condemn Keem for? For holding a Kidaa? They weren't ready to share that with the worlds, and hadn't yet thought through all of the implications too. They couldn't condemn Keem for trying to kill them, because she hadn't. She'd known that Kieran could get them off-world, and explaining how was definitely not something they were ready to share broadly. They barely understood it themselves. Ariana's eyes landed on Rhys. For the false and forced death of Semlin Necrata Javieri, after which they coerced her family and her son to use green magics against the Javieri's enemies, including the Rialdan family, including myself. Eddie was beside them, but the camera would only be picking up them right now. They widened the focus with a gesture and pulled Eddie closer, and the people watching would see Neom and Rhys and Gale behind them now, too. Etienne Javieri Rialdan, son of Neom Javieri and Semlin Necrata Javieri, is my consort. Rialdan allies with Etienne and Semlin and Neom. That snap judgment, because he was here. He had come with them into danger, and he hadn't had to. They'd sort that out later, too. But we condemn the Javieri princedom. We condemn Iroikin and Kim Javieri and their illegal influence and activities in Valoris. And one more leap. They looked back at Neom Javieri, suddenly intensely glad that he'd decided to come. Maybe they would resolve this part of it now. I recognized Neom Javieri as the Prince of Javieri, and no other. This was an act of war. It was an act of war, but Kim and Iroikin, with their manipulations, had left Ariana no other option they could see. They had to get out ahead of anything Kim would spin. Even their own landing on Yanasi 3, and whatever Kim had spun and sent out before they'd landed, would still not have reached Valon yet, but it might have reached other worlds. No, it would have. Kim was not the sort of person, they were sure, to leave anything to chance, but Ariana's own bid would have the greater impact. When it came through in turn, they were certain, and in the end, they had to hope that's what would count. That people wouldn't mobilize against them, be swayed against them, until they had these words from Ariana's mouth alone. Could they hope that? They had to. And what of Dressa? What of their mother, their father, and Iada? What would happen to them in a war? Ariana didn't want them to be enemies. They didn't want that at all. But they saw no other path ahead to get rid of Javieri influence in their kingdom, to take it back from Iroikin's coup. They stared into the vid pickup. I am Ariana Rialdan, Melisori X. Every traitor to the kingdom of Valoris will fall. They felt the violence of that in their bones. Beside them, Eddie drew in a breath. And that was on camera, too, and heard. Ariana jabbed off the comm, their heart racing. Eddie was a traitor, too. Technically. So was Ariana. As complicit as he was. But they had to believe that the law would favor them. They had to. Were they trading one set of lies for another? Ariana leaned on the back of the pilot's seat and shuddered as they felt themselves flicker again, then steady. There was no choice. The only path was forward, and with as much weight and momentum as they could bring to bear. Their wrist throbbed. They had, somewhere in the last, however long, blocked the pain in their wrist, but it was still broken. They'd need to give that attention soon. They'd need to rest, but they were sure rest would not be an option for a while yet. Maybe they would regret this move in 10 minutes, in an hour, in a day. But with Kim insane and corrupt to the core, and Iroikin as corrupt as Lysander had said, and Kieran as terrified of the Kidaa as he was, and also living proof that the Kidaa could do great and lasting harm, they had no other choice. Ariana slowly turned to see every face around them grim. Gale looking scared. Neom resolute. Ser Melisorier, Neom Javieri said, then managed to drop to his knees in the cramped space. Javieri pledges to Rialdan, all the resources I can bear, I bring to you. It wasn't the same oath that Kieran had sworn, but it was damned close. Beside Ariana, Etty stood taller, and they felt his conflict at seeing his father do a thing he actually approved of. Then the pounding on the outer hull began. Chapter 36. Telling the Worlds. When I first talked to the Kidaa, really talked to them, doing all I could to understand how to be one of them, I only saw people. Different than us, drastically different. But people all the same. Rhys Petrava, Marin Delor Rialdan, Saratarchus X in the change dialogues. It was early in the morning. Lysander stood beside Dressa's desk in her study, off camera. Because she wanted to be here. She needed to be here. But Javieri couldn't be seen next to Rialdan, taking Rialdan's space and Rialdan power in the next few moments. Dressa fiddled with the small camera drone, then let it hover while she gripped the edge of the desk, breathing evenly. Her eyes focused ahead. Lysander swallowed. And why? Why, after all their planning the night before, all their deciding that this was the only way forward, did this feel like the moment of no return? Why did this feel like a moment history would remember and not think kindly of Dressa and Lysander and the parts that they played? Why did Lysander have the creeping dread that history would remember her mother instead? That Eroic Javieri would, in the end, be the savior? They were about to go to war. Dressa was about to declare war on the Kidaa, using the Kidaa for political leverage. Yes, the Kidaa had given people green magics. Yes, they were giving people the bruising sleep. Yes, Lysander was scared. She knew her mother was scared. And no, actually, she couldn't fault the logic behind Dressa going all in, pinning the blame where it was due, because the Kidaa had attacked Valorous and its leaders. They had. For decades. For centuries. So why did it feel like she couldn't get enough air? Dressa looked over at her, parted her lips. "What's wrong?" Lysander opened her mouth, shut it again. She had no concrete reasons why this felt wrong. This wasn't what her mother would want, she was sure of it. She was. But what if this silent war wasn't just two-sided? Rialdan versus Javieri. Javieri versus Rialdan. What about the Kidaa? What about them? What would they actually do if Dressa declared them enemies, which they'd proven themselves to be anyway, in political fact? Would they care? Fear shot up her spine, and she reached for Dressa, and Dressa reached for her, their fingers knotting together, intertwining, aching with the tightness of it. Dressa didn't ask Lysander to talk her out of this, and Lysander didn't dare, because as much as her gut churned with foreboding, she feared her mother more. "I'm with you," she said. "I'm right here." But she couldn't be on camera, so she let go. Dressa stared into the hovering eye of her holocam drone. To the left side of her desk, Bataya watched, hands clasped in front of Faer. To her right, Lysander stood out of view of the camera, too. Lysander's last touch lingered on her palm, and Dressa closed her hand around it, keeping it. Lysander was here, and Dressa was doing this for her, too, to save her wife from having to more drastically oppose her own mother, or, as Lysander had said before, to take Eroican down. There was more than one way to take down a tyrant, and the time for stalling was over. "People of Valorous and every nation beyond it," she said, her tone even and exactly what she wanted it to be. "I will be brief. Valorous has suffered attacks from the Kidaa. You have heard of some of these attacks. The runes carved into our earth, on our worlds. You have not, however, the barest breath. Because she'd better get this right. She had better get this right. Heard of the attacks that have been made on our people for centuries. Our people did not originate in this galaxy. We came here, guided by Adeus and the holy stars, to find new homes on the worlds that are now our own. But we found, 200 years ago, that we were not the only sentient race in this galaxy. But I don't believe that's the first time that humans have had contact with the Kidaa. She sat forward, because she knew that everyone who was watching now, and that would be everyone looking at a device connected to the Valoran feeds, because this broadcast would interrupt all else, would be riveted on her next words. The Kidaa can give people green magics. They gave them to Imorie. That was a deliberate attack on our kingdom. They also give people the bruising sleep. They gave this to Imorie, the Javieri prince consort. That was also a deliberate attack on our kingdom. Was that the right tactic, putting sympathy again in the Javieri's court? But she couldn't give the example of Imorie. Thin though the fiction was that Imorie wasn't Ariana Rielden, it was still the official stance, and not Dressa's to shatter. She felt herself starting to panic, and made herself breathe. Because how many people would take these words and do violence with them? Her next words were the most important. Her next words would decide the course of the kingdom, if it crumbled now into complete chaos, or forged together under a cause. It is my belief that every green magicker and every victim of the bruising sleep are the injured in a war we did not know we were facing with the Kidaa. They are our families. They are our loved ones. And while the Kidaa may have been trying to pacify us with green magics so we can't fight back, our magickers give us an edge that the Kidaa don't have. They can see our truths. And in Imorie, we have someone who can send our truths across great distances, something that has never happened before. Forgive me, Ida. Oh, forgive me. They made a mistake in giving magics to a Rielden. They made a mistake in giving the bruising sleep to a Javieri. Adversity makes us stronger. She rose, leaning on the desk, glaring at the unblinking eye of the camera. They will not keep harming our loved ones. We will fight to stop these atrocities in every way we can. For our magickers, they are our strength now. They are the ones who can take our ships to the border faster than any others. They are the ones who can seek out our enemies and calm our fears. They will guide us, and we will protect them and fight for them. And our sick, those with the bruising sleep, if there is a cure, we will find it. And knowing this disease originates from the Kidaa, we have a direction now. We have hope where there was none before. She hated this. She hated this. It wasn't what she felt. This wasn't what she wanted. I, your Iolorius X, will take Valorous through the fire and out into a future where our enemies can't wage war on our bodies and our souls. She wanted to vomit. She viciously suppressed even the hint of nausea. Now, you know what I know. No secrets for my people. That way of rule is not mine. You will hear from me tonight, at 9, with the heads of military and everyone I'm appointing to oversee this endeavor. We've already been at war for centuries. It's time to end this. Dressa turned off the camera with a flick of her finger. She confirmed the light was off, then reached for the drone and held it out to Betea, who swiftly took it out of the room. Dressa stood, still leaning on the desk, but not for emphasis now. Now it was because she thought her legs might give out. What if the people still turned on the magickers? What if Eroiken had been wrong? Even despite everything with the Kidaa and the bruising sleep and green magics fitting the pattern at hand. What if the Kidaa were talking to Rhys to make peace, not continue a war? What if there was no war to begin with? And this was all a mistake, a leaking over of something? Lysander's hands slid over her shoulders, kneading a few moments, then down her arms. Lysander leaned her head against Dressa's trembling back, circled her waist from behind. "My mother will demand to see you shortly," Lysander said. "I half expect her to come through the back corridors. Somehow." Dressa shuddered, then turned to face her wife. They were the same height. They'd grown up with, ultimately, the same purpose. Lysander had been trained to rule more than Dressa, if she took a hard look at the whole of it. They were the same age, or near enough. They had the same love. What if, Dressa said, her throat constricting around the words, what if this is the morning and that was the speech, that history remembers, as our downfall? Lysander laughed, and the sound was bitter, was broken. We've already had our downfall. This is trying to salvage the pieces. Dressa's stomach tightened, but she nodded, and nodded again. Then took Lysander's hand. Come on. We're going to go tell Eroiken that she may attend our meeting tonight with the military. She will like that, I think. Thanks so much for listening, and I hope you enjoyed The Second Ruler, Part 2. The story continues in The Second Ruler, Part 3, which is currently serializing on my Patreon. Want to stay up to date on the latest books? Sign up for Novi Caelum's newsletter at novicaelum.com/newsletter. This has been The Second Ruler Part 2, The Stars and Green Magic's Book 7, by Novi Caelum. Text copyright 2022 by Novi Caelum. Recording copyright 2024 by Novi Caelum. All rights reserved.